If you suddenly found yourself in the world of Hunter x Hunter, what would you do? For most ambitious souls, the answer is simple. Train, take the Hunter exam, meet Gon and his friends, and embark on thrilling adventures. Some might dream even bigger, unlocking incredible abilities, amassing power, wealth and fame, living a life beyond imagination. But all of these dreams hinge on a single, unforgiving reality: survival. In one of the most perilous worlds in anime, staying alive is no small feat. It's beautiful. The sky burned with hues of red and gold, the sun dipping below the horizon. Seated on a weathered bench atop his flat-roofed home, Ronnel watched the sunset in quiet admiration. For a fleeting moment, he forgot where he was. Then came the voice. "Ronnel, the elder wants to see you. It's time to work." The deep, gruff tone pulled him back to reality. "I'm coming." Peering over the edge, Ronnel spotted a tall, broad-shouldered man standing at his doorstep. Dark-skinned, thick-browed, his sharp eyes held a quiet menace. Each breath escaped his nostrils in pale mist, his mere presence exuding danger. He didn't knock, didn't repeat himself, just waited. Ronnel smiled faintly. "Brother Luca, you came to fetch me yourself?" With a light tap of his foot, Ronnel leaped from the rooftop, landing effortlessly in front of Luca. His movements were smooth, controlled, like a bird descending from the sky. For the briefest moment, something flickered in Luca's eyes. Then it was gone. "Let's go." With that, he turned and walked off. Ronnel, long used to this routine, gave a casual shrug. Knocking lightly on his door, a silent signal to those inside, he followed. Despite their seemingly casual interaction, an unspoken tension lingered between them. Both men walked at a measured pace, keeping an instinctive distance, their wariness ingrained by years of survival. Because this wasn't just any city. This was Meteor City. After they had walked some distance, the door to Ronnel's home creaked open. A girl with delicate features and black-rimmed glasses peered out, watching him for a moment before retreating inside, shutting the door without a word. Meteor City, the world's dumping ground for over 1,500 years. Garbage, corpses, unwanted children, industrial waste. If something was deemed useless, it ended up here. But despite the surrounding mountains of refuse, Meteor City itself was no ordinary slum. Beyond the garbage heaps, the streets were clean, orderly. The buildings, mostly white and yellow, were sturdily built, far from the makeshift shanties one might expect. Were it not for the ever-present waste on its outskirts, it could almost pass for a normal town. As Ronnel and Luca moved through the streets, the sun dipped lower, but the city remained alive. Residents, despite their simple, worn clothing, moved with purpose. They had no official records, no existence in the eyes of the world. Their survival relied on scavenging the landfill, reclaiming what others discarded. Yet they lived, not in despair, but with a rugged, unyielding spirit. Still, Meteor City followed no laws but one: the strong survive. The weak perish. It was brutal, unforgiving, but fair. And under this harsh rule, the people formed unspoken yet ironclad bonds. As Luca strode ahead, the locals instinctively moved aside, making way for him without a word. Respect, deference. Not out of fear alone, but recognition. Luca wasn't just strong, he was a figure of authority, a member of Meteor City's assembly. But when their eyes shifted to Ronnel, their expressions changed. A flicker of something unreadable. Respect. Disdain. Wariness. Whatever they saw in him, they couldn't quite decide. The young man's gaze lingered on Ronnel for just a moment before he averted his eyes and hurried away. No one found this reaction strange. Ronnel was used to it. The wary glances, the silent judgment, they were nothing new. Without a word, he followed Luca, their footsteps echoing against the quiet streets of Meteor City. Their destination soon came into view, a small, run-down garden. Luca stopped at the gate, his broad frame blocking the view inside. His voice was flat, but there was a hint of something beneath it, unease perhaps. 172 this time. All yours. Ronnel stepped closer, his eyes flicking toward the figures strewn across the garden. He took in the sight for a brief moment before looking away, his expression unreadable. He said nothing, simply fixing Luca with a cold, steady gaze. A long silence stretched between them, thick with unspoken tension. Luca shifted, his nostrils flaring as he caught the unmistakable scent of rot in the air. His brow twitched. "I know it's more bodies than usual, but the elders won't shortchange you." Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a sleek black card and held it out. Ronnel took it without breaking eye contact. "Not enough." Luca's fingers tensed slightly. "You're holding out on me. Give me my full share, or I'll put you on the ground and take it myself. The air around Ronnel shifted. A faint, almost imperceptible glow flickered around him. None. Aura, the life force within every being, manipulated into a weapon. Luca's muscles stiffened as his own white aura surged to the surface. His eyes darted to Ronnel's energy, analyzing it, comparing it to his own. He knew the answer before the thought even fully formed. With a reluctant grunt, he reached back into his pocket and withdrew another black card.
Here.
That should settle it. Ronnel inspected the card, then gave a satisfied nod.
Good.
Try to cheat me again, Luca, and I won't be so polite. There was no respect in his voice.
No fear, either.
With a flick of his fingers, the two black cards disappeared from sight. Luca's expression darkened, but he said nothing. Here, in Meteor City, strength dictated respect. And Ronnel was stronger. That was all that mattered. Still, Luca held on to one bitter truth. If the day ever came when he surpassed Ronnel, he'd make him pay for this humiliation. But Ronnel wasn't concerned. He didn't even consider Luca a threat. Without another glance, he pushed open the gate and stepped inside. The moment the door closed behind him, the outside world ceased to exist. The garden was eerily silent. Corpses lay scattered in every direction, stacked in piles, their lifeless forms claimed by decay. The thick scent of rot hung heavy in the air, flies buzzing in chaotic swarms. Ronnel exhaled slowly. This was his reality. But unlike the others in Meteor City, he had an advantage.
None.
The ability to harness and manipulate life energy. And more than that, a secret. He didn't belong to this world. Once, he had been an ordinary young man from the 21st century, living under the red flag of modern society. He had just graduated, his future uncertain, when fate intervened. The last thing he remembered was reading a novel, Hunter x Hunter, write a book and become a god, while playing a casual game. Sleep had claimed him, and when he awoke, he was no longer in his world. He was in Meteor City. Barely alive, discarded like garbage. If not for a kind-hearted family who took him in, he would have ended up like the corpses surrounding him now. Ronnel swept his gaze across the lifeless bodies, his fingers flexing slightly. He had no illusions about this world. Survival came first. Power came second. And in the depths of Meteor City, he would claim both. With that final thought, he stepped forward and began his work.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
When Ronnel approached the two corpses lying closest to him in the garden, he quickly examined their lifeless forms. It was clear that these two unfortunate souls had fought to their last breath, leaving both wounded and eventually succumbing to their injuries. A familiar scene in the streets of Meteor City, fighting until exhaustion, only to be exploited by others. Ronnel crouched down, carefully extending his hand towards one of the bodies. As his hand neared the corpse, a soft white mist began to form around his palm. The mist moved as though it had a life of its own, reaching out like a phantom hand, grasping the dead man's body. In an instant, the mist withdrew, and a delicate white orb of light materialized in Ronnel's hand. As his fingers brushed the orb, the tense, pained expression of the corpse seemed to ease. The flies buzzing around the body vanished, and the faint odor of decay dissipated almost immediately. The stench of blood and death evaporated entirely, as though the body had been purified by a holy monk, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell of flesh. When the ghostly hand merged back into Ronnel's palm, the glowing orb vanished, and in its place, a shimmering blue book appeared in his mind. Acquired skill, basic palm technique intermediate. A row of text flashed across Ronnel's thoughts. Heh, looks like I found a skill book. It was a good sign that the first body he touched yielded such a useful skill. Without hesitation, Ronnel pressed the mental image of the blue skill book to his forehead, and it dissolved into tiny star-like fragments, merging into his body. Within seconds, his palms hardened, developing thick calluses that were visible to the naked eye. Such hardened skin would normally take years of intense training to develop. Satisfied with the changes, Ronnel grinned. This was exactly the effect of his nun ability combined with his mysterious cheat, his golden finger. Gravikeeper's Grasp was the name Ronnel had given his nun. Nun, Gravikeeper's Grasp. Effect, allows Ronnel to retrieve items or skills from the corpses of the dead. The stronger the deceased, the higher the chance of obtaining rare or valuable abilities. Limitation, the higher the value of the item or skill retrieved, the stronger the grudge left behind on the corpse. The grudge must be dispelled by a skilled nun user before the item or skill can truly be claimed. In the world of Hunter x Hunter, nun abilities are balanced. Developing powerful abilities always comes with equally powerful restrictions. Ronnel's Gravikeeper's grasp was no exception. It was both simple and fair. He could extract valuable skills and items from the dead, but the catch was that he had to dispel the powerful grudges that clung to the bodies. In Hunter x Hunter, resentment wasn't just an abstract concept. It could manifest as a deadly force, sometimes as a lingering obsession from the deceased's life, or an overwhelming hatred toward someone specific. Left unchecked, it could cause serious harm or even death. Grudges, especially ones tied to strong emotions, could be incredibly dangerous. Gravikeeper's grasp, in essence, was an auxiliary ability among the many Nin techniques. Its power lay in the fact that it could make Ronnel stronger over time, provided he grew strong enough to deal with the ever-growing danger of the grudges. At his current level, Ronnel could only handle small grudges. But as he grew stronger, he could start seeking out the corpses of stronger individuals, which would yield greater rewards. However, Ronnel had a special advantage: a cheat. While Gravikeeper's grasp alone would be useful, this cheat made it incredibly valuable. This cheat stemmed from the tomb raiding game Ronnel had played before he crossed over into this world. It had two key functions. The first was a personal space, a backpack that could hold inanimate objects. Ronnel had already stored 2 black cards that could be exchanged for supplies inside this space. The second function was even more important: it could dispel all negative statuses lingering on corpses. In the game, tomb raiders would often struggle with the corpses they looted being contaminated by decay or other negative effects. To ease the difficulty for players, the game developers had added a feature that allowed these negative effects to be cleansed. And now, in this world, that same feature could dispel grudges. After being rescued and taken back home, Ronnel had realized the true potential of his Nin ability and cheat. That realization had set his heart racing. Meteor City thrived on chaos, where the strong preyed on the weak, and battles broke out every day. In this lawless place, where survival of the fittest was the only rule, there were more than 8 million inhabitants. With such a massive population, how many people died each day? On the street where Ronnel lived alone, at least 10 people perished daily for various reasons. Many of these individuals had no one to claim their bodies, so they were dragged to small gardens, like the one where Ronnel now stood, and left to decompose until the cleaners arrived to dispose of them. Meteor City's streets are densely populated, and with a high death rate, if bodies aren't properly handled, plagues could easily break out, a catastrophe in a place where so many people are packed so closely together. At first, Ronnel would scavenge useful items from corpses before they were thrown into the garden for disposal. Thanks to his unique ability to see the white mist and light orbs that hovered over the dead, he could retrieve these without batting an eye, even when others wouldn't dare approach. In the beginning, his actions didn't attract much attention. After all, searching for valuables among the dead wasn't much different from rummaging through the trash in Meteor City. But eventually, people noticed something strange. Some corpses were completely devoid of resentment, and even their decay was significantly slowed, with no foul odor lingering in the air. Curiosity led people to investigate, and soon enough, they realized Ronnel had something to do with it. Meteor City is home to many powerful individuals, and naturally, even the strongest among them sometimes fall. Ronnel, having salvaged plenty of valuable items from these bodies, not only learned the common language of the hunter world but also gained a certain level of self-protection. He was becoming strong in his own right. While conflict is a regular occurrence in Meteor City, no one seeks unnecessary trouble, and survival takes precedence over everything. The elders overseeing Ronnel's area noticed his talent and, after careful thought, recruited him as a cleaner responsible for corpse disposal. Since then, Ronnel has firmly established himself on the streets of Meteor City. His job requires him to dispose of corpses every 2 days, but in the case of large-scale conflicts, like weapon brawls, Ronnel would find himself working overtime. The corpses he handled were sent from nearby streets, piling up in the garden he managed. In just 2 days, 172 bodies had been delivered, testament to how deadly life in Meteor City could be. But for Ronnel, each corpse was like a treasure chest waiting to be opened. The thrill of discovering something valuable made each task exciting. And with each find, his strength grew. Besides tangible items, Ronnel sometimes obtained skills. The first time, he discovered a basic palm technique intermediate skill book from a blue leather cover. Skill books came in varying levels: basic, intermediate, advanced, and perfect, with white, blue, red, and purple leather covers respectively. Once you tapped the book to your forehead, the skills knowledge flowed into you, just like leveling up in a game. After gaining the basic palm technique intermediate, Ronnel turned his attention to another body, reaching out to grasp it. Once more, a spectral hand formed, pulling another orb of light from the corpse. This time, it dissipated to reveal a worn-out pistol in his hand. A standard-issue security pistol, severely damaged. It can be used but has no bullets. With the description flashing through his mind, Ronnel tossed the pistol aside without a second thought. The randomness of corpse tapping meant you could sometimes hit gold, but other times, you'd end up with junk. Among the 172 corpses, Ronnel hoped maybe 10 would yield something worthwhile. He touched the third body. A broken iron spatula, usable for fighting. Survival Guide, Beginner's Edition. Whistling skill, basic level. Smoke ring skill, basic level. Basic pharmacology knowledge. A shattered dagger, barely usable. Street fighting technique, advanced level. Pure Nin energy. Item after item, skill after skill, flowed from the corpses. In less than half an hour, Ronnel had finished touching all the bodies. Of all the discoveries, the pure Nen energy was the most valuable, strengthening him both physically and mentally. The source of Ronnel's growing power came from absorbing Nen from these dead individuals. There were no side effects, allowing Ronnel to safely grow stronger from the energy of the deceased. As for the more refined skills, such as the advanced street fighting, well, that's another story. Looking at the now peaceful corpses, Ronnel murmured a soft prayer under his breath before heading toward the garden gate. He pushed it open, revealing the street beyond. All done, he said to Luca, who approached as he exited. Luca nodded. All taken care of. Without waiting for an answer, Ronnel continued walking, his expression unchanged. Inside, Luca observed the peaceful corpses, noting how the stench of decay had vanished and even the flies had disappeared. It's been so long. I haven't tasted meat in ages. In a place like the streets of Meteor City, where food and resources were scarce, few residents could enjoy regular meals, let alone taste meat. Only the elders of the top management and their closest associates could afford such luxuries. The elder had assigned Ronnel the grim task of cleaning up corpses, but it was his unique ability to remove all the negative effects from the dead that made him invaluable. After all, processed human flesh could fetch a good price in certain circles, and the corpses Ronnel handled sold for even more, completely free of any telltale signs of decay, even the faint sour smell gone as if it had never existed. Leaving the small garden behind, Ronnel didn't return to his residence right away. Instead, he made his way to the material collection point. Every time he cleaned a corpse, the elder rewarded him often with basic necessities. Though rare and precious in the desolate streets of Meteor City, the value of these items paled in comparison to the profits made from the corpses he processed and sold. The black card the elder had given him served as a voucher, a kind of disguised currency that worked in Meteor City's underground economy. After trading 2 black cards for supplies, Ronnel headed back toward his small hut. Someone was waiting for him there. The night sky was bright with moonlight, casting long shadows across the city's grimy streets, but people still moved about, their footsteps quiet. Whenever they saw Ronnel, their gazes filled with a strange mixture of fear and disgust. The people of Meteor City didn't fear death itself, they lived too close to it to be afraid. What they couldn't accept was the desecration of their corpses after death. Yet, they also held a grudging respect for Ronnel's work, knowing that he brought peace to the bodies he cleaned, potentially sparing their souls suffering in the afterlife. However, the knowledge that these same bodies might be sold and eaten turned their stomachs. Their wariness of Ronnel grew from this tension, and so they avoided him. But Ronnel didn't care. He knew that one day, he'd leave this forsaken place. He kept his distance from these people, focusing instead on his own goals. The moonlight illuminated his path as his home came into view. A warm smile crept across his face at the sight of his small, flat house. I'm back. Ronnel called out as he approached the door. He knew better than to knock. Even if he did, the person inside would never open the door unless he spoke first. As soon as his words left his lips, the door creaked open slightly, and a small head peeked out. You're back, said a soft, almost monotone voice. The girl standing in the doorway, though young and cute, spoke without much emotion. Her soft, almost childlike voice contrasted sharply with her detached demeanor. But Ronnel didn't mind. He was used to Shizuku's strange nature. I got a lot of supplies this time, he said with a grin, reaching into his bag and pulling out the various items he had collected. We'll be good for a while, Shizuku. The girl blinked slowly, her face still as flat and expressionless as ever. Shizuku, with her dark hair and indigo eyes, wore a pristine, slightly oversized shirt that didn't hide her curvy figure. Despite her aloof nature, Ronnel found comfort in her presence. After months of living together, they'd built a fragile trust. Ronnel's hand reached out, gently patting Shizuku on the head. Her gaze stayed locked on him, her expression unchanged. But it was in moments like this that Ronnel's mind drifted back to the day he first arrived in this world and to when he met Shizuku. He remembered the overwhelming feeling of dread as he woke up in a massive landfill, surrounded by people in protective gear speaking a language he didn't understand. His casual clothes offered no protection against the radiation and industrial waste that surrounded him. Within minutes, dizziness had taken over, and his vision began to blur. Just when he thought he'd pass out for good, Shizuku had appeared, her hazmat suit glinting under the harsh light. Without a word, she had pulled him out of the toxic mess and sucked the harmful substances out of his body using her strange ability. She saved him. When Ronnel regained consciousness, he was dressed in old, worn clothes. Shizuku had taken his original outfit and exchanged it for food. Since then, they had stuck together in the harsh, unforgiving world of Meteor City. Shizuku only saved Ronnel because of the clothes on his back, and it was simply safer and easier to strip them off him, nothing more. When she saw Ronnel's bare body, she wasn't impressed and casually found an old set of clothes, dressing him with no further thought. After that, Ronnel, recognizing Shizuku, stayed by her side, unwilling to leave. He understood that, with his weak abilities, surviving alone in the harsh streets of Meteor City was impossible. Thus, Ronnel stayed at Shizuku's place under the pretense of repaying his debt for her saving his life. As for Shizuku's reaction, well, with her simple-mindedness, her forgetful nature almost like a goldfish and Ronnel's meager strength at the time, she didn't offer much resistance. So, Ronnel remained there. Shizuku, who had already opened her aura nodes, became the perfect teacher for a strength-hungry Ronnel. Shizuku's nature was straightforward. Under Ronnel's relentless pleas, she eventually helped him open his own aura nodes. Ronnel then awakened his Nen, along with the strange ability that acted like a golden cheat. And thus, his path to power began, leading to everything that came after. As Ronnel grew stronger, increasing his Nen abilities through contact with corpses, he eventually took on more responsibilities around the household. Without Shizuku, Ronnel wouldn't be who he is today, and for that, he was eternally grateful. After a brief moment of bonding, Ronnel set to work preparing dinner for the evening. Though Ronnel wasn't a professional chef in his previous life, he was an orphan who had to fend for himself. Cooking came naturally with practice. And in comparison, he was far better in the kitchen than Shizuku, who could barely manage a bowl of porridge. Does it taste good? Ronnel couldn't help but ask as he watched Shizuku quietly slurping her bowl of noodles, a soft smile on his face. Shizuku ate with a quiet elegance, much different from the average Meteor City resident. The way she held herself was almost delicate, and Ronnel couldn't help but find her beautiful in that moment. Shizuku looked up briefly, her large eyes sparkling before she returned to her noodles, head lowered again. The room fell silent, with only the sound of their synchronized slurping filling the air. Over the past few months, their bond had deepened, and now, even a simple meal together felt warm and comforting. When dinner was done, silence fell over the room once more. Ronnel and Shizuku both closed their eyes, slowly enveloping themselves in an aura as they focused on their Nen training. In the unforgiving streets of Meteor City, strength was everything. The stronger you were, the better your chances of survival. The night passed in peaceful practice, and as the first light of dawn broke, both Ronnel and Shizuku opened their eyes at the same time. It's beautiful. No matter the life, whether it was his past life or this one, Ronnel always found peace in watching the sunrise and the evening sunset. Yeah, it really is. Shizuku's face remained calm, as always, but there was a faint sense of understanding in her voice. As the sunlight grew stronger, so too did the light in Ronnel's eyes. He turned toward Shizuku. Shizuku, what's up? Let's leave Meteor City. I want to see the outside world. For the first time, a flicker of surprise crossed Shizuku's usually serene face. She looked at Ronnel, who offered her a warm, reassuring smile. Meteor City is still dangerous. I want to explore what's beyond it, see the world outside. Ronnel's voice was filled with conviction. This was no idle dream, this was something he truly desired. Having been reborn in the world of Hunter x Hunter, how could he be content to remain in the grim alleys of Meteor City, cleaning up corpses? The spirit of adventure burned too brightly in him to stay put. Really? But things are good here, aren't they? And with your inability to gain strength from corpses, there are plenty of opportunities here. Why leave such a perfect place to get stronger? Shizuku blinked her wide eyes, her expression as calm as ever, though she spoke more than usual this time. Besides, I don't think Meteor City is dangerous. Ronnel chuckled helplessly. Only someone as innocent and oblivious as Shizuku could make such a claim. But with her strength, she was more than qualified to say so. After all, in the original story, Shizuku, Fiten, Maki, Nobunaga, and Shulnark had once pursued Yuvijin, who had been captured by Kurapika, and were ambushed by the surviving members of the Shadow Beasts. Among those beasts, except for their leader Owl, who was captured alive, 2 were killed by Shizuku alone. 2. Even though the exact power of the Shadow Beasts compared to the Phantom Troop was debatable, their strength was not to be underestimated. Just look at the fight between Yuvijin and Rabid Dog. And for Shizuku to take out 2 of them herself? It spoke volumes about her abilities. In the unforgiving streets of Meteor City, Shizuku was easily one of the top fighters. It was no wonder that when Ronnel first appeared in the junkyard, many people had their eyes on his clothes, but it was Shizuku who claimed him. That alone demonstrated her strength. You're right, this place has helped me grow. But now, I feel like I've hit a wall here. Ronnel gently stroked Shizuku's hair as he spoke, his gaze filled with determination. Although the streets of Meteor City advocate the law of the jungle, many powerful individuals still live there. However, the stronger a person is, the more adaptable and cunning they tend to be, knowing how to navigate survival and prolong their lives. While Ronnel could increase his strength by working with corpses, the enhancement was reaching its limit. The corpses of truly strong people were rare. Like the 2 bodies Ronnel examined last night, from which he extracted the basic palm skill book, such valuable finds had been scarce in the months he'd been doing this work. The bodies Ronnel usually handled belonged to weaker people, so the chances of acquiring something extraordinary were slim. Most of what he found were third-rate items. Even the martial arts skill book he found, bound in blue leather, was considered a treasure in this context. T/N, blue leather, intermediate level. Skill books came in varying levels, basic, intermediate, advanced, and perfect, with white, blue, red, and purple leather covers respectively. The scarcity of valuable finds stemmed from the fact that the truly strong either knew how to survive and avoid danger or had found other ways out. Those with real power and ambition didn't remain confined to the streets of Meteor City. They sought bigger challenges beyond the city's limits. Take, for example, the members of the Phantom Troop Krollo, Yuvijin, and others who quietly left Meteor City to pursue their ambitions. Despite Meteor City being a wasteland, it wasn't difficult to leave. 10 years before the Hunter x Hunter story unfolded, a certain country arrested a homeless man without an ID for suspected murder. Upon investigation, it was revealed he had no nationality or social identity. The man claimed to be from Meteor City, and although he was an ordinary person, he had walked out of Meteor City into the wider world. This demonstrated how easy it was to leave the city. Of course, those who left quietly, without documentation, often became fugitives or vagrants. But the strong who sought legitimate ways out did so through the Meteor City elders, often finding work with underworld families. The Mafia provided them with new identities, and in return, these individuals offered their strength as enforcers, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Even the Zaldik family, infamous as elite assassins, had ties to Meteor City. Killua's mother, Kikyo, the family's head housekeeper, and even their trainee servant, Canary, all hailed from Meteor City. Thus, most of the truly powerful had left Meteor City by various means. Aside from the trusted confidants of the elders, the city's ruling power, the most formidable forces remaining were people like Luca, who had only recently opened their aura nodes. Of the 172 corpses Ronnel processed last night, only one belonged to an user. A Nen practitioner like Shizuku was a rare gem in Meteor City, one of a kind. Even Nen, with its idealistic principles, often aligned with Shizuku's indifferent attitude toward the world. Some might call her innocent and adorable, others might see her as cold and detached. Her lack of desire for worldly things resonated with the philosophies Ronnel had studied in the past, possibly explaining why she was so strong at such a young age. Because she had so few desires, Shizuku hadn't felt the need to leave Meteor City, unlike other strong individuals. She was content to remain, detached and quiet. If Crollo and Franklin hadn't come to Meteor City to recruit her as Phantom Troop's number 8 spider, she might have spent the rest of her life there, an unknown girl in the shadows. So, I want to leave, Ronnel said, eyes gleaming with a sense of purpose. Find a place where I can grow stronger and experience the beauty of the world. Is that so? Shizuku blinked at him with her wide, curious eyes. Then let's go. Though her manner was sweet and innocent, Shizuku wasn't mindless. Seeing Ronnel's longing for the world beyond Meteor City, she thought for a moment before agreeing. Why not leave? Whether I stay here or go out there, it makes no real difference. Her thoughts were as simple as that. With her weak memory and lack of complex emotions, fierce yet brainless might be the best way to describe her. When should we leave? No time like the present. Let's go today. Today? All right, let's go now. Their home was sparse, with nothing of value to bring. Ronnel was a man of action, so after quickly packing, he led Shizuku toward the edge of Meteor City. Meteor City's layout formed a cross, with 4 wide, straight streets dividing the city into 4 quadrants. Each quadrant had several smaller districts. Ronnel and Shizuku's home was in the northern part of the eastern district, near the city's edge. After less than half an hour of walking, crossing a massive garbage landfill, they found themselves standing before the endless desert stretching beyond the city's borders. They had reached the outside world. Finally, the moment felt surreal. As long as they crossed this desert, a brand new world awaited them. A flash of excitement crossed Ronnel's eyes. He took Shizuku's hand and said, "Let's go, Shizuku." Feeling the warmth from his hand, Shizuku didn't show much reaction, merely nodding slightly. With a gust of wind, their figures disappeared in an instant. Tisk tisk. On the outskirts of the town, a chubby, big-eared man, dressed sloppily with his chest exposed, who was in charge of security, smacked his lips. He watched the 2 figures, galloping at an astonishing speed across the desert, vanish from sight. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of envy. Another strong one leaving Meteor City. Big-eared and fat-headed, he felt envious but still moved quickly. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Beep click. "Hey, this is number 35, Northeast District. 2 powerful individuals just left Meteor City. Their descriptions are fat-headed and big-eared, despite his appearance, was sharp." In just a few sentences, he described Ronnel and Shizuku with 80 to 90% accuracy. After finishing, a deep voice came from the other end of the line. "Understood, good job. Next time I send supplies your way, I'll include 2 pieces of fresh meat. Much appreciated." On the other end, in a dimly lit, old-fashioned room, a middle-aged, burly man dressed in black put down the phone. He turned to an elder seated on a sofa, draped in the fur of some unknown beast. The elder held a goblet of wine, swirling it gently, eyes closed as if savoring the aroma. The man in black addressed him. "Elder, we have a report from number 35 in the Northeast District. 2 powerful individuals have left Meteor City." The elder, referred to as such, made a low sound in response, opening his eyes slightly. "Do we know who they are?" "Not yet, but their characteristics are distinct. I will search and compare." The man in black bowed slightly and moved to the side, taking out his phone to begin organizing orders. The elders who govern each district make sure that the outer regions monitor those leaving Meteor City. The outskirts of Meteor City are a desert, and it's easy to gauge the strength of anyone who leaves. If an ordinary resident departs, there's no need to be concerned. However, whenever a powerful individual leaves, the elders require a report. These people, possessing considerable strength, might rise to prominence outside, perhaps starting a criminal family or making a fortune. Someday, they might even conduct business with Meteor City. Gathering this information beforehand makes it easier to establish future alliances. Just like Crollo and the Phantom Troop, they're known for robbery and murder but occasionally dabble in charity. At the same time, they're key contributors to Meteor City's military strength. and when the Chimera Ant threat arises in the future, the Phantom Troop may very well be called upon to deal with it. There's also Kikyo, Conaria, and others. Meteor City has numerous invisible ties to the Zaldik family. Found them, Elder. Based on their appearance and clothing, it seems to be Ronnel and Shizuku from the Northeast District. The man in black returned to the Elder's side and spoke with a trace of hesitation. Ronnel. Hearing the name, the Elder stopped swirling his wine and furrowed his brows. He looked at the man in black and asked, "That cleaner, Ronnel?" "Yes, it's him," the man in black confirmed, already anticipating the Elder's reaction. "So, he's left." The Elder sat up slightly, a clear displeasure etched on his face. The man in black remained silent, understanding that the Elder was undoubtedly frustrated. After all, just hours earlier, the Elder had sold over 100 cleaned, harmless corpses that Ronnel had prepared, fetching a hefty price. You see, not only in Meteor City but also in the outside world, there are quite a few deranged individuals who enjoy consuming human flesh. Rumor has it that the bodies processed by Ronnel are far more flavorful than freshly killed ones. These buyers, thrill-seeking tycoons, don't mind spending a fortune on dishes that excite their twisted appetites. As a result, the Elder had built a reputation around the corpses Ronnel cleaned, forming lucrative partnerships with wealthy underworld figures. The profit had not only earned him a significant fortune but also solidified his status within the Meteor City's assembly. After all, one of Meteor City's main trades is sending skilled individuals to various crime families in exchange for valuable metals and weapons. That's why he had been enjoying his wine. Just moments ago, he was planning to have his men round up more isolated, low-level residents of Meteor City for Ronnel to clean, further expanding his connections with the elite. But before he could put his plan into action, this unfortunate news had completely ruined his appetite. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but difficult to go from extravagant to frugal. After getting used to the human flesh processed by Ronnel, the tongues of those wealthy and powerful bosses certainly weren't willing to accept anything of lesser quality. But now that Ronnel had left, their source of premium human flesh had been cut off, leaving those rich bosses. It's hard to explain. The old man massaged his temples with his fingers, feeling a headache creep in. Of course, being from the streets of Meteor City, it wasn't a huge deal if things couldn't be explained smoothly. But the real concern was that the lucrative relationships and cooperation with these influential figures were potentially coming to an end. Not only would he lose a significant source of income, but the once secure and advantageous position he held within the Meteor City's assembly was now in jeopardy. After all, as one of the highest authorities on Meteor City, many people had their eyes on his seat. Ronnel's abrupt departure left the Elder deeply troubled. But there was no use lamenting what's done is done. After frowning in thought for a moment, the old man retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Beep beep click. "Hello." A calm voice answered after just 2 rings. "Crollo, I heard that during your last gathering, member number 8 was killed." The old man cut straight to the point. On the other end of the line, Crollo's voice remained steady and composed, without any sign of irritation. "Yes, member number 8 was indeed killed. I'm currently in the process of recruiting new members." "Why, Elder, are you interested in this matter? Do you have a suitable candidate?" "You're right. I actually have 2 suitable candidates." The old man couldn't help but smile. Since he couldn't use Ronnel for himself, he might as well squeeze out every last drop of value from him. Both are strong, with unique abilities. One of them can clean up corpses, including removing any traces of resentment or tracking left by other non-users. "Oh, a talent for removing non-traces." The voice on the other end of the line sounded intrigued. "Indeed. As for the other one, they possess a peculiar non-beast that can absorb all non-living matter." As a seasoned elder of Meteor City, he had extensive knowledge of all powerful non-users who could pose a threat to his position. Shizuku, with her simple nature and open use of her non, was an easy target for the old man to analyze and deduce her abilities. They both headed northeast. If nothing's changed, they should be heading towards Gaman City in the north. I'll send you their names, photos, and abilities shortly. "I see. Thank you for the information." Crollo's voice was still calm. "In return, I'll send a sum of money to the Meteor City's assembly in your name." The elder's face brightened at Crollo's words. Then, just as he was about to say something more, the line disconnected. "Ha!" The old man let out a long sigh of relief, smiling like a contented chrysanthemum. With Crollo's support, his seat on the assembly would remain secure for now. But what would happen in the future was uncertain. That damned Ronnel, why couldn't he have just stayed in Meteor City? His smile faded, and he turned to the middle-aged man in black who stood nearby, who accompanied Ronnel to the small garden yesterday. It was Luca. Ronnel's decision to leave Meteor City wasn't a spur-of-the-moment thing, it was planned. Luca was so close to him, and yet he didn't notice anything amiss. What a waste. Go chop him up and toss him in the landfill. The middle-aged man in black looked up, hesitant. "What are you waiting for? Go." "Yes." Seeing the fury in the elder's eyes, the man bowed slightly, then opened the door and left the room. The moment he stepped outside, a glint flashed in his previously calm eyes. The old tiger is losing its edge. This elder, once vigorous and strong, is now old, clinging desperately to his position, venting his frustrations by killing others. Like a toothless tiger, with no claws left and his tail cut off. He has lost his former grandeur. The position of elder belongs to those who are capable. Don't blame us for seizing our opportunity. While the elder was negotiating with a certain leader of the spiders, Ronnel and Shizuku had already left Meteor City far behind. In the wilderness, they occasionally saw trucks passing by, loaded with heaps of garbage destined for Meteor City. To conserve energy and reach the next city more quickly, Ronnel and Shizuku had hitched a ride with one of the trucks after it dumped its load. As for how they managed to get a ride, well, the driver was a decent fellow. Not only did he not charge them, but he also handed over the wheel to Ronnel and took a nap on the side. Ahem, he definitely wasn't knocked out. Ronnel was in a good mood. He was driving a big truck, his arm hanging casually outside the window, enjoying the vast expanse of desert stretching into the distance. The refreshing breeze brushing past him made his heart light and his thoughts free. The fact that a cute girl was sitting next to him in the co-pilot seat, and that they were about to dive into a new, fascinating world, filled him with a sense of anticipation. The hope for a better future always brought a wave of excitement. Ronnel took a drag from the cigarette he'd bummed off the truck driver and exhaled smoke rings into the air. Though he wasn't familiar with the city roads, there were plenty of vehicles crisscrossing the desert. He figured if he just followed one of the returning trucks, he'd eventually find a settlement. As for his driving skills, they were passable. When he worked as a cleaner, he had learned to drive from a truck driver who had been killed by Meteor City locals after belittling them. Though not an expert, Ronnel was good enough to navigate the desert safely. After about an hour, Ronnel followed a truck and began to see the outline of a city forming in the distance. His sharp eyes caught sight of a somewhat shabby sign at the city's entrance. Welcome to Gaman. Gaman, that must be the name of the city. Even though it was his first time seeing a modern city, Ronnel remained calm and drove steadily through the entrance. He followed the truck ahead until they arrived at the entrance of a garbage disposal company. Parking the truck, Ronnel called out to Shizuku, who was sitting beside him, and they both got out together, rousing the driver from his nap. Ronnel gave the sleepy driver a friendly pat on the shoulder. Stayed up too late playing cards last night. The driver groggily rubbed his eyes, then glanced outside, his body stiffening when he saw the large company sign in front of him. What? This is the Gaman branch? I'm from another city? How did I end up here? While the driver remained bewildered, Ronnel and Shizuku stepped out of the truck. After asking a passerby for directions to the largest casino in the city, they headed off in that direction. It wasn't long before a grand and dazzling building loomed in front of them. What a stunning place, Shizuku remarked, gazing up at the structure before turning her attention to Ronnel. So, what are we doing here? We're here to make some money, of course. And solve a little problem while we're at it. Ronnel grinned at her, snapping his fingers as he stared at the casino. The first step to earning their fortune in this world would begin here. As soon as they walked inside, they were met with an overwhelming wave of luxury. The decor inside was even more extravagant than the outside had hinted at. The colored lights bathed everything in a surreal glow as the gamblers here shed all pretense, letting loose in a whirlwind of excitement. Some were well-dressed, likely influential figures outside of this place, but here, at the gambling tables, they were simply desperate gamblers with greed in their eyes. Those who won basked in elation, dancing in triumph, downing expensive drinks served by glamorous waitresses. They'd casually toss chips into the server's cleavage and enjoy the playful smiles in return. Meanwhile, those who lost everything turned frantic, shouting insults and curses, often throwing down collateral in a desperate attempt to recover property deeds, car titles, whatever they had left. The atmosphere was electric, charged with the highs and lows of fortune. For those who lost too much, the casino's security guards, dressed in black, would unceremoniously drag them out. As Ronnel and Shizuku entered, they witnessed one such unfortunate soul being carried out, still begging for another chance. They watched silently, their expressions unreadable. A waiter approached them, prepared to greet them with a smile. However, seeing their worn-out clothes, his smile faltered. But after observing their calm demeanor, he seemed unsure and quickly masked his uncertainty. Many wealthy families had a peculiar taste for blending in, preferring to roam in old, casual clothing. Perhaps these two were some eccentric rich kids out for a thrill. How may I assist you today? The waiter asked cautiously. I can exchange chips for any amount you need. No need for that right now, Ronnel replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. We'll look around first. If we decide to exchange chips later, we'll let you know. The waiter flashed a forced smile, bowed slightly, and stepped back. But Ronnel, with his sharp senses, noticed the waiter still eyeing them occasionally. He smirked but didn't let it bother him. Leading Shizuku to a gaming table, he watched as a croupier expertly shook 2 dice cups midair, the 3 dice inside clattering crisply with each shake. Boom! When the 2 dice cups landed on the table, a large crowd gathered around, scrambling to place their bets. Small, large, medium, points. Each option had different odds. Points offered the highest odds but were the hardest to guess, so few people bet on them. When the dice cups were opened, the room filled with mixed sounds of elation, frustration, and stomping feet. After watching a few rounds, Ronnel had a clear grasp of the game. Observing the faces of those around him, he approached a gambler who looked particularly downtrodden, with the fewest chips in front of him. The man had lost several bets already. This man was dressed in a fine suit, gold-rimmed glasses on his face, and a diamond-encrusted watch on his wrist, clearly someone with wealth. As the croupier once again shook the dice cups in the air, the rich man and everyone else stared at the movement without blinking. But Ronnel remained still, slightly tilting his head to listen to the subtle clatter of dice. Shizuku, who stood silently beside him from the beginning, showed no reaction either. Finally, as the dice cups landed on the table again, the crowd, unfamiliar with the nuances of the game, made their random bets as if chasing luck. The rich man hesitated, his fingers gripping a few chips. After a brief pause, he placed his bet on small. However, just as he was about to drop the chips, a soft voice reached his ear. The left cup is 5, 5, 6. The right is 6, 3, 5. Bet on large. Startled, the rich man turned to see a young man, plainly dressed, standing calmly beside him. Ronnel gazed at him with quiet confidence. Though the man initially frowned, noting Ronnel's simple attire, he hesitated briefly and, as if under a spell, moved his chips to large. Open, 5, 5, 6 on the left, 6, 3, 5 on the right. Large. The croupier's calm announcement hit the rich man like thunder. Shocked, he turned to Ronnel, who merely smiled back. Gulp. The rich man swallowed, his excitement growing. He realized he had encountered an expert. In a world where non-powers were well known, stories of people with strange abilities weren't uncommon. Although the rich man wasn't well versed in such things, he knew enough to realize that he was in the presence of someone extraordinary. Gathering his winnings quickly, the rich man kept his eyes on Ronnel as the croupier began shaking the dice cups once more. But this time, Ronnel's expression remained unchanged, and a flicker of disappointment crossed the man's face. Just as he thought the earlier success might have been a fluke, the soft voice returned. Left cup, 4, 5, 4. Right cup, 6, 6, 2. Total, 27. You can bet on large or the exact number, 27. The rich man froze, then looked at Ronnel again. After a moment's hesitation, he placed most of his chips on large and cautiously placed one chip on the number 27. His bold move attracted the attention of others around the table. Open, left, 4, 5, 4. Right, 6, 6, 2. Total, 27. Large. The croupier's gaze flickered as he saw the dice. While he'd anticipated a large result, guessing the exact number was something else entirely. He glanced at the now excited rich man, unsure if it had been a coincidence. But as the croupier prepared for the next round, the rich man was now fully invested. He watched Ronnel intently. When the dice cups landed once more, the familiar soft voice whispered in his ear, but this time with a twist. I can help you guess for 5 more rounds, but you'll need to do us a favor. Don't worry, it's just a small thing. For someone as addicted to gambling as this man, logic was long forgotten. Without hesitation, he nodded. Seeing this, Ronnel's lips curled into a faint smile as he whispered the next set of numbers and outcomes. In the streets of Meteor City, life was stable for some, but many sought after-dinner entertainment. Gambling, the perfect pastime. It filled the emptiness in people's hearts and allowed them to wager food and resources for what they desired. Meteor City lacked many necessities, so its gambling culture was simple, just like its residents. Dice had quickly become the main form of gambling on the streets of Meteor City. The rules were simple and easy to grasp, and dice could be crafted from nearly anything, a perfect fit for the city's chaotic, resourceful environment. Wherever there's gambling, there's someone trying to profit from it. Some people saw opportunities in this and began employing their tricks and skills to win. Of course, cheating in Meteor City was a surefire way to a quick demise. Among the corpses Ronnel had come across, a few had contributed their knowledge about dice games. Ronnel had pieced together a skill set from them. 3 basic skills could be combined into 1 intermediate skill, 5 intermediate skills into 1 advanced level, 10 advanced skills into 1 perfect level. Ronnel's current dice play skill had reached the advanced level. For him, simply listening and recognizing the numbers was second nature. As the game progressed, the croupier's expression grew darker, beads of sweat running down his face. Meanwhile, a wealthy man, with confidence brimming from his streak of wins, bet all his chips on a single roll. 5 rounds in, Ronnel had won each time. The rich man's growing fortune caught the attention of the other gamblers, who began to follow his lead. The result, all the gamblers were winning, and the casino was losing miserably. Soon, the crowd around the table grew even larger as word of the situation spread. Just as the croupier started contemplating drastic measures, the wealthy man was suddenly yanked from his seat like a helpless bird caught in a snare. The 5 rounds are up. It's my turn to act. Ronnel smiled, but to the rich man, his voice carried a chilling indifference. The man's smug expression faltered, the thrill of winning instantly replaced with the cold realization of what was happening. The rich man's bodyguards, sensing trouble, began to step forward, but he waved them off, trembling as he locked eyes with Ronnel. He stood and left, much to the croupier's relief and the gambler's disappointment. As a regular at this establishment, the rich man wasted no time. He quickly cashed in his chips and left the casino. Ronnel and Shizuku followed at a steady pace, unfazed by the growing number of bodyguards surrounding them. When a car almost identical to the luxury vehicles of Ronnel's previous life pulled up, the rich man gestured for them to join him inside, entering first. Ronnel and Shizuku settled into the plush seats, and the man offered them 2 bottles of fruit wine from a well-stocked cooler in the back. Thanks for your help back there, the rich man began. May I ask your name? And what do you want in return? I'm Ronnel. This is Shizuku. We need you to get us both IDs. IDs. The man paused, eyeing their tattered clothes, his thoughts quickly jumping to the slums of Meteor City and the nearby city of Gaman. The warmth in his voice faded, and a flash of distaste crossed his face. IDs. His tone grew colder, dragging out the words. That's not an easy task. You see, Gaman is filled with officials, and getting an ID requires going through them. It's quite a hassle. Is that so? Ronnel's smile remained, but his eyes grew colder. You agreed to our deal, help me win, and you'd help us get the IDs. The rich man hesitated, feeling the pressure. Yes, but this isn't a simple matter. However, since I made a promise, I'll keep it. But what? It'll take time. 5 days. As long as you gamble with me for another 5 days, I'll make sure you get the IDs. The man's greedy grin spread across his face, making no attempt to hide his intentions. The car left the bustling city behind and entered a more remote area. Surrounded by his well-paid bodyguards, the man believed he had the upper hand. After all, these two were just some nobodies from Meteor City, probably good at gambling but lacking any real power. Besides, he thought to himself, Meteor City's residents might be loyal to each other, but he wasn't worried. After all, the case from years ago when one homeless man from Meteor City was wrongfully imprisoned? Sure, they got their revenge, but that was an exception. This boy? He was just another gambler. 5 days? Ronnel's lips curled into a smirk. 5 days, and then another 5 days? Was this man serious? Well, the rich man continued. What do you say? It's a fair. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, a deafening sound cut through the air. What did you just say? Sorry, my ears aren't the best. Ronnel withdrew his fist and spoke calmly. The bodyguard next to him stared, frozen, at the car, which had been smashed apart by Ronnel's punch. Their bodies stiffened in place. It wasn't until a gust of cold wind blew through the shattered car door, chilling the rich man's face, that he snapped out of his daze. He glanced at Ronnel, who wore a smile. But no matter how one looked, that smile carried a hint of coldness. A shiver ran from his feet all the way up his spine. At that moment, the bodyguards surrounding him quickly drew their guns, cocked them, and aimed them at Ronnel and his companions. Only then did Regal, the rich man, breathe a sigh of relief, letting a grin spread across his face until, abruptly, his expression froze. A cute girl who had been silently sitting beside Ronnel, blending into the background, suddenly pulled out an unusual vacuum cleaner from seemingly nowhere. Blinky, please. The bodyguards instinctively tried to fire, but a powerful suction force pulled at their guns, preventing them from holding on. One by one, their weapons were sucked into the vacuum cleaner's nozzle. Silence filled the air. I'll repeat it. I didn't hear you before. Mind saying it again? Ronnel stood up, towering over the rich man, his voice steady and cold. I meant. The rich man's body trembled slightly, and a weak smile, a poor mask for his terror, spread across his face. It's all just a misunderstanding. Getting an ID card is no trouble at all. If it's easy, then do it now. Huh? Right now. Immediately. Yes. Ronnel's tone hardened, and the wealthy man, drenched in sweat, hurriedly fumbled for his phone to make the necessary arrangements. Not long after he hung up, Regal's phone rang. Mr. Ronnel, your identity certificates are ready. The place of birth and household registration is listed as Meteor City. The rich man nervously relayed this information, his voice trembling, forcing a flattering smile. Good. Now, have them deliver the IDs. But remember, only one person can come. If anyone else, like your bodyguards, shows up, I'll have no problem breaking your legs and taking you as my hostage. And no, Mr. Ronnel, I swear, he'll come alone. The wealthy man quickly assured the other end of the line before hanging up and finding Ronnel staring him down. What's wrong, Mr. Ronnel? I've arranged everything, and the IDs will be here shortly. Regal's heart skipped a beat, sensing something wrong. Did I help you win a lot of money at the casino just now? Why yes, you did. I was under the impression we had a good deal. I'd help you win money, and you'd get me my IDs. Simple. We'd both be happy. But here you are, pulling this stunt, which gave me quite a scare. I think a little mental damage fee is in order. Ronnel placed his hand over his heart and locked eyes with the rich man, his gaze unyielding. Mental damage fee? Regal couldn't believe what he was hearing. Still, faced with someone like Ronnel, what choice did he have? Ugh. Regal swallowed hard, catching on to Ronnel's demand. Trembling, he pulled out a card from his pocket. This is my special casino bank card. There's no password set on it. It's processed through an underground bank. Regal's face twisted in agony. Though this world had its fair share of modern cities, the existence of none made it a breeding ground for all sorts of criminals. Not to mention the underground crime families whose influence spanned the globe. The prestige of the 10 Dons had long reached every corner of the 6 continents. T/N, the 10 Dons, also called the 10 Mafia Dons or simply Dons, were the 10 leaders of the Mafia, each of whom controlled a territory in one of the 6 continents. With so many black market forces in play, orthodox banking wasn't always an option for laundering money or selling stolen goods, giving rise to underground banks. According to rumors, the so-called underground bank might even have ties to the official V5. T/N, the V6, formerly the V5, is a group formed by the main leaders of the world. Ronnel snatched the card from the man's hand without hesitation. I'll also be taking that watch. Before Ronnel could finish, Regal quickly removed the diamond-studded watch from his wrist. If Ronnel wanted to hold them hostage, they needed to be prepared for the worst. At least Ronnel retained some decency from his previous life. If it had been any other resident of the streets of Meteor City, the rich man's head would have already been separated from his body. Silence reigned again, save for the anxious wiping of sweat from Regal's forehead. Soon after, someone arrived hurriedly. One of Regal's bodyguards stepped out of the car, engaged in a brief negotiation with the visitor, and then walked over holding a few documents. At the top were 2 freshly printed ID cards. Ronnel and Shizuku's faces stood out in the photos, leaving Ronnel satisfied. The pictures had been taken just moments ago, and they weren't bad. After receiving the ID card from the bodyguard, Ronnel glanced at it briefly before handing it to Shizuku. She examined the card, and once satisfied, Ronnel tucked the rest of the documents into his space backpack, securing them safely. It seems we've had a pleasant collaboration this time. If another opportunity arises, I'll look for you again, Ronnel said with a smile, giving Regal a friendly pat on the shoulder. Internally, however, Regal was screaming, please, no next time? I never want to see you again? As Ronnel pulled Shizuku away, Regal collapsed into his seat, drenched in cold sweat. He stared blankly at the half-destroyed car, the result of Ronnel's devastating punch, unsure what to think. The bodyguards exchanged uneasy glances, collectively exhaling in relief. At least their employer was still alive, they wouldn't be held accountable for negligence. The car filled with the tension of narrowly avoided disaster, but none of this concerned Ronnel. With the ID cards in hand, the most basic logistical issue for both him and Shizuku in this world was resolved. While they could have survived without identification, the lack of it would pose numerous inconveniences, the most significant being their inability to take the Hunter exam. Yes, without proper identification, they wouldn't be allowed to participate in the Hunter exam. Though the Hunter Association is technically a non-governmental organization, it operates under the jurisdiction of the V5 government. Each hunter's detailed information is recorded both by the association and V5. In order to register for the exam, candidates must fill out an official form. While millions apply, the association doesn't scrutinize every applicant's information. However, after passing the initial stages, before the final test, the association conducts a thorough background check on the finalists, much like a political vetting process. The Hunter Association doesn't tolerate unregistered individuals. This isn't the association's rule, but a mandate from the V5 government. So, without ID, no one can take the Hunter exam. And in the world of Hunter x Hunter, how could they miss the Hunter exam? With their IDs secured and money in abundance, Ronnel took Shizuku to the largest shopping mall in Gaman City. Ronnel wasn't one to skimp on himself or his companions, and his old clothes were long overdue for a change. Under the apologetic gaze of the female shop assistant, Ronnel swapped his worn-out attire for a sleek, low-key yet luxurious black trench coat, paired with black pants and shoes. Black was his favorite color, and the outfit complemented his sharp features perfectly. The young sales assistants nearby couldn't help but be mesmerized by his appearance. Even the shop assistant helping him was full of admiration. After a glance in the mirror, Ronnel, satisfied with his new look, bought several more sets of clothes. Shizuku, not to be left out, soon emerged from the dressing room wearing a simple but flattering black turtleneck sweater and jeans. The outfit suited her perfectly, a casual but stylish look. Ron nodded approvingly. While there were plenty of other clothes, Shizuku favored the minimalist style, and Ronnel didn't hesitate to buy her several more of the same outfit, much to the delight of the shop assistant. Beyond clothing, the two took their time exploring the mall. Though Shizuku was typically unassuming, she couldn't resist indulging in a bit of shopping. As they wandered the stores, Ronnel didn't hesitate to buy her anything she took an interest in. She picked out a pair of black-rimmed glasses, an inverted cross necklace, and even had her hair styled. After securing various essentials, they headed to the most luxurious hotel in Gaman City. Using their newly obtained ID cards, they checked into a lavish suite. Only with proper identification could they check into such a prestigious hotel, once again proving how necessary ID cards were. After enjoying an extravagant meal at the hotel, they shared a hot bath, their closeness leading to the natural progression of certain, intimate activities. The next morning, Shizuku emerged freshly showered and dressed, her face still showing faint traces of the previous night's events, looking adorably innocent. Ronnel, where are we headed next? We're not staying here forever, are we? She asked, her voice soft and curious. Of course not, Ronnel chuckled, ruffling her hair affectionately. He glanced out the window at the rising sun before continuing. I've already decided on our next destination. Where to? Shizuku tilted her head. We're going to the Heavens Arena. The Sky Arena? What's that? She asked, intrigued. The Heavens Arena. Ronnel began to explain. The Heavens Arena is a fighter's paradise in the world of Hunter x Hunter. Standing at 991 meters tall, with 251 floors, it's the fourth tallest building in the world. Each floor is a battleground, with only the victors earning the right to ascend higher. The annual audience at Heavens Arena exceeds 1 billion, and more than 4,000 challengers line up at the registration desk daily. Ronnel headed to Heavens Arena with two objectives. The first was to practice and hone his combat abilities. The second, and more important goal, was to collect valuable bodies from the fallen fighters. Heaven's Arena is a sacred battleground for warriors, with non-stop fighting taking place. A judo fighter with an afro once boasted about having killed nearly 100 people on the 100th floor. If that was the case on the 100th floor, the death toll only grew higher on the more advanced levels. Heaven's Arena is also the quickest way to gain fame and fortune. Fighters from all over the world come here, martial artists, non-users, and other skilled individuals, all much more diverse than the monotonous residents of the streets of Meteor City. Once they die, Ronnel could scavenge their bodies for valuable items. More importantly, floors above the 200th level are battlegrounds for the strongest non-users, where serious injuries and death are common in combat. The corpses of these powerful individuals are far more valuable than anything Ronnel could find in Meteor City. For Ronnel, just 3 or 4 corpses of non-users with abilities like those of Hisoka's opponent, Castro, would be enough to drastically increase his strength. He had an idea, one that could multiply his power, but it could only be tested at Heaven's Arena. After having breakfast with Shizuku, Ronnel made his way to the city's airport with her. After swiping their ID cards and purchasing tickets, they boarded a motorboat to Heaven's Arena. Meanwhile, in the Republic of Battle Olympia, located on the same continent as Heaven's Arena, in a hotel room in the capital city of Constantine. Leader, I've gathered the information. According to the ticket details, their destination is Heaven's Arena, said a young man with blonde hair, green eyes, and a baby-faced grin, turning to face the others in the room. Heaven's Arena, murmured a figure seated on the sofa. He had a purple cross tattoo in the center of his forehead, blue earrings dangling from his ears, and wore a black coat adorned with an inverse cross on the back. His dark eyes, cold and calculating, softened into a smile as he closed the book in his hands. If they're heading there, we have time. We can handle our business here first. The man speaking was none other than Crollo Lisselfer, the leader of the Phantom Troop. The room's atmosphere shifted at his words. Someone killed one of our own, and I'm not going to let that slide, Crollo said softly. Shulnark, have you discovered who commissioned the Zaldik family for the assassination? Yes. It wasn't easy, but I found some clues using the Hunter license on the official Hunter website. It seems a person from Constantine hired them after Caro stole one of his prized treasures, Shulnark replied, rubbing his cheek and fiddling with his Hunter license. Constantine, huh? Crollo stood up, placing his book aside. His eyes deepened with thought. Last July, the Phantom Troop had gathered, but one of their original members, Caro, who held the number 8 position, was assassinated by Silva Zaldik. While Silva delivered the fatal blow, Crollo viewed him as just the weapon. The real enemy was the one who had hired him. Crollo hadn't focused his revenge on the Zaldik family due to their prior connections. When they were in Yorno City, he had hired Illumi Zaldik to assassinate the 10 Dons. Later, Kalito, Illumi's younger brother, even joined the Phantom Troop, replacing Hisoka as the 4th member. More importantly, the Zaldiks were the world's most formidable family of assassins, making them dangerous to provoke without careful consideration. After Crollo finished speaking, Shulnark handed him a stack of documents. Boss, these are the key properties in the Republic of Bretolia, along with details about his family, friends, and associates. Let's go and dismantle everything he owns, said Phaeton, his voice low and cold. He was leaning against the wall, his short frame cloaked in black, with dark blue hair covering part of his face, and his piercing golden eyes gleaming. He, and his family, I will let them know how happy it is to die. Phaeton's voice was deep, but to his ears, it was as piercing as frost. That's how it should be. The last time I was attacked by that silver-haired bastard, I haven't had a good time since. Wearing an oddly shaped hat and a cloak like an Egyptian pharaoh, Finks, who had no eyebrows and short brown hair, clenched his hands and looked impatient. Okay, then let's go. It's not too late to head to Heaven's Arena after this matter is dealt with. Crollo nodded slightly, setting the final tone. Then he seemed to remember something, looked at Shulnark, who was fiddling with the Hunter license, and asked, is Maki just in Heaven's Arena right now? Well, she earns some extra money by reconnecting players who have lost their limbs, and she seems to have gained a certain reputation. That's it. Then let Maki pay attention to them first. If they become famous in Heaven's Arena with their strength, they should rise quickly. Okay, then this time, do you want to inform Uvijin, Franklin, and the others? No need. A few of us are enough. It was Phaeton who spoke, squinting his eyes and rubbing his fingers in his clothes. I don't want my fun to be diminished by having more people around. Phaeton's fun referred to killing. So, after deciding on the next action plan, the figures of the group disappeared into the night. The execution ability of the spiders is astonishingly high. Tonight is destined to be an extraordinary night. Ronnel and Shizuku arrived in the city where Heaven's Arena is located after taking the airship for nearly 8 hours. After getting off the airship, they casually hailed a taxi. After going around a few times, they finally arrived at their destination. What a tall building. Although he had made some psychological preparations, Ronnel still felt a rush of emotions upon actually seeing it. Once they were there, they didn't immediately sign up for the challenge floor. Instead, they found a remote hotel to stay in. After Ronnel explained a few words, he went out alone. Shizuku had nothing to do with her simple character. It didn't matter where she lived. With his head full of dreams, Ronnel circled Heaven's Arena. Even though it was already night, the faint cheers and shouts from inside the arena, along with the brightly lit and bustling shops outside, showcased the vibrancy of the night. As he turned around, he noticed a cleaning staff wearing a green suit. With a few banknotes, he got access to the place where the bodies of those who died in Heaven's Arena were stored, the morgue. Looking at the words on the doorplate, Ronnel felt it was quite fitting. There were 2 morgues, divided into left and right. Both rooms exuded a gloomy atmosphere, but the corpse room on the left was standard and clearly better than the right. In the corpse room on the left, all the bodies of the relatives were parked, so the standard treatment seemed to be better. As for the corpses in the room on the right, they were obviously those of lonely ghosts, still rejected even in death. Few normal people were willing to enter the gloomy morgue. Except, of course, for a guy with a special nun like Ronnel. When he stepped into the morgue on the right and saw the bodies dressed in various martial arts costumes, a delighted smile appeared on his face. A corpse like this is only worth touching. Ronnel licked his lips subconsciously and approached one of the corpses. Super. These 2 words were emblazoned on the clothes worn by the corpse, as if they belonged to a gym or a fighting school. Ronnel activated his ability, and a cloud of white mist appeared in the center of his palm. But this time, he didn't touch it immediately. Instead, he smiled slightly and said softly, I want to get the most valuable thing from this corpse, and I set a rule, the resentment of the corpse that needs to be dissipated will be expanded tenfold. Restrictions and oaths? Making rules, setting an oath in his heart, and sticking to them, this was the way of power. The more difficult the rules, the more powerful the results. Restrictions and oaths were double-edged swords. If one wasn't careful, they could easily bite back. Just like the restrictions and oaths set by Ronnel under normal circumstances, the grievance that needed to be dissipated would be increased tenfold to achieve the most valuable thing obtained from the corpse. This restriction and oath were absolute, and Ronnel would be in grave danger facing the terrifying resentment that expanded and increased. It could even be said that he might be overwhelmed by the resentment and lose his life. However, with the golden finger that could unconditionally remove all negative states of the corpse, this restriction and oath became an excellent means for Ronnel to quickly become stronger. Nen, especially the restrictions and oaths, although they seemed contrary to one's will, obviously required objective facts. For example, Finks his ability, Ripper Cyclotron condensed aura on the arm. The more the arm rotated, the greater the punching force. Only when his arm actually turned a certain number of times, conforming to this objective reality, could he obtain the corresponding punching force. The same is true of Ronnel's restraint. His condition is to increase the dissipated resentment tenfold. Nen will naturally amplify the resentment tenfold, but it doesn't concern itself with how Ronnel eliminates it. The condition merely requires Ronnel to spend time, without specifying how he spends it. Only the results matter, not the process. So, strictly speaking, Ronnel's golden finger resembles a small bug within Nen's vast and stringent system. After all, phenomena like time travel have occurred, so a minor bug is no great issue. Once Ronnel established the restriction and oath, others might not perceive it, but he could clearly sense that the body before him was suddenly enveloped in a potent, resentment-like substance. The jet-black resentment slowly emerged from his body, visible to the naked eye, and the man's expression became extraordinarily ferocious. Have the restrictions and oaths been established? Joy flickered in Ronnel's eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. Such intense resentment would make even the best hunters hesitate to provoke it. Yet, Ronnel felt no fear. Instead, he was eager to engage. As he approached the corpse, the swirling grievances surged toward him like a shark detecting blood. However, dissipate. Ronnel raised his arm and said softly, watching a cloud of white mist emerge from his palm before he gently threw it toward the corpse. Instantly, the resentment that came into contact with the white mist melted away as quickly as ice and snow under the warming light of spring, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The corpse's expression relaxed once more, all negative states dispelled. The white mist descended upon the body, transforming into a large hand that grasped it firmly. The cloud captured 3 glowing spheres in its grasp and retracted them into Ronnel's palm. 3. This made Ronnel feel exhilarated yet a little reflective. Indeed, the Heavens Arena, which attracts powerful individuals from all corners, offers a diversity of corpses far superior to the monotonous low-level residents of the streets of Meteor City. As the 3 light spheres dissipated, they revealed their contents. Sub-eye flowing fist technique, intermediate level. Sub-eye flowing leg technique, intermediate. Martial arts talent, intermediate level. Gazing at the 2 blue skill books resting quietly in his palm, along with 1 skill book radiating a special glow, Ronnel was overjoyed. These boxing and kicking skills with genres and heritage categories were significantly more advanced than the rudimentary street fighting skills and the basic palm techniques found on the streets of Meteor City. It was just what Ronnel needed, as he had no effective combat techniques at his disposal. The intermediate level sub-eye flowing fist technique and kicking skills could serve as his fighting techniques. As for the final martial arts talent, it was an unexpected bonus. Items and skills can be found from corpses, but talents are among the rarest of special skills. According to the game, the sub-eye flowing fist technique is considered an active skill, while the talent class is regarded as a passive skill. On the streets of Meteor City, Ronnel had developed various active skills, such as lying, acting, and lockpicking, but talents were scarce. Since beginning his explorations on the streets of Meteor City, Ronnel had only uncovered 4 talents beneficial to him. Elementary martial arts talent, elementary strength talent, intermediate speed talent. The reason Ronnel had made such rapid progress in Nen and achieved remarkable strength in just a few months was directly tied to his elementary martial arts talent. This demonstrated the rarity and immense power of talent skills. Having experienced the effects of talent firsthand, Ronnel formed some hypotheses about the 4 levels of martial arts talent. Elementary martial arts talents might be akin to Zushi, emerging in 1 out of 100,000 people. Intermediate talents could manifest in 1 out of a million, while advanced talents, like those of Gon and Killua, might appear in 1 out of tens of millions. As for perfect level talents, they likely exist at a rarity of hundreds of millions. How could Ronnel not be thrilled to obtain an intermediate martial arts talent now? After slapping all 3 skill books against his forehead and absorbing them, Ronnel's eyes began to shine as he surveyed the various corpses lying in the room. To him, these corpses were like a potent elixir for cultivators seeking to enhance their strength. Boom! Ronnel closed the door to the morgue, a smile of excitement on his face. Let's get started. Constraints. The night passed without incident. The next day, in a hotel room somewhere in the Heavens Arena, Shizuku, who had been resting on the bed, opened her eyes instantly upon sensing the presence of another person in the air. You're back. Seeing who had entered, Shizuku's tense posture relaxed quickly. She yawned sleepily. Well, I'm back. Ronnel smiled, an extra bag in his hand. I brought back breakfast. It's the most famous steamed stuffed bun with fringed crab and crab roe from around here. It tastes amazing. Yeah. Upon hearing this, Shizuku adjusted her black-rimmed glasses and noticed that Ronnel seemed different from before. His body still appeared normal, but he seemed a bit taller and more robust. Shizuku could feel that the muscles beneath his clothes, the precision and toughness, were entirely different from yesterday, as if an explosive power was now concealed within him. Have you gotten stronger again? Shizuku blinked, her curious eyes glancing over him. I sense a dangerous aura from you that I haven't noticed before. Oh really? It seems I've gotten stronger. Maybe I'll catch up with you soon. Ronnel fingered the coin in his pocket. After spending the night experimenting in the morgue, he had tested his abilities with the coin, just like when Gon and the others encountered the Zaldik family and were challenged by Canary to guess the coin's movements. Ronnel found the coin-tossing techniques quite effortless. Given that Shizuku could sense some danger from him, Ronnel guessed that his current strength was likely somewhere between the likes of Canary and the average members of the Phantom Troop. Among the corpses he encountered, many had been users of Nen, and Ronnel had managed to absorb a considerable amount of aura from them, greatly enhancing his energy. This was the result of just one night in the morgue, and the increase in his strength was already noticeable. Ronnel couldn't help but wonder, in the coming days, could he surpass Shizuku entirely? Perhaps even challenge the likes of Crollo or Silva Zaldik. With these aspirations in mind, he returned to the morgue the following night, but was met with disappointment. New bodies had arrived, but there were only 30 or 40, mostly challengers from the 100th to 200th floors of Heaven's Arena. Additionally, Heaven's Arena had a system of scheduled matches, and fighters above the 200th floor were granted a 90-day period to prepare for their battles. As a result, clashes between real Nen users were rare, and finding dead bodies was even less likely. While the quality of these corpses was better than the lowly residents of the streets of Meteor City, and Ronnel had gleaned some valuable information through his Nen abilities and restrictions, it couldn't compare to the previous night's haul. If you can't find a corpse, then create one yourself. It looks like if I want better results, I'll have to rely on myself. Slapping a martial arts manual he'd taken from one of the bodies against his forehead, Ronnel muttered to himself while glancing up at Heaven's Arena. It was time to stretch his muscles. Heaven's Arena, the ultimate battleground for fighters, was open to anyone. As long as one could keep winning, they could achieve anything they desired. Although a bit of an exaggeration, it held some truth. Because of its nature, Heaven's Arena attracted countless challengers. But in such a high-stakes environment, where fists and feet flew without mercy, it was inevitable that lives would be lost. Every participant was required to sign a waiver, a life and death contract, acknowledging that the arena would not be held accountable if they perished in a match. Without signing, there would be no entry similar to the Hunter exam. Heaven's Arena only welcomed those who had made up their minds to risk it all. Ronnel and Shizuku filled out the necessary forms and life and death contracts, and were led to the waiting area. Rather than waiting idly for corpses to pile up, Ronnel decided to actively participate in the challenges, killing powerful opponents and immediately reaping the benefits from their bodies. Additionally, engaging in combat allowed him to observe and understand the skills of his opponents. This meant that when he took their bodies, he could focus on extracting exactly what he needed through restrictions. It was far more efficient than scavenging random corpses without knowing their exact capabilities. Don't mistake Ronnel for being cold-blooded or cruel. After living in the brutal streets of Meteor City for months, he had long since shed any hesitation that remained beyond basic morality. Survival and personal growth were paramount. As for others, especially those who had willingly signed the life and death contracts, well, since they made that choice, there was nothing more to be said. If he let them live, that was his kindness. But if he killed them, it was justified. Outside of Heaven's Arena or in other places, Ronnel wouldn't take lives so casually just to gain strength. But here, all bets were off. Resolute in his decision, Ronnel brought Shizuku with him to sign up at dawn. In the waiting area, Ronnel took a casual glance around before closing his eyes again. There were some decent fighters, but most were far too weak to interest him. Just then, his number 1033 was called over the loudspeaker. I guess I'm up first. Ronnel stood, gave a quick nod to Shizuku, and walked towards the waiting area exit. All new fighters were required to test their strength on the first floor. Within 3 minutes, the judges would assess each contestant's abilities and determine which floor they would be assigned to. The stronger the fighters, the higher the floor. Ronnel's opponent, a bulky man with a shaved head and wearing a black vest, was already waiting in the ring. So, you're my opponent? Heh, looks like this will be an easy win for me. I wonder how high I'll be promoted after this. The muscular man sneered, looking Ronnel up and down with disdain. Big guy, you're really lucky? Don't scare the kid to tears. Yeah, have some sympathy for the little one. How old could he be, coming here to challenge? Must be out of pocket money and trying his luck, huh? Ha ha ha. Some spectators outside the arena couldn't help but ridicule Ronnel, who looked only 16 or 17 years old. Ronnel, however, kept his eyes on the referee, ignoring the jeers from the crowd and the taunts of his opponent, who had a head shaped like a watermelon. I wonder what will happen if the referee is killed. As the first-level referee responsible for judging strength and arranging promotion levels, his actual combat power might not be that high, but his knowledge and experience were definitely valuable. Ronnel thought there might be something good to gain from him. At this point, Ronnel was like a crazed player in a video game, his eyes gleaming with the hope of rewards, treating everyone like a boss ready to drop loot. Game start. The referee, unnerved by Ronnel's predatory gaze, hurriedly announced the beginning of the match. Upon hearing the call, the watermelon head cracked his knuckles, grinning menacingly. Kid, don't worry, I'll make sure you feel nothing. And remember, this isn't a place for brats like you to play around. He advanced slowly, wanting to give Ronnel as much psychological pressure as possible. Did you just say you're going to kill me? Ronnel suddenly asked, his tone serious. Of course, you idiot. I'm not held responsible for killing you here, Watermelon Head replied, looking at Ronnel as though he had no idea what kind of place Heaven's Arena was. That's it, then. Go all the way. Before Watermelon Head could make sense of Ronnel's words, Ronnel vanished. Huh. An ominous feeling surged within Watermelon Head, but before he could react, sharp pain shot through his neck, and he tasted something metallic. The taste of blood. Blood trickled from Watermelon Head's mouth, and his world spun. Desperately, he tried to look at his opponent one last time, but before he could manage it, his consciousness slipped into darkness. Boom. Watermelon Head's massive body hit the ground with a thud, the impact shaking the arena and startling the spectators and referees who had mocked Ronnel moments earlier. Gulp. Some spectators swallowed nervously, a bead of sweat rolling down their faces. Wow, that's incredible. Admiring the strong was only natural. As Ronnel stood over Watermelon Head's corpse, the audience that had jeered at him suddenly erupted into cheers, their taunts quickly turning into shouts of admiration. The referee, still stunned by the quick victory, watched in awe as Ronnel approached the body. He used a basic throat smash, but his speed, precision, and the angle were exceptional. Far better than the average fighter. Throat smash, or broken throat, was a common move in Meteor City's underworld. It was easy to learn and highly lethal. Ronnel had picked up multiple copies of the skill while looting corpses in the morgue, and over time, he had refined it to an advanced level. Even though it was a basic move, the advanced mastery Ronnel had achieved made it deadly. With one swift strike, he had eliminated Watermelon Head effortlessly. Nothing useful. Ronnel examined the loot he had earned a basic Tiger Claw skill. He shook his head in disappointment and casually flicked it away. No one else can see mine, Ronnel muttered. Normally, with Nen, others could perceive a person's aura, but thanks to the special ability of his gold finger, even Nen users couldn't see it. Number 1033, advanced to the 50th floor. The referee announced Ronnel's promotion. In Heaven's Arena, first-time challengers could skip to the 90th floor at most. From the 100th floor onwards, no matter how overwhelming a victory, the advancement limit was only 10 floors at a time. Only someone like Killua, who had already reached the 190th floor, could return and go straight to the 180th floor. Ronnel's win was clean, and Shizuku's was no less impressive. Watching Shizuku's battle, Ronnel chuckled to himself. Her opponent, underestimating her cute appearance, had been knocked out effortlessly by her hand chop. She joined Ronnel on the same floor. After collecting their prize money, Ronnel and Shizuku stepped into the elevator, heading upwards. 152 jenny, only enough for a can of juice. Shizuku shook the envelope in her hand, noticing how little money was inside, and couldn't help but mutter. Stingy. Ahem, little sister, whether you win or lose on the first floor, the bonus is only 152 jenny. But if you win on the 50th floor, where you're headed, you'll earn a 50,000 jenny bonus. The rewards increase as you climb. On the 100th floor, the bonus is 1 million jenny, and on the 150th, it's 10 million. Of course, these rewards only apply if you win. If you lose the next match, you won't receive anything. In the elevator, the attendant in her Heaven's Arena uniform kindly explained this to Shizuku. I see, thank you. Shizuku responded, but her gratitude was as mechanical as a programmed response, devoid of any real emotion. Growing up in the streets of Meteor City, saying thank you felt as unnatural to her as going without food or water. The elevator attendant recognized this but didn't take offense. She simply curled her lips and turned away. Ronnel, on the other hand, observed her a bit longer before looking away. Not bad. She's stronger than I was when I first left the streets of Meteor City. After briefly comparing their strengths, Ron made this mental evaluation. It wasn't strange for Ronnel to think the elevator attendant had such strength. Being a beautiful young woman working at Heaven's Arena, she undoubtedly encountered powerful but unruly contestants regularly, along with all kinds of tough, unreasonable, or even perverted individuals. Without strong abilities, she would have met a tragic fate long ago, given how many people might take advantage of her. Ding. Good luck with your challenge, the attendant said with a professional smile, watching Ron and Shizuku exit before the doors closed again. 50 floors? Let's keep going, Shizuku. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In those 3 days, Ronnel and Shizuku quickly became known in the arena. They consistently defeated their opponents in a single move, making repeated appearances on Heaven's Arena's TV broadcasts. Boom! A black-clad boxer fell to the ground, clutching his throat, his life slipping away after Ron had struck. The light in his eyes faded slowly. Ronnel, you've made it to the 190th floor. After the referee made his announcement, the crowd erupted into cheers and applause. At the entrance of a nearby auditorium, a petite girl with pinkish-purple hair stood silently, observing the match with a cold, indifferent gaze. Despite having seen it multiple times, the scene where Ronnel casually waved his arm, causing his opponent's expression to settle into a peaceful, almost serene calmness, still made the girl's eyebrows twitch. To make a corpse look like that, it's almost like an ability to dispel none. The girl muttered to herself, her icy voice lacking any emotion or flair. And his partner, she's not ordinary either. Jinglingling. A phone call interrupted her thoughts. Hello, Maki, we're done. We've arrived at Heaven's Arena. I see. I've already found them. They're staying in the same room number. As Maki, the purple-haired girl, spoke on the phone, Ronnel was walking off the stage, having just extracted a couple of high-level attack and defense skills, along with mid-tier strength, from his latest opponent. The further they advanced, the stronger their opponents became. With that, the rewards Ronnel claimed from their fallen enemies increased as well. Besides gathering what he could from the bodies in the ring, Ronnel had been making nightly visits to the morgue. He'd learned that not all the corpses made it there, though. Some were simply thrown into a nearby garbage shredder by the cleaners. So, whenever he could, Ron would loot the bodies first. 3 days and nights of scavenging corpses yielded quite a haul. By luck, Ronnel even managed to find a few non-users' remains, from which he absorbed substantial amounts of purinin. His growth in power was rapid enough to make Shizuku feel uneasy. You're almost dangerous now, Shizuku had remarked. Ronnel's strength now stood roughly equal to Shizuku's. After spending time honing and testing his abilities, Ronnel confirmed that non-users' corpses provided the most valuable rewards. At the very least, he could always extract purinin. But it wasn't until Ronnel extracted an ability from one such corpse that he realized just how terrifying his own ability truly was. Ability, Change Face. Effect, after touching someone's cheek with the left hand, you can record the person's appearance. Then, by touching your own cheek with the right hand, you can transform into their appearance, including their voice and body figure. Restrictions, you must touch the other person with your left hand and yourself with your right hand. If you lose your arm, then it becomes useless. After the transformation, you cannot use any abilities unique to your original body condition. This ability was something Ronnel acquired by accident, and a technique he stumbled upon while exploring his potential. The limitations reminded him of a character from One Piece, a swan-like figure with peculiar abilities. Ronnel's spirits were lifted, realizing the power of this nin. His eyes gleamed as he glanced at the remaining 2 corpses of non-users. Because Ronnel had opened his aura nodes, he could easily distinguish between ordinary bodies and those of non-users. To an expert like him, the difference was obvious. Ronnel set a condition: eliminate grievances 100 times over and seize their nin. As he carefully examined the bodies, he was perplexed. Nin abilities reflect the nature of their users. When Ronnel acquired the nin of the 2 fallen warriors, he was dismayed to find that he couldn't effectively use them. Technically, he could use their nin, but it wasn't practical for him. For instance, one of the nin abilities he absorbed resembled that of Linsen and Basho, Kurapika's bodyguard companions. One had the power to enslave anyone with a kiss, an awkward skill for someone like Ronnel. Unless his target was a beautiful woman, there was no way he'd use it. And even then, better not. The other ability, similar to Basho's, increased in strength based on the quality of a haiku. Haiku? Ronnel scratched his head. Poetry wasn't exactly his strong suit. He sighed, realizing that nin abilities were tailored to their original users, making them hard to adapt for others. That explained why he hadn't encountered the Change Face ability until now. The corpses of previous nin users didn't hold abilities that were particularly valuable to him. The Change Face ability, however, lacked strict limitations and had revealed itself to be highly useful. Ronnel realized that in the future, he should only pursue nin that would be of great value to him, rather than aimlessly seeking power. Feeling both satisfaction and disappointment, Ronnel resolved to be more selective when looting corpses for nin abilities. After wrapping up his examination, he and Shizuku made their way toward their room. They chatted casually, the tension from the recent events easing as they approached the door. Just as Ronnel was about to open the door, he paused, his senses heightened. Something felt off. Despite the subtle aura hidden within, Ronnel's finely honed skills detected an unusual presence in the room. The door, though seemingly untouched, betrayed signs of intrusion to his trained eye. The air grew tense. Shizuku, sensing Ronnel's unease, instinctively reached for her trusty weapon. Before they could retreat, a calm, steady voice spoke from inside. We don't have any malicious intentions. Can we come in and have a chat? Ronnel raised an eyebrow. They had been noticed. He hesitated briefly. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, they had already arrived. Leaving now wouldn't change the fact that whoever was inside would likely seek him out again later. After a moment of thought, Ronnel squeezed Shizuku's hand reassuringly and decided to face whatever awaited them. As the door opened, Ronnel scanned the room. It looked the same as it had before, but this time, there were a few uninvited guests. A girl with purple hair and a cold expression, wearing a white outfit and a black belt, stood nearby. Beside her, a blonde boy with a baby face, dressed in a tracksuit, lounged casually. A tall, mature woman with striking features and a pronounced nose stood next to a short, peculiar man with long hair covering one eye. In the center of the room, sitting comfortably, was a young man with a tattoo of a purple cross on his forehead, a smile playing on his lips. Ronnel recognized them immediately. His eyes twitched involuntarily. These weren't just any strangers. They were the Phantom Troop. Phantom Troop. Ronnel uttered the words slowly, his gaze locked onto the man in the center. Maki, Shulnark, Pakunoda, Uvijin, and the leader, Crollo Lucilfer. Ronnel hadn't expected to cross paths with the infamous troop so soon. It seems you know who we are, so introductions won't be necessary, Crollo said, standing up with a casual smile. Ronnel tensed up immediately, his senses on high alert. Everyone in the room was now watching him closely. I'm Crollo, the leader. Since member number 8 was killed before, I'm currently seeking a replacement. He ignored Ronnel's wary expression, his attention briefly shifting to the nun-beast Shizuku held with casual interest. Many had come out of the streets of Meteor City together. Uvijin and Nobunaga in the troop had been by each other's side since those early days. Looking for a replacement member, Ronnel repeated, his eyes flicking toward Shizuku. He shifted slightly, positioning himself in front of her. According to the Phantom Troop's timeline, the last time all 13 members had gathered was in July 1996. That same month, member number 8 had been assassinated by Silva Zaldik, and member number 4 killed by Hisoka, who then took his place in the group. Shizuku was supposed to become member number 8 by 1999. But as Ronnel glanced at the calendar, he saw it was September 1997. Could it be that his interference had altered Shizuku's future, causing the timeline to shift, recruiting new members earlier than expected? That's right. I've heard from various sources that your ability involves thought elimination, and I find that particularly intriguing. Crollo was straightforward, revealing his intentions without hesitation. His words made Ronnel's expression shift slightly. Interested in me? So it wasn't Shizuku who was scouting me. But then Crollo continued, could you tell me more about your ability? It seems related to corpses. Before coming here, I visited the morgue. The expressions on the corpses there matched the one you killed today exactly. Is there some special connection? Crollo's lips curled into a warm smile, but to Ronnel, it felt sharp and invasive. Those corpses lacked any residual aura of death or resentment like vases without flowers, hollow shells. I'm genuinely curious about your abilities. Crollo fell silent after that, resting his chin on his hands, simply staring at Ronnel. He awaited Ronnel's response. What Ronnel said next would determine whether he would join the troop, whether he could refuse. Crollo, ever frustrated by being tracked through corpses, saw Ronnel's abilities as a perfect countermeasure. If Ronnel joined willingly and without ulterior motives, it would work out for everyone. But if he refused, well, Crollo wouldn't kill him, but he certainly wouldn't leave without acquiring his ability. After all, they were thieves. Crollo's gaze remained fixed on Ronnel. Behind him, Maki, Shulnark, and Shizuku were watching as well, waiting for his decision. An unspoken pressure weighed heavily on Ronnel. His mind raced, weighing the pros and cons of the situation. There are only two choices, either join the troop or refuse. If I refuse, knowing Crollo's character, there's a high chance he'll steal mine ability. And with 5 troop members here, Shizuku and I are no match for them. Shizuku's strength in the troop ranks near the bottom only stronger than Cordopai. So the only choice is to join. Frustration bubbled up inside Ronnel. The sense of helplessness, of having no options due to his weakness, gnawed at him. Though it's not ideal, joining Phantom Troop doesn't seem to bring immediate harm. Phantom Troop members are high-level criminals with many enemies, but they generally keep a low profile. Even when they caused chaos in Yorna City, most people didn't realize they were part of the troop until later. Daily life won't be affected too much. Hisoka and Maki live openly in Heaven's Arena. Shulnark and Hisoka even returned after obtaining their hunter licenses. Unless the leader issues a formal call to action, most troop members operate individually. And the next full gathering won't be until August 31st, 2000. I have nearly 2 years to strengthen myself before then. In Yorna City 2 years from now, by following the Phantom Troop, I'll have access to corpses like Pakunoda, Uvijin, and the Tendon's bodyguards and Nin Masters. Their bodies alone will be immensely valuable, not to mention the potential profit. As for Kurapika's grudge against the Phantom Troop, that's none of my concern. I'll be like Hisoka, simply watching from the sidelines. In that sense, joining the troop doesn't seem so bad. After carefully sorting through his thoughts, Ronnel raised his head, meeting Crollo's gaze directly. It seems you've made up your mind. Crollo smiled as Shulnark and the others straightened, sensing the shift. Yeah, joining the Phantom Troop isn't such a bad deal. I have no reason to refuse. Joining the Phantom Troop doesn't seem like a bad thing, and I have no reason to refuse. Ronnel said calmly. Is it convenient to tell us your ability? This time, it was Shulnark who spoke, pulling out a toy-shaped red phone. Since we'll all be companions in the future, we need to know each other's abilities. That way, when we cooperate during missions, we can properly divide the tasks. As he spoke, he shook the phone in his hand. My ability is called Black Voice. I can insert an antenna into an opponent's body, allowing me to control them until they die or the antenna is removed. Maki's Nen is the Nen Stitches, which also has healing properties. At this point, Shulnark paused and looked at Ronnel. Facing Shulnark's inquisitive gaze, Ronnel nodded slightly and began to explain. My Nen belongs to the emitter class. I have 2 abilities. The first one is what I call Pocket of the Dead. It's like a space storage where I can place anything that's lifeless, any object without a life force, and retrieve it later. Time doesn't pass inside the space. The second ability allows me to remove negative emotions or resentment from a corpse. The more I cleanse, the stronger I become. I call this ability Gravikeeper's Grasp. As Ronnel spoke, he raised his palm slightly, and suddenly, a crab roe bun with tassels appeared, steaming in his hand, an example of the first ability he had just described. Not bad at all, Crollo said, his eyes lighting up with approval. Clearly, this ability suited his interests. Not just Crollo, but even the others showed interest, leaning in slightly, and stealing glances at Cortopi. Ronnel's portable ability, combined with Cortopi's ability to copy, would certainly make for an intriguing combination. After Ronnel finished speaking, Crollo turned to look at Maki. Maki hesitated for a moment before speaking. My gut tells me he's not lying. Maki's intuitive sixth sense was more accurate than many logical conclusions. Crollo nodded, trusting her insight. Ronnel, after all, hadn't lied entirely about his first ability, though his second one was another story. Learning how to mix truth with falsehood was an essential survival skill in the streets of Meteor City. In truth, Ronnel's Nen was a trait-based ability, though it had characteristics of an emitter. Back when he first awakened his Nen, not only had the leaves on the water moved, but the glass had also cracked, shattering with a loud bang. Ronnel had blended reality with fiction. He wasn't foolish enough to reveal his true powers completely. After all, even Shulnark hadn't divulged the full extent of his abilities, and Maki's Nen Stitches certainly had other hidden functions. Normally, the troop members act independently. We only gather when a large-scale mission is about to take place, called by the leader, Crollo explained as he moved toward the door, with Cortopi and Pakunoda following closely behind. Next, Maki will tattoo the spider symbol on you and explain the troop's rules and the other members. For now, feel free to call me if you need anything. Our next meeting will be when we gather. After saying this, Crollo glanced at Shizuku, who had been silently observing, and then turned, leaving with Pakunoda, Cortopi, and Shulnark. He left as quietly as he had arrived, as if he had never been there, with a calmness that didn't disturb a single cloud. Finally gone. Only then did Ronnel's tense posture relax, and he turned to look at Maki, who stood against the wall with her arms crossed, her expression indifferent. Take off your shirt and choose a spot. I'll tattoo you. Maki's words were short, cold, and efficient just like her. Right shoulder, Ronnel said without hesitation, removing his shirt and exposing his muscular torso. Maki's eyes flickered for a second but didn't linger as she pulled out a needle. Don't move. I'll explain the troop's rules while I do the tattoo. As she spoke, she placed the needle between her lips, and threads of Nen began weaving from her hand. She didn't start right away, instead glancing at Shizuku, who stood nearby. Shizuku's not an outsider, you can say it, Ronnel said. Whatever. Maki shrugged, then moved behind Ronnel and got to work. There aren't many rules in the troop, but there are 2 that must never be broken. The first rule, the survival of the troop is more important than the life of the leader. If the leader dies, another person will inherit the position. The second rule, if there's conflict between members, resolve it with the special coin. Never fight each other. There are 13 members in total, including the leader, Pakunoda, Fiden. Everyone has the spider tattoo somewhere on their body. I'm number 10. While Maki was busy tattooing, she explained the rules that Ronnel already knew, and there was no contradiction. Not long after, Maki stopped her movements, and a lifelike multi-legged spider appeared on Ronnel's right shoulder, the number 8 in the middle standing out prominently. The tattoo is done. After she spoke, Ronnel moved his arm. The technique was impressive, no stiffness, no pain. Then, lowering his arm, Ronnel noticed Maki holding out her hand. The tattoo is 40 million jenny, explaining the rules is 30 million for 1 person, 60 million for 2. In total, that's 100 million jenny. No negotiations. Maki's tone was flat, her expression serious, as if this was perfectly reasonable. Ronnel, I nearly forgot, this is the same person who demanded 20 million jenny to sew Hisoka's left hand and 50 million for his right. Normally, people like this treat money like Nami, right? But 100 million jenny? Why don't you just rob me instead? Ronnel's heart skipped a beat, and he stared at Maki sharply. He had just barely reached the 190th floor of Heaven's Arena and received a 200 million jenny bonus. And now, Maki was trying to take half of it. What a joke? No money, no deal. Really? Well, if someone breaks your arm in the future and you need me to sew it back, the price will double. Don't worry, if anyone's arm gets broken, it'll be someone else's, not mine. You won't have to worry about that. Now, please leave. Ronnel scratched his forehead in frustration and gestured for her to leave. Maki didn't react much. After calmly glancing at him, she left without a fuss. Well, except for Hisoka, who is number 4, the number 8 didn't pay either. Both of them said the same thing: if their arms needed fixing in the future, they'd pay more. Maki thought indifferently as she disappeared around the corner. P.S. Maki's rates for stitching, 10 million Jenny for the left hand, 20 million for the right. In the room, everyone else had left, and only Shizuku and Ronnel remained. Ronnel, who were those people? What's the phantom troop? Shizuku stood behind him, staring at the spider tattoo with her big eyes framed by black glasses, thinking it looked pretty cool. The phantom troop? There. Shizuku's personality was so simple that she'd likely forget about Crollo and the others' visit after a single night. But it wasn't that she didn't care, she just kept her thoughts tucked away. After Crollo's visit, a sense of urgency stirred within Ronnel. It was now September 1997, and only a year and 3 months remained before the start of the main plot. Time wasn't exactly on his side. He needed to move faster. Fueled by urgency, Ronnel easily overpowered his opponent and officially ascended to the 200th floor of Heaven's Arena. Those who made it to the 200th floor were either people at the pinnacle of their strength or skilled nin users who had mastered their aura nodes. Fighting on this level wasn't easy. Only nin users had a stable footing here. Above the 200th floor, it's the domain of the gifted. Each fighter has a 90-day preparation period. They can choose to participate in a match at any point within those 90 days. But if they fail to compete within that time, they lose their qualification. To pass this stage, a fighter needs to win 10 matches, but if they lose 4 times before that, they're disqualified. After securing 10 wins, fighters are eligible to challenge the floor masters of that floor to take over. A floor master enjoys both fame and a comfortable life. Floors from the 220th to the 250th each have their own floor master. Based on the original series and the movie, the floor masters here are at Hisoka's level at best, perhaps even weaker. After all, Hisoka had won every match, and the only losses in his record were due to his deliberate absence. With Ronnel's current strength, he could challenge a floor master at any time, but for now, he was more interested in sparring with other nin users. After 10 consecutive victories, Ronnel should be on par with a floor masters in strength. At that point, he would find truly worthy opponents. Sparring would sharpen his skills, proving his strength with every match. There was no better practice than this. Standing at the entrance to the 200th floor, Ronnel and Shizuku both felt the strong nin aura radiating from the building, amazed by the power. An unwritten rule on the 200th floor is called initiation, where nin users target newcomers with tricks, testing their abilities. Even newcomers to nin fall prey to weaker nin users who lurk at this level, preying on fresh challengers. But this initiation calculation is not worth mentioning to Ronnel, let alone who is initiating and who is not sure. Ronnel didn't care about the atmosphere at all and walked directly toward the registration area. While filling out the contestant form, Ronnel noticed that he was being targeted by several individuals. 3 guys, dressed strangely, huddled in the corner of the wall, smirking silently as they watched Ronnel and Shizuku register. Are there 2 newcomers? It just so happens our duel date is approaching. It's really a pie falling from the sky. Sensing the gaze, Shizuku turned her head and saw the 3, clearly not the best of people, and blinked her large eyes. Don't pay attention to them. They're just a group of weak nin users crippled both physically and mentally in the practice of nin. Even after Shizuku finished filling out her form, Ronnel remarked indifferently. A similar situation occurred in the original story. The guy who's been stuck on the 200th floor of Heaven's Arena for years, whose strength is at the bottom, can only use underhanded methods to survive against newcomers who barely understand anything. The rookies fight to win, just to maintain their lives in Heaven's Arena. Tisk tisk tisk, this isn't the attitude of newcomers talking to seniors. You seem capable of using nin as well. Do you want to compete with us? As your seniors, we'll be very gentle and teach you the essence of nin firsthand. The trio scrutinized Ronnel and Shizuku, noticing only a thin aura of nin surrounding them, and spoke with feigned kindness. Their tone resembled that of a hunter eyeing its prey. They briefly considered whether Ronnel might be concealing his strength, but a boy who looks no older than 16 or 17, and a cute girl who seemed more clueless than formidable. No matter how they looked at it, these 2 didn't seem particularly strong. Even if their nin was better developed than the trio's, the duel between nin users isn't only about raw strength, it also depends on abilities, experience, and strategy. What sort of cunning could a greenhorn like this possibly possess? As the trio approached, with smug confidence as if they had already devoured their prey, the spinning top man in a bright red mask, the masked man with sleeves fluttering in the breeze, and the guy in an electric eel wheelchair, Ronnel casually spoke. Sure, I'll fight. But it's only me, and I can't take on all 3 of you at once. Why don't you decide who'll face me? Kid, you've got guts. Are you trying to sow discord between us? Too bad for you, our bond is stronger than you think. We'll fight you together, and you have no right to refuse. Ronnel looked at the trio, a little speechless. You guys are overthinking this. I'm just stating facts. It seems like after initiation, your brains don't work too well anymore. Can I take the first round? I want to teach this arrogant kid a lesson. The spinning top man, supporting himself with an iron rod in one hand, spoke grimly. Go ahead, Giddo. Just remember not to kill him. We still need him for our record. With their decision made, the trio left with dark, ominous grins. It's really bleak. Is this what happens when initiation fails? They barely survived and awakened nin, but their strength is pitiful. Their auras are full of holes, like balloons ready to pop. Watching the trio leave, Ronnel shook his head. They're so weak, even Shizuku commented. Well, despite their lack of power, even small prey is still prey. At least their nen is somewhat pure. As for their abilities, a spinning top, an invisible left hand, an electric eel. Forget it. There's nothing worth mentioning. Based on the timeline, all 3 of them underwent initiation this past April. Though they managed to activate nen, they're physically disabled. Giddo, the spinning top, and Realveld, the electric eel, are both paralyzed from the waist down, relying on a wooden cane and a large big wheeled motorized wheelchair for movement. The masked man, Sei Dasso, lost both arms. It's pretty tragic, but as the saying goes, there's always something to despise about pitiful people, and that applies to them. Their failed initiation left them twisted, scheming against every newcomer, without the slightest regret for their downfall. By the way, if this is 1997, earlier this year Hisoka fought Castro. Castro suffered a devastating defeat, retired for 2 years, and then returned for a rematch with Hisoka, only to be killed by him with playing cards. Another tragic soul. Looks like we won't see that one for a while. After completing their registration, Ronnel and Shizuku headed back to their new room. On the 200th floor, challengers are granted luxurious private rooms. There's no prize money, but the accommodations are top tier. Soon after, Ronnel received a call from Heaven's Arena, confirming his fight with Giddo. It's set for tomorrow. That's fine, there's plenty of time. In other words, Ronnel had never faced a serious non-user before, and this Giddo was his first opponent of that kind. Ronnel was quite intrigued at the prospect of going head-to-head with a non-user. Early the next morning, after taking care of himself and having breakfast, Ronnel hurried to the venue. On the 220th floor of Heaven's Arena, the place was already buzzing with excitement. As soon as Ronnel arrived, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Come on, Ronnel. You have to win this round. Keep winning, go and become the floor master. Cheers echoed from the stands, coming from fans who had been watching Ronnel's rise from the very first floor. In addition to these followers, there were countless enthusiastic onlookers. Every time a newcomer reached the 200th floor and challenged a seasoned fighter, it was a grand event. Would the rookie overthrow the veteran and begin their meteoric rise, or would the old-timer defend their honor and send the challenger crashing down or worse, to their death? Either way, it was a perfect source of drama and speculation for the crowd, which was why so many had gathered. Must win, Ronnel. I bet heavily on you, shouted a gambler from the audience, placing his hopes and money on Ronnel. The intense battles at Heaven's Arena had given birth to thriving peripheral industries, the most prominent being the major casinos nearby. Betting on fighters had become a lucrative business. With the level of excitement and discussions around each match, it was natural for bets to flow. Every time a newcomer challenged someone on the 200th floor, all the major casinos opened their books for betting. Mr. Ronnel, marry me, be my boyfriend, a shrill voice called out from the crowd. Ronnel paused for a moment and glanced over to find a pretty girl gazing at him with wild admiration. Well, there's no avoiding the attention that comes with being handsome, and Ronnel had gained quite a few female fans. After all, if a creepy clown like Hisoka could have fangirls, it wouldn't make sense for someone like Ronnel, a bright and charming youth, not to. Smiling, Ronnel waved at his supporters, causing a wave of cheers, especially from his female fans. In front of him, Ronnel basked in the attention, oblivious to the sharp eyes of Shizuku, who was walking behind him. Her gaze, cold and unwavering, fixed itself on the fan who had shouted her marriage proposal to Ronnel. Ahem, no matter how adorable the girl was, Shizuku, having been immersed in the intense environment of Heaven's Arena, had developed a clear understanding of certain things. Meanwhile, in a corner of the audience, a striking girl with pink and purple hair looked down at the arena, her eyes icy. What are you so proud of? You're just going through the initiation on the 200th floor. I bet 50 Jenny that Ronnel will be ruined. Her ignorance of Nen was clear. She had only heard of the initiation on the 200th floor, a trial that had claimed the lives or strength of many contestants. Her bitter words came from jealousy, fueled by seeing Ronnel, so young and so handsome, reach the 200th floor with ease. As the audience's chatter filled the air, Ronnel stepped into the ring and locked eyes with Giddo. He, rookie, you're lucky to face me. I'm the weakest of the 3 of us, so I probably won't kill you outright, Giddo sneered, his voice muffled behind the gas mask with a pig's nose, hidden beneath his red cape. Outright? So you want me to feel pain before dying? Ronnel asked with mild curiosity. That depends on how much you can endure. If you're lucky, you might die painlessly. If not, I see. Ronnel nodded thoughtfully, just as the referee raised his arm and brought it down with a swift motion. Match start. Take this battle waltz. Giddo roared. The moment the referee signaled, Giddo waved his hands, sending several spinning tops infused with Nen power shooting out from his sleeves. The tops clashed in midair and hurtled toward Ronnel. Above the 200th floor, fighters were permitted to use weapons. Battle waltz? A fancy name, but its power is bad, Maki, observing from the high platform, silently critiqued. Calling a bunch of spinning tops a waltz, huh? Ronnel mused aloud, extending a hand toward the approaching tops. In an instant, one of the tops veered off the ground and launched itself directly at Ronnel's face. Boom! To Giddo's astonishment, the spinning top slammed into Ronnel's open palm, as if it had willingly returned to its master's hand. The powers, so-so. Barely even a twinge of pain, Ronnel said nonchalantly, exerting the slightest pressure with his fingers. The top cracked and exploded in his hand, scattering fragments across the floor. And no, Impossible? How did you know the trajectory of my tops? And how did you figure out which one was launching the attack? Gido stammered, utterly baffled. It's very simple. There are so many spinning tops, and Nen is attached to them. With your level, it's impossible to maintain the same amount of Nen on all the spinning tops while attacking, right? The Nen must be focused on the one that launches the attack. As the spinning tops tilt, the one that gains more Nen will give away which one you'll use to attack. Yes, but the window is so short, how are you still unscathed? Gido was starting to panic, an ominous feeling welling up in his chest. This newcomer, Ronnel, seemed different from anyone he'd faced before. Nonsense. How can the Nen you scatter on the spinning tops, detached from your body, compare to the Nen I cloak myself in? Ronnel looked at Gido as if he were a fool. This guy was a third-rate Nen user who had barely opened his aura nodes and had developed a crude ability. How he'd survived on the 200th floor of Heaven's Arena this long was nothing short of luck. It's better to die quickly than cling to life in this world with one's last breath. Ronnel's figure blurred, disappearing from Gido's sight in an instant. Where did he go? Where did he? Boom. A sharp sound echoed as Gido's iron mask, resembling a pig's nose, shattered, and his body crumpled to the ground. The referee approached, crouched down to inspect him, and immediately raised his hand. Gido is dead. The winner, Ronnel. One hit. A direct KO? The audience in Heaven's Arena gasped at the outcome, but that didn't stop them from giving their loudest applause to Ronnel. Predictable. Nothing impressive about beating someone so weak. Ronnel casually absorbed the last trace of pure Nen from Gido's body before stepping off the ring, returning to the stands alongside Shizuku. Not bad. That throat-slitting technique of yours is almost on par with Fiden's if you were a bit faster, Maki commented, cleaning her glasses. Meh, his strength was just a notch above Cordopai. Even Shulnark could have beaten him without activating his solo mode, though it might have taken some effort. Maki, sitting in the audience, observed Ronnel and Shizuku with a faint glint in her eyes. But I noticed something. Right when Ronnel killed that spinning top guy, his Nen seemed to spike for a second. Could it be a gift from the dead? The difference is subtle, but it's there. Maki stood up, leaving her seat. Anyway, since we're all in the same troop, the stronger he gets, the better it is for us. If he ever thinks of betraying us, the others won't stand idle. Oh, speaking of betrayals, isn't the new number 4, Hisoka, supposed to arrive at Heaven's Arena in 2 days? In the audience, Seidaso and Realvelt, Gido's companions and fellow members of the Rookie Hunter trio, watched the fight with a growing sense of dread. Seeing Gido's limp form being carried away, a cold sweat broke out on both their foreheads, though they felt a strange sense of relief. Good thing we weren't the ones fighting him first, Realvelt muttered, wiping his brow. He exchanged a glance with Seidaso, neither of them saying a word. After a moment, Realvelt spoke, breaking the silence. So, what do we do next? Seeing Ronnel take down Gido so effortlessly, Realvelt couldn't muster the courage to challenge him. What else can we do? Do you really think you can beat him? Seidaso rasped, giving him a sideways glance. No, Realvelt admitted, his mouth twitching. But the woman next to him. Are you out of your mind? If we attack her, you think he won't come after us? Realvelt shuddered and quickly dismissed the absurd thought. We're lucky he hasn't come after us yet. We should lay low for a while. Seidaso bowed his head, his voice heavy as he watched Gido's body being casually carried off the ring. Yeah, you're right. Though they'd only been united by mutual interests, Gido's death stirred something in them. They had fought alongside him for years, a strange camaraderie had formed. Seeing a comrade fall so suddenly was unsettling. But Realvelt hesitated. My 90-day battle prep period is almost up. If I don't fight, then submit a challenge. If your opponent is weak, fight. If it's someone strong, just abstain. But life is more important than winning or losing. You think you'll make it to the floor masters at this rate? After a brief discussion, the two of them fled the floor in a hurry. It was likely they wouldn't show their faces anytime soon. Although Ronnel had neutralized Gido's spinning top attack with ease, he had only done so because he'd instinctively gathered too much Nen into his hand, leaving the rest of his body with less protection. Had Gido struck then, the injury wouldn't have been severe, but the pain would have been unavoidable. On the way back, Ronnel reflected on the duel and let out a sigh. The application of thoughts is still too shallow and rough. Talent, Nen talent, and martial arts talent. Ronnel was all at an intermediate level. These days, there were many intermediate and elementary skill books available, making it relatively easy to synthesize advanced techniques. Every day, Ronnel visited the morgue. Each time he touched a corpse, he absorbed some energy, and his own energy was steadily increasing. But the use of mind power. To be honest, although Ronnel had come into contact with many Nen users' corpses, gaining a wealth of knowledge about Nen, cultivation methods, and related experiences, it was still the same old truth. What works for one person may not work for another. Ronnel understood theoretical concepts about advanced techniques better than anyone else, yet he struggled with practical application. It was similar to the scenario in factories. All the knowledge on how to operate was presented, and he understood it well, but the actual execution was a completely different matter. Most Nen self-cultivation methods were tailored to the individual, so Ronnel could only use them as references. Moreover, gaining experience in applying these techniques and analyzing enemies on the spot wasn't easy. He could either slowly explore these techniques through his own efforts and accumulate knowledge from real battles, or find a teacher to guide him hands-on. With less than 2 years until the next Phantom Troop gathering, trying to figure things out alone would be a waste of time. What he might develop could be overly simplistic or entirely wrong. Thus, to effectively enhance his strength in a short time, Ronnel decided that finding a good teacher to instruct him in was the best approach. As for this famous teacher, Ronnel glanced at Shizuku beside him, who was licking ice cream. Forget it, he'd seek someone else. It's not like Ronnel hadn't asked Shizuku how she practiced Turnen, but Shizuku simply tilted her head and replied, "How did I practice? I forgot." Forgotten. For Shizuku, who had short-term memory loss, everything she deemed unimportant or indifferent was easily forgotten. But was Nen practice really that irrelevant? Since Shizuku wasn't a viable option, Ronnel didn't want to waste time seeking out a teacher who would just mislead him. Even with his spirit and current talent, if it weren't for those truly outstanding individuals, he would be looked down upon. But if you want to talk about who is the best teacher in the world of hunters, there's no one better than that person. In Ronnel's mind, a childlike figure appeared, brimming with intelligence. Ahem, she looked like a cute loli, but her real age was 57. Well, this year she should be 55, a seasoned veteran with a strong heart and exceptional strength, a muscle girl with vast teaching experience. That's right, Biscuit. T/N, Biscuit Kruger is a double-star stone hunter. She prefers to be called Biscuit. This super Nen user, who loved rough gemstones, was undoubtedly the best teacher in the world of hunters. Ronnel believed her cultivation methods were excellent. He had tried training on his own, but found that the results paled in comparison to the training Biscuit provided to Gon and Killua. He still needed special guidance. He had an idea about seeking out this teacher, but how could he find her and persuade her to teach him? Gradually, Ronnel formulated a general plan in his mind, but the first step was to find a key individual. In the days that followed, Ronnel refrained from showing off, continuously applying for battles but remaining largely silent. There were hidden individuals in the Heavens arena. Perhaps one day, a super strong opponent would suddenly appear. With his current readiness and rough techniques, he might not lose to them, but he would inevitably sustain serious injuries. Therefore, aside from watching Shizuku's first battle, he didn't frequent the Heavens arena much. Many people thought he was complacent, enjoying a comfortable life. In reality, aside from the morgue, which he visited every night, Ronnel practiced Nen during the day. He either discreetly inquired about a certain person, a man, or used his face-changing Nen to enter and exit major casinos around the Heavens arena. Finally, after half a month of inquiries, in mid to late September, Ronnel received news that he suspected he had found this person at the entrance of the Heavens arena, accompanied by a short-haired child. Zushi? That's right, it was him. Upon receiving this news, Ronnel felt a slight stir in his heart. He paid the informant a sum of money and set off to find the man and the short-haired child beside him. On the outskirts of the Heavens arena, in a hidden corner of the street, a man with round-frame glasses and a friendly smile spoke to the short-haired child beside him. Zushi, this is the Heavens arena. Once you learn something, I'll bring you here to practice. Yes, Master Wing. Hearing this, the shortcut kid in a judo uniform clenched his fists. At the same time, his large eyes beneath thick eyebrows locked onto the towering building in front of him, said to be the 4th tallest structure in the world, and he couldn't help but be mesmerized by its grandeur. Seeing Zushi like this, a soft smile appeared on Wing's face. Years ago, after passing the hunter exam, he too had trained here, at Heaven's Arena, and met the teacher who would change his life. After several years of training, Wing gained his current strength. Now, time had flown by. So many years had passed, and he himself had found a promising student. As he started accepting apprentices, the rapid passage of time weighed on him, making him feel both nostalgic and old. I wonder how my teacher is doing now? Wing's heart was filled with emotion, but his expression abruptly changed as his gaze shifted to a certain direction. A young man, about 16 or 17, was approaching them. This person is strong, and he's coming for us. Wing's senses tingled. His strength allowed him to feel the boy's intent. Although there was no malice, the smile on Wing's face dimmed, his body tensed slightly in preparation. In this dangerous world, anything was possible. Excuse me, but are you Mr. Wing? The boy asked with a friendly smile as he reached the two of them. Yes, I am Wing. May I ask what this gentleman needs from me? Wing replied cautiously, noticing that the boy seemed to already know who he was. The question appeared to be more of a formality. Do I know this boy? How does he recognize me? Wing wondered but kept his expression neutral. That's right, Mr. Wing. My name is Ronnel, and I need your help with something. As Ronnel spoke, under Zushi's curious gaze, he extended his hand, and a finely crafted wooden box appeared in his palm. I've heard from several sources that your master, Biscuit, is a famous hunter. I have great respect for her, and I recently acquired a very precious gem. I wish to present it to her as a token of my admiration. He knows Master Biscuit? Presenting gems? And his aura. Wing frowned as he watched Ronnel open the wooden box in his hand. Queen Mermaid's tears. Wing was stunned, the words slipping from his mouth. Having studied under Biscuit for so many years, he had become familiar with many famous gemstones, and Queen Mermaid's tears was one of the most extraordinary. Inside the box lay a stunning jewel, a deep-sea blue gem, flawless and shaped like a noble mermaid wearing a crown. It was unmistakable the Queen Mermaid's tears. Back when Wing was training under Biscuit, he had the rare opportunity to witness the discovery of this very gem. Its color, form, and purity were beyond compare. Wing vividly remembered the look of awe in Biscuit's eyes when she gazed upon it. Even someone as seasoned as Biscuit was utterly captivated by its beauty. The gem had been rated as a G-class item on the official Hunter website, meaning it could theoretically be bought with money. However, Wing recalled that despite Biscuit gathering all of her life savings and even borrowing 300 million jenny from him, money Wing had earned through hard battles at Heaven's Arena, she still lost the auction for this gem, leaving Biscuit disappointed for a long time. Never in his wildest dreams did Wing expect to see Queen Mermaid's tears again today, and the idea that Ronnel intended to give it to Biscuit was even more shocking. If someone offers you a gift for no reason, they must have an ulterior motive, Wing thought. Clearly, Ronnel wanted something from Biscuit in exchange for this priceless gem. But the allure of the gem. Wing's eyes lingered on the Queen Mermaid's tears, his thoughts conflicted. There's hope? Seeing Wing's hesitation, Ronnel, who had been slightly nervous, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Seizing the moment, he pressed on, adding, I understand your caution, Mr. Wing. I may have been a bit abrupt. How about this? Call Biscuit Kruger, explain everything, and let her decide. After a moment's contemplation, Wing glanced at Ronnel, then nodded slowly. Taking Zushi with him, Wing moved a little further away, pulling out his mobile phone from his pocket. Ronnel knew it was done. Weighing the wooden box in his hand, Ronnel's smile could no longer be contained. These days, Ronnel had used the money he and Shizuku earned from their battles at Heaven's Arena to fund their escapades through major casinos. You must know that since it's a casino, there are bound to be a variety of gambling methods, and naturally, the simplest and most popular such as dice are available. Relying on his advanced dice skills, Ronnel made a killing at all the major casinos, wiping out tens of billions of jenny. He turned the casino heads green with envy and frustration, and soon they started sending people to investigate him. However, Ronnel used his face-changing ability to enter and leave the casinos, wearing the faces of corpses he had touched. Looking for information on these people? You'd better check the graves. After accumulating so much wealth, Ronnel noticed that the casinos were like mad dogs, sniffing around for him, so he decided to stop while ahead and began investigating some rare gemstones instead. As the saying goes, the best way to deal with someone is to understand what they like. Ronnel wanted to acquire a rare gemstone as a way to secure a meeting with Biscuit. He eventually discovered that the rich person, located in the capital of Constantine in the Republic of Bretolia, owned a highly precious gemstone. Recently, he had undergone some major upheavals. It was said that he provoked someone he shouldn't have. His family's external industries were wiped out, and more shockingly, he and his entire family, young and old, were slaughtered in one night. No one was spared. Their estate was burned to the ground, leaving nothing behind. Only his nephew had been away at the time, showcasing some of the family's treasures outside the city. This twist of fate allowed him to escape, taking his people and goods with him. However, due to the curse hanging over the name, the nephew soon met his end as well, leaving him the accidental heir to the title. After the tragedy in the wake of the disaster, the remaining estate was sold at a low price. Among the items for sale was the Queen Mermaid's tears. Upon learning this, Ronnel couldn't help but lament their misfortune, his own good fortune, and the chaotic world they lived in. Without hesitation, he spent 99% of his accumulated wealth to purchase the gem. He had no idea that the rich man's death was indirectly linked to his own captain. Perhaps only God knows the strange ways fate intertwines their lives. While Ronnel eagerly anticipated the next steps, Wing had finished his phone call and approached him. Under Ronnel's expectant gaze, Wing spoke slowly. The teacher has agreed to meet with you. However, she's currently out of town and won't be able to come immediately. But don't worry, she'll arrive tomorrow morning after handling her other matters. Really? Thank you so much, Mr. Wing. Here, take this gem first. When Biscuit arrives, give it to her directly, and then call me. Suppressing the excitement within, Ronnel handed over the wooden box with a calm smile. Wing, surprised by the gesture, hesitated. Mr. Ronnel, aren't you afraid I might steal the gem? Of course not. Mr. Wing, you're an apprentice of Master Biscuit. You'd never do something like that? With that subtle bit of flattery, Ronnel could visibly feel the tension and wariness in Wing ease by more than half. Well, since you trust me, I suppose it's not necessary to take the gem in advance. Let's wait until the master arrives tomorrow. After exchanging contact information, Wing left with Zushi, disappearing into the crowd. Tomorrow, I'll meet Biscuit? Ronnel felt a surge of excitement and waved his arms toward the sky in anticipation. Just one more day to wait? The following 2 days passed slowly in Ronnel's heightened anticipation. Despite his excitement, Ronnel kept his usual routine, regularly visiting the morgue to collect corpses. By the night before his meeting with Biscuit, he had finally gathered enough blueskin skill books to synthesize a red-skinned advanced martial arts skill book. T/N, Blue, Intermediate, Red, Advanced. With this, Ronnel's martial arts talent would advance, making him a prodigy on par with Gon and Killua, an exceptional talent, found only once in tens of millions. This newfound confidence made him even more eager to learn from Biscuit. After all, on Greed Island, Biscuit had only taken Gon and Killua under her wing because of their immense potential. Ronnel believed that with his current level of talent, he could certainly catch her eye and persuade her to teach him. Of course, that was only Ronnel's assumption. The real test would come when he finally met Biscuit. The night passed in silence. The next day arrived. As the first rays of the morning sun illuminated Ronnel, he basked in its warmth, enjoying the beauty of dawn. His phone suddenly rang. Mr. Ronnel, my master has arrived. She's at the cafe to the left of Heaven's Arena. It was Wing's voice. Got it. I'll head there right away. Hanging up the call, Ronnel dialed Shizuku, donned his black windbreaker, and left his room. In the cafe near the entrance of Heaven's Arena, patrons frequently glanced toward a certain booth. To be exact, Ronnel was looking at the cute blonde girl in the booth, bored out of her mind as she kicked her legs and propped her chin with her hands like a delicate porcelain doll. Hey, Wing, are you sure the other party has the Queen's Mermaid's Tears? Master, I'm sure of it. I've seen it before. It's undoubtedly the gem, though there's always the chance it could have been forged by some special nin. Well, if it's faked by nin, don't try to fool my eyes. I've seen countless gems. If it's truly the Queen's Mermaid's Tears, ho ho ho. Seeing his master slipping into a dreamy state again, Wing twitched the corner of his mouth and sat up straight. Thankfully, I didn't bring Zushi here. If he saw the master like this, he might get the wrong idea. In order to avoid startling Zushi with Bisky's antics, Wing had left him at the hotel. And now, it seemed that was undoubtedly the right choice. Master, he's here. Wing's words brought Bisky back to reality, and she looked at Ronnel as he approached. The moment Ronnel stepped into the cafe, he spotted Bisky and Wing. Bisky's appearance was impossible to miss. If any unsavory characters on the streets of Meteor City saw her like this, there would be countless incidents to handle. Mr. Wing, is this Ms. Bisky? She's quite beautiful, which is surprising. As he arrived at the booth, Ronnel greeted Wing first, but under Bisky's dangerous gaze, he quickly changed to Ms. Are you the one with the Queen's Mermaid's Tears? Bisky rested her chin on her hands, blinking her large, watery eyes in a voice so soft it could easily trigger a protective instinct. The effect sent a shiver down Ronnel's spine. Wing coughed lightly, embarrassed, and turned his head away. Well, Ms. Bisky, this is the Queen's Mermaid's Tears. Ronnel, just like before, produced a wooden box with a flick of his wrist and placed it on the table. Bisky, watching the move, wasn't fazed. Instead, she eagerly opened the box, and then, seeing his master's intoxicated expression, Wing immediately knew the gem was genuine. As time passed, Bisky showed no signs of snapping out of her trance. Wing couldn't help but cough twice. Sorry. I got a little carried away and lost track of time. My apologies. Bisky snapped out of it and immediately resumed her adorable little girl act, a pitiful demeanor that caught the attention of patrons in nearby booths. Wing, feeling a growing headache, took a sip of the coffee in front of him. So bitter. You must really want something from me to hand over such a precious gem. It's not admiration or respect, is it? Tell me, boy, what do you want from me? From what Wing says, it seems you're familiar with me. But let me warn you, if it crosses my bottom line, no matter how tempting this gem is, I won't help. Bisky's soft voice carried words of righteousness and seriousness. Well, it might be more believable if she didn't have her hands firmly pressing down on the wooden box while saying it. Ronnel and Wing couldn't help but silently complain to themselves. Ahem, it's like this, Ms. Bisky. I have some doubts and confusion about nin practice, and I was hoping you could guide me. Since she was being so straightforward, Ronnel decided not to beat around the bush either and revealed his true intention. If you teach me for 3 days, I'll be more than satisfied. Ronnel clasped his hands together, speaking earnestly, while secretly smiling to himself. This was playing hard to get. With Bisky's character, he knew she wouldn't settle for just 3 days. 3 days. As expected, Bisky frowned at Ronnel's request. Let's make it half a month. I'll teach you everything I know about nin during this time. When it came to professional matters, Bisky's tone shifted immediately. She became mature and composed, dropping the cute girl act and adopting the stance of a seasoned mentor. Also, this is purely an employment relationship. You give me the gem, I give you guidance. Don't expect any bonds or prestige between us. And by the way, if your progress disappoints me, I won't hold back. With that, Bisky stashed the wooden box away. Understood, I won't let you down. Things were going smoother than Ronnel had anticipated. Bisky had agreed to teach him for the gem. As for it being just half a month, with a master who polishes talented people like rough stones, she will never let go of a student who satisfies her standards. And so, Ronnel dropped everything and started training with Bisky over the next half month. The energy is wrong. When facing an enemy, there's no need to waste so much energy covering your entire body. Your movements are wrong, too stiff, no fluidity. If an enemy seizes the opportunity, you'll get hit 10,000% of the time. Are you blind? Your judgment is off. What are your eyes for? You're making too many small movements. Not only are you wasting energy, but your body also becomes uncoordinated. Your reactions need to be faster. The second I extend my finger, tell me the number immediately. If you're even half a second late, do 500 push-ups. In less than 3 days, Bisky found dozens of small mistakes in Ronnel's techniques. According to her, these mistakes may seem minor, but in a real fight, even a slight misstep could determine victory or defeat. Ronnel, of course, listened intently to an expert like her. One taught seriously, and the other studied diligently. In just a few days, Ronnel felt like he had been completely reborn. And so, half a month passed swiftly. As the day of reckoning approached, Bisky finally commented, "With your current progress, it'll take less than 6 months to reach the level I was at back then." She never mentioned leaving. "Starting today, I'm going to change the plan. We'll adjust your diet, rest times, and increase the intensity of your training. As Biscuit spoke, Ronnel smiled knowingly. He understood perfectly what it meant when the sharp-eyed loli in front of him started outlining such a detailed training plan. Why are you laughing? I'm not laughing, Master Biscuit. When Ronnel called her master instead of ma'am, Biscuit visibly paused for a moment. If you're not laughing, then follow the plan I've set for you. Why are you just standing there like a fool? Biscuit didn't correct the title of master, tacitly accepting their new relationship. Ronnel's smile grew even wider. Yes, Master Biscuit. Initially, Ronnel had planned to stay for only half a month, but Biscuit couldn't stop herself from teaching. Talented students seek out capable masters, and capable masters, in turn, prefer talented disciples. That's precisely the dynamic between Ronnel and Biscuit now. It was clear that the talent Ronnel had displayed over the past few days had deeply impressed her. With a talent as rare as one in tens of millions and still only 16 or 17 years old, Ronnel was indeed a perfect candidate for Biscuit to instruct. After formally establishing their master-student relationship, Biscuit no longer held back. After each training session, she even had her ability, magical spa services, give Ronnel auxiliary massages. Naturally, Ronnel didn't keep any secrets either and openly shared details about his nin. However, Biscuit wasn't particularly interested in his nin abilities. Her concerns were more focused on gems, beauty, and magazines. Her hobbies involved lying around, acting cute, and admiring rough gemstones. As Biscuit settled in for the long term, Wing decided to bring his disciple, Zushi, to pay a visit to his grandmaster. Although, in terms of seniority, Biscuit was indeed his grandmaster. Being called grandmaster made her feel too old, which she absolutely hated. Wing was left speechless, while Zushi was surprised to see that his grandmaster looked so youthful. Still, being of good nature, Zushi quickly gathered himself and greeted her respectfully. Biscuit looked him over and nodded slightly. While Zushi's talent was good, it paled in comparison to Ronnel's. However, as her disciple's disciple, Biscuit still instructed him to follow Ronnel and train together whenever possible. Though she didn't devote as much attention to him as she did to Ronnel, Zushi still felt like he gained a lot from her teachings and was very satisfied. After seeing Biscuit accept Zushi, Ronnel thought it over and brought Shizuku into the mix. Initially, he figured that if Biscuit was already instructing one, why not two? Though she reprimanded him for this, after Ronnel promised not to bring anyone else, Biscuit accepted Shizuku as well. Despite Shizuku's lesser talent and strength compared to Ronnel, her simple and cute personality won over Biscuit, who had a soft spot for adorable girls. They quickly bonded, and Biscuit treated Shizuku as a close sister. So now, Ronnel was Biscuit's disciple, Biscuit and Shizuku were sisters, and Ronnel and Shizuku were. Well, this generational hierarchy was getting rather confusing, leaving Zushi's head spinning. Life settled into a routine. By day, Ronnel trained under Biscuit's guidance, and by night, he continued his work at the morgue. Time passed quietly, and soon a month had gone by in the blink of an eye. During this month, the progress and gains of the group were gratifying. There were many things they didn't understand before, but under the guidance of Biscuit, they suddenly began to grasp them. Ronnel felt that finding Biscuit to be his master was definitely the best decision he had made. On this day, after a long day of training and a massage from his master, he was on his way back to his residence. The flow of people seems to be increasing, and it's growing every day, Shizuku commented after waiting in line for a long time to buy her favorite ice cream. That's because the grand event at Heaven's Arena is approaching, so naturally, more people are coming, Wing replied, walking behind with Zushi. Originally, I brought Zushi here because I wanted him to observe the event in 3 days and expand his knowledge. A grand event. Ronnel looked at Wing curiously. For a month and a half, he had been focused on training with Biscuit and hadn't paid much attention to the events at Heaven's Arena. Yes, from the 220th floor to the 250th floor of Heaven's Arena, there is a floor master for each level. You know about this? I do. The 31 floor masters participate in a fighting event every 2 years, the Battle Olympia, which attracts countless spectators. T/N, the Battle Olympia is the Heaven's Arena's biennial combat festival. Suddenly, Ronnel came to his senses. Is it the time for the Battle Olympia? No, Wing shook his head with a smile. The festival was last year. The next one will be held next year, on April 15. Next year? So, 1998. Ronnel thought back to the timeline of events. In the last mission, the Battle Olympia was interrupted by Jed, and that was after Gon and Killua exited the Greedy Island game and met Kite. T/N, Jed had been in battle with Netero, who was trying to wipe out Jed's people, the On-users, the opposite of Nin. Later on, Netero killed Jed and the other On-users for heinous crimes they had committed using On. The day Gon and Killua met Kite was March 18, 2000, and they entered the NGL in May to investigate the Chimera Ant incident. So the martial arts tournament did indeed happen on April 15. T/N, NGL is the place where Chimera Ant arc occurred. After confirming this, Ronnel glanced at the oblivious Zushi. The boy had recently been taken as a disciple by Wing, laying down his foundation, but had yet to learn Nin. Biscuit was only working on training his body, without introducing the intricacies of Nin. Zushi would start learning about Nin for the first time in 1999, well before Gon and Killua came to Heaven's Arena. Still, how was it possible that Zushi, after just 2 years of training, participated in the Battle Olympia and became a floor master? When did Nin training become so easy? In less than 2 years, Zushi, with his raw talent in martial arts rare as 1 in 100,000, became a floor master. It was impressive, but next to the prodigious Gon and Killua, it seemed even more incredible. The only explanation was that Zushi's foundation was exceptionally strong, and while Gon and Killua were busy causing chaos in Yornu City and playing Greedy Island, Zushi trained day and night, achieving impressive results. Or perhaps the so-called floor masters weren't as formidable as they appeared. Maybe it was a bit of both. The event this time is mainly a battle between 2 floor masters. The reason for the large audience is that both are well known in the world of martial arts, Wing explained patiently. They both come from the Subai School, a famous martial arts school. However, due to internal disagreements over the martial arts philosophy, the school split into 2 factions, North and South. To prove their legitimacy, both factions promoted their top fighters, making them highly popular and widely recognized. Eventually, tensions rose, and it was decided that a final battle would settle the dispute. That's why today's grand event is so significant. Ronnel now fully understood. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and on the day of the match on the 234th floor of Heaven's Arena, the atmosphere was electric. 5 days before the event, all tickets had sold out. The early bird audience had already filled the venue, eagerly awaiting the fight. Those without tickets had to settle for watching the event on monitors scattered throughout the first floor of Heaven's Arena. Ronnel and his group of 5 managed to get into the auditorium to watch the match live. Though the tickets had sold out, scalpers existed everywhere, and a bit of money could solve most problems. Ronnel had spent most of his assets on gemstones but managed to earn enough for tickets and living expenses after a quick trip to the casino, his face masked with a false identity. 1 hour before the game, the venue was full, and the live broadcast had already started. At this time, a lot of spectators gathered on the first floor of Heaven's Arena. These were people who hadn't managed to get tickets, so they had to either stand or sit, crowding around various monitors. In the city, even stores selling TVs had turned on all their screens to broadcast the event, and large displays on the buildings also aired the live stream. In the broadcast, a female commentator, wearing a pink outfit specially made for Heaven's Arena, with a large fist symbol on the front, was holding a wireless microphone, standing at the highest commentary platform. Her enthusiasm was evident as she addressed the audience both in the arena and at home. Boldly, Huo began explaining to the crowd. Look at the audience in the arena? Less than an hour before the match, and it's already packed. Today, we have 2 martial arts masters with complex backgrounds. Both are floor masters of Heaven's Arena and have submitted battle applications. They're fighting today so that everyone here and watching at home can witness their clash. Both are top representatives of Subai School, one of the world's foremost martial arts schools. The winner of this match will claim the title of the true master of Subai School. Who will emerge victorious? Let's wait and see. Now, before the match begins, let's take a look at some of their past battles. As the broadcast shifted to a highlight reel, the enthusiastic commentator put down her microphone and took a sip from her water bottle. Being a commentator was no easy job. Due to certain unwritten rules, they couldn't talk about Nen to the general public. So, whenever Nen users activated their abilities and performed superhuman feats that defied physics, commentators had to either feign ignorance or come up with creative explanations. Not every commentator understood Nen, but they were all good at talking their way through it, especially those who could make things sound plausible. While the girl drank her water, footage of the 2 floor masters' past fights played on the big screen, each dazzling move greeted by loud cheers from the audience. As expected of the floor masters, their strength is truly remarkable. Ronnel nodded in approval as he watched the impressive displays. But, he added after a pause, his tone shifting. While they're strong, there are still flaws in how they use Nen, and plenty of subtle tricks they rely on. Thanks to his month and a half of training with Biscuit, Ronnel's insight had grown considerably. After watching a few of the fights, he had already spotted several weaknesses in the 2 floor masters' techniques. You're right, Biscuit agreed, sitting beside him. Their Nen is powerful, designed specifically for combat, but as fighters, they're nothing special. With little interest, she shifted her gaze away from the screen. Given your talent, it wouldn't take you 2 years, not even 1, half a year at most, and both of them together wouldn't stand a chance against you. Biscuit sighed. How is it that people of their strength can become floor masters at Heaven's Arena? The fighters of today are too impatient. One generation is worse than the last. Back in my day, the floor masters were all world-class Nen users. Now look at them. Her words, coming from her petite and cute form, sounded out of place, as if an elderly person was speaking through a child's body. Back then, when I was a floor master. Wait, you were a floor master? Ronnel asked, surprised. He had known that Biscuit had once been a hunter examiner for fun, but this was the first time he heard about her time as a floor master. Even Wing, sitting nearby, turned his head in curiosity. It seemed he hadn't known this about Biscuit either. Maybe it was nostalgia or dissatisfaction with the present, but when Ronnel asked, Biscuit became more talkative. Of course I was. I've done more than that. I even participated in the Battle Olympia and stayed on the 251st floor for a while. After gaining some success with Nen, I came to Heaven's Arena to fight, hoping to earn money to buy a gemstone I loved. I climbed all the way past the 200th floor. Later, I heard that the Battle Olympia was offering a rare gem as a prize in a lottery. Naturally, I participated, won, and moved to the 251st floor. But after dealing with too much media attention, I gave up my floor master position. Biscuit spoke with pride, and Zushi looked at her with admiration. It was undeniable this mighty warrior, over 50 years old, had lived an extraordinary life, full of amazing stories. As Biscuit and Wing continued chatting, the lights overhead dimmed, and the big screen flickered. Two strong beams of light suddenly shone from the east and west corners of the ring. After seeing the two fighters clearly under the lights, the auditorium erupted into a frenzy. Everyone has been waiting, and now I will introduce our two respected hosts. First, from the east, guarding the 223rd floor of Heaven's Arena, Hank Loda. Accompanied by the girl's introduction, a tall, muscular man with a bare chest stood under the spotlight on the east side, posing dramatically, soaking in the attention and praise of the crowd. And next, from the west, guarding the 231st floor, Thatcher. Under the same light, a slender, refined gentleman in a tuxedo gave a slight bow to the audience, performing a flawless aristocratic salute. I don't need to go over their past achievements. Now, let's welcome the two floor masters onto the stage. As if gunpowder had been ignited, the crowd's cheers surged through the venue like waves. Amidst the roar of the audience, the two floor masters slowly walked onto the arena. After confirming there were no mistakes, the referee crossed his hands in the air and announced the start of the match. Boom. Immediately after the referee's call, the fists of the two floor masters collided with immense force, creating a series of sonic booms. Who do you think will win between the two? Biscuit asked as she turned toward Ronnel. Based on the video of their previous battles, I think Thatcher has a higher chance of winning. After pondering for a moment, Ronnel gave his answer. Hearing this, Biscuit nodded approvingly. It seems you've made a lot of progress these days. You're looking sharp. It's all thanks to the master's teachings, Ronnel replied modestly. Enough with the flattery. If you've got that kind of skill, you might as well buy me 2 more diamonds. On the battlefield, as the two floor masters continued to clash, the intensity of their fight only grew, driving the excitement in the crowd to new heights. Eventually, at the peak of their battle, both fighters revealed their weapons. One drew a slender sword, while the other wielded an ancient copper knife. Both weapons were cloaked in thick layers of nen, brimming with power. Although Biscuit wasn't particularly impressed with the fighters, she had to admit that the Sub-I School was one of the top martial arts schools in the world, and its techniques in both hand-to-hand and weapon combat were commendable. Moreover, the two fighters were undeniably strong good contenders even among skilled nen users. But could they really pose a challenge after just 6 months of training? After observing for a while, Ronnel felt that 3 months would have been more than enough for him to surpass them. He wasn't overconfident. Thanks to his Gravikeeper's grasp nen, his power and control over nen were increasing daily. On top of that, he had the guidance of a renowned master like Biscuit, who taught him advanced nen techniques, and his own exceptional talent. As the battle below raged on, Ronnel watched, unimpressed by the fighters but intrigued by their weapons. A powerful weapon could be a great asset to any nen user. He began thinking about when he could find some time to look for a suitable weapon for himself. As the match wore on and the fighters' stamina waned, their once explosive attacks started to slow. But both Ronnel and Wing knew that battles often hinged on the smallest mistakes, especially in the late stages. A single misstep could decide the victor. Just like in a game, where a carefully built strategy can be toppled by a single decisive move at the very end. Sure enough, after their energy had all but depleted, and they were too exhausted to hold on to their weapons, the physically stronger Hank Loda faltered slightly, his footing unstable. Thatcher seized the opportunity. With a swift, decisive move, he used the technique Ronnel knew all too well, throat smash, and struck Hank Loda's throat. In a battle like this, where the philosophies of both sides clashed, the result could only be determined by life or death. With a sharp sound, Hank Loda clutched his throat and collapsed, his eyes gradually losing their light. Finally, the victorious Thatcher sighed in relief and dropped to the ground, exhausted to the point of passing out. As the winner was declared, the audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, all for Thatcher. As for the fallen Hank Loda, no one cared for him, save for the few gamblers who had bet on him and now cursed his name. Even his former supporters and fans had shifted their loyalty to Thatcher. The only ones who mourned his loss were those in the Sub-I School he represented. Many there would likely harbor resentment for the shame his defeat brought upon them. As most people in the audience continued applauding for Thatcher, Ronnel slowly stood up from his seat. Where are you going? Biscuit asked, noticing his movements. To help someone with a corpse disposal, Ronnel replied with a grin, his gaze fixated on Hank Loda's lifeless body. This was the corpse of a floor master level fighter, much stronger than an average nen user. The rewards for this would surely be immense. As the floor master of Heaven's Arena, Hank Loda's funeral must be handled with the proper respect after his death. What's more, he wasn't alone. There's a branch of the Sub-I School behind him, and a large group of disciples will be taking care of his funeral. So, if Ronnel didn't act now, he might not get another chance as good as this. After a group of Sub-I School disciples carried Hank Loda's body from the ring, they found a young man, about 16 or 17, standing in front of them, looking deeply sorrowful with tears in his eyes. I was a fan of Mr. Hank Loda, and I'd like to see him one last time, Ronnel said, his voice choked with emotion. His performance was so convincing, he could fool even the best of them in the future. Seeing Ronnel's sincerity, the vigilance on the disciples' faces faded. Softened, they allowed him to approach. God bless you, Mr. Hankloda. Ronnel mimicked the gesture of a Christian prayer, and, under the guise of mourning, a large hand radiating white mist silently grasped Hankloda's body, retrieving 3 glowing orbs before retreating. Farewell. After storing the 3 light spheres in his storage space, Ronnel murmured his final words and swiftly ran off, his face buried in his hands in a show of heartbreak. The disciples looked on, sighing with admiration at the scene. Acting skills advanced level. In the streets of Meteor City, where people devour one another, how could you survive without solid acting skills? Ronnel had honed his performance from the bodies of countless residents, gradually refining his skill to an advanced level. Once he was far enough away, he removed his hands from his face, and the grief vanished, replaced by a self-satisfied grin. This operation had gone flawlessly. Ha 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 ha, ha, ha ha. The grin froze on Ronnel's face. Not far ahead, a figure stood at the exit of the passage, observing him with interest, a man with a playing card in hand and face paint like a clown. It was Hisoka Maro, and current member of the Phantom Troop, holding the number 4 position. Why did it have to be him? Hisoka's presence here was no surprise. He'd fought Castro in Heaven's Arena, making him a regular. Of course, there was no reason he wouldn't come to watch the battles of floor masters. Ronnel's expression immediately tightened. He made an effort to act as if he hadn't noticed anything, picking up his pace. I'm not sure what you're up to, visiting this dead man, Hisoka said with his signature grin. But you don't strike me as someone here to mourn and say goodbye, right? He shifted slightly, deliberately blocking the exit. Damn it. Ronnel's brow twitched. Hisoka was the last person he wanted to deal with. Once he took an interest in you, trouble was guaranteed. This was a man who pursued his desires with no regard for anything else. Just to fight Crollo, he'd killed the former member holding the number 4 spot and joined the Phantom Troop. Then, he later leaked information to Kurapika, leading to the deaths of Pakunoda and Yuvijin. After his battle with Crollo at Heaven's Arena, he went berserk, killing Shulnark and Cordopai. A complete lunatic, obsessed with his own twisted goals. Getting involved with him meant inviting chaos. I just want to leave, Ronnel said vaguely. Could you make some space? Oh, sure. Hisoka chuckled. But I noticed that look on your face earlier. You seem to know me quite well, don't you? No, not at all. I just thought your outfit was a bit unusual. Every freak in the hunter world was a nightmare. Is that so? Unfazed, Hisoka turned and sashayed out of the passage like he was on a runway, waving a hand back at Ronnel. I think we'll meet again someday. Ghosts want to meet you, more like? Ronnel thought bitterly. He remembered that Hisoka would be joining the hunter exam in 1998, which meant their paths would cross for sure unless he delayed until 2000. But waiting until 2000? That was impossible. He planned to take the exam next year. So, there was no avoiding him. What a headache. Ronnel rubbed his temples and returned to his seat, only to find that the audience had already cleared out. Wing and the others had probably left earlier, and as for Shizuku, who was usually quite obedient, Ronnel noticed the note Biscuit had left on the seat, took Shizuku shopping. He sighed, speechless. With no other choice, Ronnel headed back to his room, checking over the spoils from his little encounter with Clodagh. Strength talent advanced. Judging by those massive muscles, it was no surprise that Hankloda's strength level had been so high. Advanced? Huh? Not bad. But strength alone wasn't enough. Nin power came down to the strength of your mind, after all. Speed talent, intermediate. It's another talent, and with the previous rewards, Ronnel had just gathered 5 intermediate speed talents, which could now be synthesized into a high-level one. With high-level strength, high-level speed, and high-level martial arts talent, and with some focused training, Ronnel would have no shortcomings. The Southern Sub-I School's ancestral treasured saber cannot be owned by anyone who isn't the recognized master of the school. Huh? As the third beam fired, Ronnel halted. It seemed he had found something incredible. Ronnel blinked, then flipped his palm. An ancient copper saber appeared in his hand. The blade was an ancient yellow, densely covered with intricate patterns. Gazing closely, Ronnel noticed that a significant amount of nin was attached to it. It was the copper saber that Hankloda had used in the previous competition. This ancestral saber must have been passed down for generations, retaining the nin of ancestors. Without their approval or without dispelling the nin, the sword couldn't be wielded at all. Only the disciples of school who had been recognized by the saber's nin could become the master of the saber, using the nin to greatly enhance their power. It looked like a useless item to most. However, Ronnel's space backpack had a unique advantage. Anything stored in it would be bound to him. This ancient copper saber, now bound to Ronnel, meant he had become its rightful owner. The nin attached to the saber would now aid him, just like it did for the former masters of the Sub-I School. He could command the nin at will? What a huge gain! Ronnel hadn't expected to stumble upon such a treasure, especially when he was in need of a proper weapon. It was like the saber was sent right into his hands. That Hankloda sure was a generous opponent? While Ronnel happily examined the saber, elsewhere, Mr. Thatcher from the victorious northern faction slowly regained consciousness. Upon waking, his first concern was his sword, which thankfully lay by his side. He breathed a sigh of relief. The Sub-I School had 2 ancestral weapons. Both weapons contained nin that could boost the wielder's power, making them critical to the school's strength. They could not fall into enemy hands. Since the sword was with him and the battle was won, the saber in Hankloda's possession should also be retrieved. The agreement before the battle had been clear: the victor would take control of both weapons. Has the southern faction delivered the saber yet? Thatcher asked one of his disciples. I sent someone to collect it. I assume it should. Before he could finish, another disciple rushed in, his face furious. Master Thatcher, I went to the southern school to ask for the saber, but they claimed it had suddenly gone missing. They said they couldn't find it. The disciple tried to control his anger as he spoke. Lost the saber? Couldn't find it? What a joke? Hearing this, the northern school disciples were enraged. Missing? The very saber their leader had used to fight just moments ago? It was clear to everyone that the southern faction was refusing to admit defeat and didn't want to hand over the saber. Their rogue tactics were no better than the thugs on the streets of Meteor City. They were bringing shame upon the name of the sub-eye school. The disciples of the northern faction were now even more convinced that the southern faction didn't deserve the sub-eye title. Master, what should we do? One disciple asked coldly. Thatcher's expression darkened. He had anticipated that the southern faction wouldn't give up the saber so easily. Without hesitation, he began issuing orders for action against the southern faction. As for the disgraced southern faction, they had planned all along to avoid surrendering the saber. However, when they went to hide it, they were stunned to discover something shocking. The saber was truly gone? Ronnel returned to his room, staring at the saber with growing affection. Not only did it have the perfect weight, but the grip also felt excellent in his hands. Wielding it felt natural. The blade was incredibly sharp, slicing the air with a faint cracking sound. No doubt, this was a treasured weapon passed down through generations, and Ronnel couldn't be more satisfied. Of course, this saber had been a family heirloom, and the southern faction was probably going mad trying to find it by now. Plus, the saber's design was unique, its features obvious. If he casually carried it around, it would easily be recognized. After a moment of thought, Ronnel pulled out a unique item from the hunter world, elastic paper. Elastic paper, completely white and highly elastic, was similar to A4 paper but far superior in toughness and quality. It was also incredibly expensive. Ronnel carefully traced the saber's outline on 2 sheets of elastic paper, cutting them out and attaching them to both sides of the blade. This perfectly covered the saber's distinct patterns. He even wrapped the handle in elastic paper. Now, even the sub-eye's disciples might not recognize the saber. Once satisfied, Ronnel practiced with the saber a few more times before putting it away contentedly, just as Shizuku returned that evening. A night of unspoken tenderness passed, and with the dawn of the new day, Ronnel rose to face the ongoing conflicts around him. The dispute between the northern and southern factions of Sub-Eye had not calmed after the death of one faction's leader. Instead, it sparked new power struggles over the faction's ancestral treasures, igniting a chaotic whirlwind of rivalry. In the bustling streets of Heaven's Arena, vendors hawked tassel crab roe buns, their voices rising above the noise of the city. Ronnel, however, focused on his meal, munching calmly as the gossip about the Sub-Eye school's affairs swirled around him. Though the conflict escalated, Ronnel kept his mind clear of distractions, focusing solely on his nin training under Biscuit's guidance. And so, a month and a half passed by. During that time, Ronnel not only trained diligently with Biscuit but also faced off against Shizuku. After 90 days, they confirmed their progress and the growth of their abilities. This time, Ronnel's strength had soared. Meanwhile, the Sub-Eye school's infighting grew worse. Instead of fading with time, the rivalry intensified, escalating into bloody clashes that left many dead. Ronnel took advantage of the chaos, slipping into the battle zones and gathering the life force of fallen warriors, absorbing a vast amount of quintessential energy. This not only fueled his nin but also elevated his mastery of the Sub-Eye fist and Sub-Eye kicking techniques to new heights. With the combined essences, Ronnel now possessed considerable power to defend himself. He had grown confident that, should he face Crollo again, he could hold his own. His training under Biscuit continued, and he took it seriously. There was nothing more exhilarating than feeling his strength increase day by day. Just when Ronnel thought his rigorous training would continue for much longer, Biscuit handed him a peculiar piece of paper, one that resembled a playing card. It was a registration form from the Hunter Association. With your current strength, you're more than ready to earn your hunter license. Most of the examiners won't stand a chance against you, Biscuit said. You shouldn't just train aimlessly. Go out and test your skills in the real world. With that, Biscuit handed Ronnel the registration form and took Shizuku out for some shopping. The annual hunter exam was set for January 7th, and it was now December of 1997, just the right time to sign up. But there was something peculiar about this exam. A hunter exam in 98. Isn't this the one just before Gon and the others take theirs? Ronnel mused as he looked at the form in his hands. If he remembered correctly, Hisoka would be participating in this exam, but things wouldn't go as planned. Hisoka, notorious for his unpredictability, was said to beat one of the examiners half to death, preventing anyone from passing. Additionally, Hisoka would take out 20 other participants, making this exam one of the toughest in recent memory. A hell-level exam, huh? Sounds like fun, Ronnel grinned, his anticipation growing. This was the hunter exam, after all. Each year, only a select few, the cream of the crop, were chosen from millions of applicants. The upcoming session had Gon, Killua, Kurapika, Hanzo, all of them exceptional talents. The elite from this exam couldn't be much worse, right? And those elite corpses? Ronnel thought, smirking. They'd surely be brimming with valuable nin energy. While Ronnel wasn't necessarily aiming to pass the exam this time, he couldn't resist the challenge. After all, as a time traveler, it would be boring not to go through the main plot lines of this world. There was something exhilarating about immersing himself in these pivotal moments. Plus, with Hisoka around, things were bound to get messy. Ronnel wasn't worried about failing the exam, but he had no doubt, if Hisoka was willing to attack an examiner, there was no telling what he'd do next. Still, Ronnel had a bold idea, one that could boost his strength even further, if things went according to plan. After submitting his registration form to Biscuit, it took only 2 days for her to return with instructions. On January 6th, head to an abandoned warehouse in this city. Someone will meet you there and provide further instructions. Due to the immense benefits of a hunter license, over 1 million people applied for the exam each year. To weed out weaker candidates, the Hunter Association set up numerous traps and challenges along the way. Candidates had to rely on whatever little information they had to find the true test site. And that site? It changed every year, hidden away in the most unlikely places, making it an adventure just to get there. Without the assistance of navigators, it's difficult for candidates to reach the venue. Candidates must first find the corresponding navigators in each continent and region, and only after their talents are confirmed can they reach the venue. Of course, this applies to newcomers. Veterans who have taken the Hunter test multiple times are directly sent to the examination place every year, as they are already recognized by the navigators. Abandoned building. Ronnel thought for a moment, then shook his head and smiled. Why go through all the trouble when he knew of a ready-made navigators? No need to make things harder than they were. Immediately, Ronnel bid farewell to Biscuit. As for Shizuku, following the deceptively young-looking master put Ronnel at ease. Instead of heading to any abandoned building, he took an airship directly to Doll Harbor. T/N, Doll Harbor is a port town and common gathering place for aspiring hunters. Anime, Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio were all dropped off in Doll Harbor to find their way to the 287th Hunter exam in Zaban City. 2 days later, they arrived at Doll Harbor, a bustling hub where sea and air travel intersected. At the port, Ronnel watched as the ship approached the horizon. Smiling, he turned toward the enormous lone pine tree. With his goal clear and a direction in mind, Ronnel took the quickest route, traversing the mountains and forests. As he moved, a light aura of Nen enveloped him, causing the wild beasts and magical creatures to retreat, sensing the danger from afar. After some time, he reached the small house beneath the towering lone pine tree. Without hiding his presence, Ronnel released his aura, forming a strong aura around himself. "Excuse me, is the navigators for the hunter test here?" "I'm a candidate," Ronnel asked politely, facing the cottage. A moment of silence followed, then a voice responded from inside. "Yes, we're the navigators. But if you want to go to the test venue, you'll have to wait until midnight." The ship had just docked, bringing more candidates. If they could pass the test of touching the lone pine tree, they would be taken to the real examination site together. Ronnel understood. It was just part of the test's rules. With nothing else to do, he found a shady spot, sat cross-legged, and began practicing Nen. From the cottage, the vicious fox inside glanced at him twice before turning away, and everything fell silent. Time passed slowly as the sky darkened, and the moon rose high, its light scattered across the stars. At midnight, Ronnel opened his eyes just as the door of the cabin creaked. A tall, yellow-furred figure stepped out. "You've waited long enough. I'll take you to the hunter test site now." Ronnel simply nodded. He was the only candidate, none of the others had touched the cedar tree. Grabbing the Kiriko's paw, he was lifted into the sky in an instant as the Kiriko flapped its wings. T/N, Kiriko are magical beasts that can change their own physical appearance. They are navigators to the examination site for the hunter exam. Several hours later, they reached the outskirts of a city. Inside the city, Kiriko transformed into human form, knowing that a monster like it couldn't attract too much attention, even as a navigators for the Hunter Association. "Go to that bar," Kiriko pointed at a slightly worn-down building. "Tell the bartender you want 2 glasses of pink fruit wine, 3 draft beers, and 10 bowls of hangover soup. He'll take you where you need to go." "Thank you," Ronnel said, nodding. After parting ways with vicious Kiriko, Ronnel entered the bar. With no other customers around, he approached the bartender, gave the coded order, and was promptly led to an elevator. The elevator descended into a vast underground wine cellar. Upon arrival, Ronnel received his number plate 400. The underground wine cellar was already crowded with waiting figures. A few candidates gave him a wary glance before looking away. The 3 Amurai brothers, Ponzo the bee girl, Bourbon the snake player, Pakal the lucky archer, Jaretta the man with sunglasses, Sami the monkey juggernaut, Badaro the martial artist, familiar faces. Ronnel casually scanned the room and recognized many people. His gaze shifted left, and he saw a candidate in a gray-yellow suit with a large nose and a trustworthy-looking face approaching. "Hello, you must be new here. My name is Tonpa, and I've taken the hunter exam for 34 years. Tonpa smiled warmly, his expression as harmless as could be. "Really? Since you're so experienced, I might need your help with the next test," Ronnel responded with a slightly sincere smile. But the arc of his smile mirrored the mischievous grin Biscuit would flash when planning something devious. "It's no surprise, really. Like master, like student." Seeing Ronnel's reaction, Tonpa's smile became even more earnest. "Ha ha ha, it's okay, if you don't understand anything, just ask me. By the way, are you thirsty? I happen to have 2 cans of juice here. Would you like one?" Seeing Tanpa's gracious look, the veterans who knew his reputation snorted in disdain, watching Ronnel's reaction with great interest. Thank me. However, before Ronnel could respond, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He quickly turned his head. There stood a man, recognizable by his signature makeup and the poker card in his hand, staring at Ronnel with a strange smile. Hisoka, so he's really here. Seeing the 401 number plate hanging on Hisoka's chest, Ronnel raised his guard. He's never seen him before, he must be a newcomer. But this guy doesn't seem like someone to mess with. Noticing Hisoka, Tanpa thought about greeting him but decided to quietly retreat. His 30+ years of surviving the hunter exam had given him some sense of danger. Oh he, it's been over a month, and you seem to have gotten stronger. I thought you were just a growing apple, but it seems you've ripened sooner than I expected. I can't wait to taste it. Hisoka licked his lips, his gaze at Ronnel completely unrestrained. Pervert. Out of sight, out of mind. Ronnel turned away. Now that his strength was on par with Hisoka, even if he couldn't win, he was confident enough to defend himself. Just then, the faint sound of a door opening broke the tension, and everyone turned toward the only staircase in the wine cellar. A middle-aged man wearing a casual jacket, with yellow hair and dark circles under his eyes, came down, yawning. Facing the stares of the crowd, he glanced around lazily before pulling a bell from his pocket and giving it a shake. It's time, the 286th Hunter exam, with a total of 401 participants. His voice was weak, but everyone listened attentively. I'm the examiner for the first test. My name? Too much trouble, so I won't bother. Anyway, passing the first test isn't going to be easy. Let's cut to the chase. The content of the first test is... The examiner with yellow hair and dark circles fell into deep thought, mumbling to himself. Seeing this, many of the participants twitched their lips in disbelief. Mr. Examiner, you don't even know what the test is yet? Sorry, I had the idea last night, but I forgot after I woke up this morning, the examiner suddenly exclaimed, fist hitting palm. But now I remember. The participants. You forgot something so important? What were you even doing last night? Some of the examines couldn't help but look at the unreliable examiner with concern. Okay, what I had in mind was that if there are too many people, then we'll just have to reduce the number. So, the first round will be in 2 parts. The yellow-haired examiner pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and began smoking. Hearing this, the examines felt a chill and focused their attention entirely on him, ready for the test's explanation. Before the official test begins, you all need to form teams. The lazy examiner said, blowing out a puff of smoke. Once you've formed a team, I'll give you the details of the next stage. As soon as he finished, one of the participants raised their hand and asked, but examiner, there are 401 of us. What about the ones who don't find a team? They'll be eliminated. The examiner gave the participant a sideways glance. If you're rejected by 400 people and no one wants to team up with you, what qualifications do you have to become a hunter? He waved his hand dismissively. Hurry up. You've got 10 minutes. Anyone without a team will be eliminated. As soon as the words were out, the underground wine cellar turned into a chaotic scene, like a crowded market. Ronnel looked around at the other participants quickly forming teams, his eyes scanning for someone reliable. I'll carry, you just follow. But as a newcomer, Ronnel found it difficult to approach anyone. The veterans had already started grouping up with familiar faces. After a bit of searching, Ronnel noticed most people had already teamed up. As for the ones still alone, Ronnel's gaze landed on Hisoka, who was also scanning the crowd for a partner. Sensing Ronnel's gaze, Hisoka grinned, noticing he was alone as well. Oh he, looks like you're alone too. How about it? Want to form a team with me? No. Ronnel subconsciously declined. Really? That's such a pity. By the way, I don't know your name yet. What do they call you? Ronnel. Oh, so it's Ronnel. Little Ronnel? Ronnel suddenly had black lines all over his forehead. He shouldn't have talked to Hisoka. Immediately, with a dark face, he turned away to look for someone else. Seeing this, Hisoka laughed twice, and noticing a candidate anxiously looking around alone, he couldn't help but purse his lips and walk toward him. Who should I find? Seeing that time was running out, Ronnel felt a little helpless. Hey, brothers, you can't just leave me like this. An anxious voice reached Ronnel's ears, making him stop and look over. The two of you have teamed up, so what should I do? Among the 3 Amurai brothers, the youngest, Amurai, covered his head and shouted. There's no way around it, Amurai. The examiner said you can only team up in pairs. You're getting older, so it's time to learn how to solve problems on your own. Imori, the second eldest, couldn't help but lecture like an older brother. But just as Amurai was about to argue, he felt a pat on his shoulder. Well, do you lack a teammate? Turning his head, he saw Ronnel's sincere smile. It just so happens that I'm alone. Newcomer Amurai resisted instinctively but then heard Ronnel continue. Don't think I'm a rookie. I'm not weak. I've made it to the 150th floor of Heaven's Arena. The 150th floor of Heaven's Arena. Hearing this, Amurai's eyes lit up. The 3 brothers often hung out at Heaven's Arena to earn Jenny for living expenses, but their best record was reaching the 170th floor, purely by luck. It seems this rookie is stronger than he looks. No wonder he dares to take the hunter exam. Amurai rubbed his hands with joy and then slapped Ronnel's shoulder familiarly. All right, kid, you've got good instincts teaming up with me. Don't worry, Uncle Amurai will get you through the first round. Ha ha ha. Ronnel smiled non-committally at the bravado of this guy who seemed only slightly older than himself. 10 minutes passed quickly, and all the candidates had already formed teams, a total of 200. As for the unlucky one no one wanted, he was naturally kicked out. He was driven away through a safe exit in the wine cellar. Now that teams have formed, I'll explain the test. First, the first half. Candidates must form pairs. To pass, keep your own number plate and take the number plates of 2 other candidates. That's how you pass the first half. The yellow-haired, black-eyed examiner, with a cigarette in his mouth, raised his palm, holding up 4 fingers. In other words, you must hold 4 number plates total, while ensuring the 2 on you are not taken. Only when 2 members of the same team bring 4 number plates to me will they pass. That's the rule. How you go about snatching number plates is up to you. Having said that, the examiner clapped his hands and sat down on the steps. Let the quiz begin. With those words, the atmosphere immediately shifted. A number plate snatch? In the Hunter exam, this is common. Whether it was the 287th Hunter exam or the 288th where you pass by collecting 5 number plates, it all came down to number plates. A number plate snatch? This test again. Sensing the growing tension, Amurai shrank his neck. I should contact my brothers first, and then, bang, bang. Before Amurai could finish his thought, he heard 2 soft noises by his ears. Instinctively, he turned toward the sound and froze. Not just him, but all the other examines who glanced over were equally shocked. Sorry for disturbing everyone. These 2 tried to sneak up on me, so I handled it. Ronnel said with a smile, loosening his grip. The rookie assassin Tanpa, foaming at the mouth with eyes rolled back, and Sami, who was unconscious, collapsed limply to the ground. Both had clearly lost consciousness. That's Tanpa, the rookie killer. Some veterans whispered among themselves, glancing at Ronnel, no longer with contempt but with fear. Taking down the notorious rookie killer Tanpa in the first round. This rookie is no joke? Amurai also stared at Ronnel, dumbfounded. Is this really someone from the 150th floor? No, he hinted at being stronger than that. Thankfully, Amurai wasn't a fool. He quickly put things together, and his view of Ronnel shifted entirely. He recalled what he had said earlier to Ronnel. Gulp. He swallowed nervously and awkwardly shuffled forward with a smile. As soon as Amurai said 2 words, another scream echoed in his ears, making him shudder involuntarily. Ronnel also heard the commotion and looked around, only to see Hisoka holding a poker in one hand, standing over a pool of blood with a sickly smile on his face. He didn't bother to restrain himself and, under the terrified gaze of his teammate, raised his hand again. The teammate of the man who had fallen in the blood pool stood frozen, his pupils dilated. Blood oozed from his neck as his body collapsed. Go, take their number plates. Hisoka, still facing away from his teammate, gave the order, causing the latter to tremble. Yes. Trembling, he stepped forward, collected the 2 blood-stained number plates, and handed them back to Hisoka. No one dared to approach them. The crowd parted, keeping their distance from Hisoka in fear, creating a large empty space around him. These newcomers aren't easy. The yellow-haired examiner puffed on a cigarette, observing Ronnel and Hisoka with a yawn. Their actions silenced the wine cellar momentarily, but soon, even fiercer fights erupted. The sounds of fighting and screaming filled the air. After securing his promotion and releasing some of his killing intent, Hisoka seemed to calm down. He led his trembling teammate aside to wait. As for Ronnel, he dragged Amurai, who had tried to help his brother, off to the sidelines like a chick. Having seen Ronnel's strength, Amurai didn't dare resist and obediently stayed put. Time passed, and as more people began passing the test, many stood outside the field, licking their wounds. 2 hours later, the noise of the battlefield gradually subsided, and eventually, silence fell. The yellow-haired examiner lit his final cigarette. 176 people. A bit more than I expected. He took out his phone and made a call. Not long after, men in black suits entered the wine cellar from the safety exit, collecting the number plates of the eliminated candidates and escorting them out. Pakal, Jaretta, and the other 2 Amurai brothers. Have they all passed the exam? Ronnel glanced at Amurai, who had returned to his brothers, but didn't dwell on him, briefly scanning the crowd before looking away. Several familiar faces had passed, while some veterans had been eliminated. Tanpa and Sami, who Ronnel had beaten twice, along with the martial artist Badaro, were all eliminated in the first half of the test. Now that everyone has passed the first half, the second half of the test will begin immediately. As the men in black cleared out the wine cellar, the yellow-haired examiner spoke up. The rules for the second half are simple. Seeing the eyes on him, he smiled, revealing yellowed teeth. You must defeat the teammate you just teamed up with to pass. Many expressions changed as soon as the words left his mouth. But the examiner paid no attention to the reactions, continuing. It doesn't matter if you kill or incapacitate them. As long as your opponent loses the ability to fight or admits defeat, you pass the first round. Only by defeating your opponent can you climb the ladder. Outside, the examiners for the second round will be waiting. The yellow-haired examiner clapped his hands, the sound echoing through the empty wine cellar. The 2-hour countdown starts now. If there's no winner by the end, both of you will be eliminated. The second half of the test begins. Friends just moments ago, now enemies. No one would feel good in this situation. The yellow-haired examiner's question was truly wicked. But Ronnel couldn't care less. He glanced at Amarai, who was trembling, and shook his head. Don't worry. I'll be gentle. You won't feel a thing. Before Amarai could even process the words, Ronnel struck him on the back of the head, knocking him out cold. The Amarai brothers, along with Tonpa and Sami, were always in over their heads. While some might find value in their corpses, Ronnel didn't. After knocking Amarai unconscious, instead of climbing the stairs, Ronnel walked over to a candidate who had been killed for their number plate. It would be a waste to leave so many corpses lying around. Hisoka glanced at Ronnel with a smile, killed his trembling teammate without a second thought, and ascended the stairs first. The sounds of fighting resumed in the wine cellar. Well, you should go ahead. I'll wait for next time. Pakal forced a smile as he looked at Ponzu, who hesitated to speak. The two had met in this test. Okay. Ponzu opened her mouth, unsure what to say. After a brief pause, she nodded and ascended the stairs. Seeing this, Pakal sat down on the ground, breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at the two brothers who were fighting next door with some emptiness in his eyes. Omarai and Imori quarreled endlessly, and in the end, they had to use force to decide who would pass. After all, Pakal was a special case, and the two brothers, being close relatives, had already started fighting. Let alone anyone else. Within 2 hours, the 88 successful passers all gathered outside the wine cellar through the stairs. After checking the bodies, Ronnel followed the last candidate who passed, the oldest of the Amarai brothers, up to the surface. By that time, it was already noon. Alright, kiddos, first of all, congrats on passing the first round of tests, but the hard part is just beginning. The examiner of the second round of the test, dressed in gaudy punk-style clothes, spoke with exaggerated emotion. In stark contrast stood the yellow-haired man from earlier, who looked half-dead and barely awake. Then, the examiner led the group of 88 candidates to a cave on the outskirts of town. This place is famous for being one of the few sites where Malami ore is mined. Your task is to go in and retrieve 3 pieces of ore for me. That's the test. Remember, 3 pieces, no less than that will do, kiddos. The task seemed much simpler than the one given by the yellow-haired examiner before, so many candidates rushed into the cave, only to be met with a chorus of screams shortly after. The remaining candidates outside the cave looked at the examiner, who, full of energy, then offered a belated warning. The paths inside are winding, so be careful not to run into any monsters lurking in the mine. Too little, too late. Cursing under their breath, the candidates entered the cave with heightened vigilance, cautiously feeling their way forward. Ronnel and Hisoka entered the cave one after the other. What happened next was pretty straightforward. After dispatching a few spider-like monsters, Ronnel collected the 3 ores and passed the test as expected. However, when Ronnel collected his third piece of ore, a small complication arose. The ore itself seemed to attract spider-like monsters. Once 3 pieces were gathered, their attraction multiplied exponentially. When Ronnel emerged, a swarm of spider monsters greeted him. No wonder the examiner insisted on 3 pieces of ore. Eventually, more candidates emerged with 3 pieces of ore. In the end, only 43 qualified in the second round, eliminating more than half of the participants. Aside from Ronnel and Hisoka, the only remaining candidates were old-timers. Every new candidate had been eliminated. Then came the third round of testing. As Ronnel, bored, followed the Hunter Association staff to a special venue, he perked up upon seeing the face of the next examiner. This was the guy who, in the original version, sought revenge against Hisoka and was later killed in the trap tower. In other words, he was the poor fool about to be beaten half to death by Hisoka, ensuring that 20 candidates would fail the test with no one passing that year. Ronnel grinned, deciding to stay hidden and watch as part of the audience. 43 people. This is less than the usual number in previous years. It's far fewer than when I took the Hunter exam. The medium-built muscular examiner glanced around lazily, his nose high in the air as he let out a grunt of disdain. Seriously, people these days aren't as good as they used to be. Their skills are just so-so. Wearing a Uvijin coat made of red fur, he absent-mindedly picked his nose. You've been here so many years, failing again and again. Doesn't that mean you're just not fit to be a hunter? Why are you even trying? I passed the hunter exam on my first try. What an arrogant fool. Hidden in the crowd, Ronnel could sense the growing resentment and anger among the candidates. He shook his head, amused. The things this guy said were similar to what Biscuit had said once, but in her case, it was more about reflecting on her experiences over the years. This examiner, on the other hand, was purely belittling the candidates to prop up his inflated ego. Especially since most of the remaining candidates were old-timers, he was definitely doing it on purpose. Examiner, what's the third round of the test? Someone finally asked, unable to stand the tension. The rest of the candidates turned their gaze toward him. The examiner lazily glanced at the person who spoke, his face full of arrogance. What's the rush? I'll tell you when I'm good and ready. Don't interrupt me. What a jerk. Ronnel clenched his fists, tempted to punch the guy twice. What was the Hunter Association thinking, appointing someone like this as the examiner? Sensing the rising tension, the examiner finally stopped dragging his feet and began outlining the details of the third round of the test. The third phase, the questions I gave are. The examiner's voice trailed off as he glanced around and noticed Hisoka giving him an unsettling smile, one filled with irony and disdain. He paused, squinting at Hisoka with a confused expression. That candidate, what is with that expression? Under Ronnel's puzzled gaze, the examiner yelled at Hisoka, seemingly oblivious to the danger that the clown-like man posed. Ronnel furrowed his brow in disbelief. Is this guy serious? Can't he see how dangerous Hisoka is? Hisoka's smile grew even wider, splitting across his face. Recognizing the increasing tension, Ronnel slowly began to step back, blending into the crowd. Others, sensing the same danger, did the same. Hey, can't you hear me? That mocking face isn't a part of the Shua. 2 playing cards, imbued with Hisoka's powerful nen, sliced through the air before the examiner could react, striking him across the cheek. Ah! The examiner screamed, blood gushing from his face as he staggered back. As Hisoka casually shuffled his deck, Ronnel retreated further, putting a safe distance between himself and the chaos. The once proud examiner scurried away, covering his face as Hisoka leisurely followed, shuffling his cards without a care. The scene left all the candidates who managed to avoid the attack frozen in shock, jaws agape. The examiner being hunted by a candidate. Is the Hunter Association really going to let this slide? From the distance, Ronnel spotted a Hunter Association staff member hurriedly dialing someone on their phone, clearly reporting the situation. He couldn't help but smirk a little. This exam's a joke. Hisoka's gone off the rails, and the examiner's a bloody mess. I might as well take advantage of this and get some compensation from the Hunter Association to prepare for next year's test. Soon after, while Hisoka was tormenting the examiner on the brink of death, a team from the Hunter Association finally arrived to contain the situation. It wasn't just any regular team, they'd sent 2 hunters, and one of them is Meizystem Nana, one of the 12 Zodiacs. Meizystem Nana, a 2-star crime hunter and private security company manager, was renowned for his level-headedness. He was also seen as the voice of reason within the non-chairman faction of the Hunter Association. Please stop, Meizystem said flatly, raising a yellow card toward Hisoka. Candidate, cease your violent behavior immediately. Meizystem, a strict adherent of law and order, held special authority to deal with violent incidents within the association. Hisoka, in the midst of toying with the examiner, glanced at Meizystem with a peculiar look, his sinister smile still intact. After a long, tense pause, Hisoka took a step back, flashing that eerie grin once more. He seemed to murmur, 92 points, as if rating the entire ordeal. Meizystem cautiously lowered the yellow card, keeping his guard up as medical staff rushed forward to treat the bleeding examiner and the 20 or so candidates who had been caught in the crossfire. Other hunter then stepped forward, bowing apologetically to the 22 candidates who remained standing. On behalf of the Hunter Association, I sincerely apologize for this unexpected incident. We made a grave error in the selection of our examiners, and for that, I ask for your forgiveness. The candidates, though still shaken, began to relax, but many of them cast wary glances at Hisoka, who stood idly by, watching the chaos he had caused. In order to avoid further delays and as compensation for the mishap, the next test will be the final one, he added with a polite smile. The crowd's tension eased, but they couldn't help glancing nervously at Hisoka. Meizystem, ever vigilant, cut in. As for candidate number 401, Hisoka, due to his violent actions without following proper complaint procedures, he is hereby disqualified from the test. Hisoka remained expressionless, not the least bit fazed by the announcement. But, Meizystem continued, considering the association's oversight in this matter, Hisoka's disqualification only applies to this year's exam. He will be allowed to retake the Hunter exam in the future. The surviving candidates, still standing, couldn't help but let out collective sighs of disbelief. That being said, could this guy come back for the Hunter exam next year? They glanced over instinctively and saw that Hisoka's expression hadn't changed, but the unsettling smile on his face deepened. Next year, I will come again. With that, Hisoka twisted his waist and strolled off under the watchful eyes of the uneasy candidates and Meizystem's wary gaze. This guy, will he really come back next year? What a joke? Most of the candidates shuddered at the thought and turned to Meizystem with determined looks. No matter what, they had to pass the Hunter exam and secure their license this year. The idea of facing that lunatic again was unbearable. Noticing the candidates' faces, Meizystem nodded slightly, while Mr. Beans seemed visibly relieved. This was the best way to handle the situation. If this crisis were to get out, it would badly damage the Hunter Association's reputation. But, to ensure that the candidates didn't complain after witnessing everything, the association had to provide a solid form of compensation. And what better compensation than a Hunter license? Want the reward for the next exam? Then you'd better wrap things up during this test and make it to the final round. That's the deal. If anyone objects, the Hunter Association merely excluded Hisoka from the next test and made no moves regarding his future actions. He could participate again. So, would you rather take the final test now without that murderous maniac just one step away from your Hunter license, or wait for next year and start over, enduring Hisoka's madness from the very first round? Even fools knew which to choose, let alone these candidates. The Hunter Association's plan was brilliant. Ronnel rubbed his chin, thinking it over. However, to maintain the prestige of the Hunter Association and keep the candidates in awe of both hunters and the association, the final test would surely be a difficult one. In the original story, the result of no one passing the exam was proof of that. If his guess was right, then the next examiner would be. Next, crime hunter Meizystem Nana, will be the examiner for this final phase. With his arms crossed, Meisistem Nana announced this with a serious expression. The candidates were stunned. This was the hunter who had forced Hisoka to back down, a man of undeniable strength. His aura alone was leagues beyond the examiners of the earlier rounds. But the candidates couldn't help but look at Meisistem's serious face, paired with his ridiculous black and white cow costume. No matter how serious the situation was, it was impossible not to find it strange, even funny. Even Ronnel had a slight smile in his eyes. He couldn't help it was just too much. The anime's background music and voice acting added a layer of formality to these moments, making them feel heavy and serious. But in person, how could anyone take it seriously? Honestly, the Zodiac 12 were something else. As the 12 hunters handpicked by Chairman Netero, each of them had been entrusted with operating the Hunter Association in his absence and were considered strong enough to stand as his equals, even playfully. They went as far as to change their names and appearances to match. It was a blood and tears level of dedication. Some, like Kanzei and Cheadle Yorkshire, changed their names. Others altered their appearance or wardrobe, like the flamboyant Jinta, or, in this case, the absurd-looking cow-clad Meisistem Nana. Some even had Nin abilities tied to their code name, like Gel, whose arm could transform into a whip, or Sako, though the latter was an undercover agent. His three-monkey ability was formidable and true to his code name. Cough cough, back to the matter at hand. Though Meisistem looked ridiculous, none of the candidates dared underestimate him. They listened intently as he explained the final test. The final round is simple. All you need to do is touch me. Meisistem raised 3 fingers. You have 30 minutes. I'll remain standing here, in this position, without moving. If any part of your body touches any part of mine, even just the corner of my clothes, you will be considered qualified. Meisistem lowered his hand, standing perfectly still, his arms hanging by his sides in the most standard of postures. The candidates exchanged puzzled looks. It wasn't that the test seemed hard or complex, it seemed far too easy. Just touch him? That was it? This seemed overly generous. Sure, he was a hunter, but the candidates who'd made it this far were the best of the best. Did Meisistem think they couldn't even get close to him? His confidence was contagious. The candidates were starting to look eager. Any other questions? If not, the test will begin. Wait, Mr. Examiner, I have a question. Just as Meisistem was about to announce the start of the test, an untimely voice interrupted his words. Mr. Examiner, I don't want to take the final round of tests, Ronnel said calmly, causing Meisistem to frown slightly. Don't want to participate? Why? Do you want some compensation to join the next hunter exam? His tone became heavier, reflecting his displeasure at the unexpected refusal. No, I'm not the type to take advantage of such situations. Mr. Meisistem, may I ask you a question? Ronnel suddenly directed his attention to the bean-faced man, who had been quietly standing by. The latter, taken aback, responded. Go ahead. Does the Hunter Association have a dedicated mausoleum for hunters who died in service? The bean-faced man looked thoughtful before replying. Yes, indeed. The association has a hunter's mausoleum. Any hunters who die in accidents or on missions are laid to rest there. Even some non-hunters, if they've contributed significantly to the association, may be buried there after death. Ronnel's eyes glinted briefly. I see, he murmured. The air around him shifted slightly, growing more solemn as he lowered his head. Mr. Examiner, my name is Ronnel. Since childhood, I have admired hunters and their profession. I respect them deeply. I would like to ask for your permission to visit the mausoleum and pay my respects to the hunters who have passed away. His voice cracked with emotion, and a look of sorrow mixed with reverence crossed his face. It was an impeccable performance. Ronnel's acting and lying abilities had reached an advanced level. The combination was nothing short of extraordinary. His expression, body language, and quavering voice moved everyone present. Even Meisistem, who was skilled in reading people as a lawyer, couldn't detect any insincerity in Ronnel's words. He chose to believe him. They say the more experienced someone is, the easier it is to deceive them, and in this case, it seemed true. If Ronnel had only been lying or acting, Meisistem might have spotted something. But with both skills combined, even Meisistem, with his extensive experience, felt that Ronnel's grief was genuine. The other candidates were similarly moved. The request to visit the hunter's mausoleum seemed harmless enough, with good security at the site. No one believed Ronnel could cause trouble there. With these thoughts, Meisistem didn't question it further. While Ronnel's request technically broke the rules, Meisistem was inclined to make an exception. After all, it seemed that Ronnel's emotions were genuine. Meisistem exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. Understanding the gesture, Beans, who had approached, led Ronnel aside, pulled out his phone, and began reporting the situation to Netero. The final decision rested with Netero, the chairman of the Hunter Association. Meanwhile, the other candidates watched as Ronnel and the bean-faced man left, casting them looks of disbelief. The final round of the test then officially began. Test, start. Meisistem announced, and immediately a crowd surged forward. But, thud, like dumplings falling into a pot, the candidates were flung to the ground, landing face first in the mud. The stronger ones barely managed to kneel. What's going on? Jaretta, Amurai, and the others were terrified. Sweat trickled down their faces, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. It was as though an unseen force had paralyzed them. Meisistem sighed, shaking his head slightly. This group, not very promising. As the final test unfolded, Mr. Beans received permission from Netero over the phone. With that, he and Ronnel boarded a special airship of the Hunter Association. Of course, the Hunter's mausoleum wasn't nearby, so Beans would escort Ronnel to the proper location. Half an hour later, Meistem returned, his expression grave. Meeting Beans's questioning gaze, he shook his head. None of the remaining candidates had passed the test. The final results were then reported, and the potential crisis was averted. As the airship ascended, leaving behind the despondent candidates, all that remained were their defeated expressions and their gazes fixed longingly at the sky. They would have to return next year, praying not to cross paths with Hisoka once more. On board the airship, Mr. Beans busied himself with paperwork, and Meistem, not one for small talk, sat in silence. Ronnel, however, was lost in thought, his mind focused on the upcoming visit to the Hunter's mausoleum. The airship soared through the sky in quiet solitude, with nothing more to be said. A few hours later, when we arrived at our destination, Meistem bid farewell to Beans and left in a hurry. He also has a lot of his own property and things to take care of. Come on, Mr. Ronnel, I'll take you, the bean-faced man said to Ronnel and walked ahead to guide him. It's time to work. Ronnel looked at the Hunter Association headquarters building next door, which was clearly marked, and said softly. After that, the two got into a special car of the Hunter Association and headed toward the mausoleum in the suburbs. As time passed, the distance to the mausoleum got closer. The atmosphere in the car gradually became oppressive. Even Beans lowered his head slightly, and Ronnel's face once again showed a somber look. In such an atmosphere, the vehicle slowly drove into the gate of the mausoleum. Time passed slowly, and there were already dots of stars in the sky. Thank you very much for your company, Mr. Beans, I really troubled you today. At the gate of the Hunter Association headquarters building, Ronnel, who got out of the car and came back from the mausoleum, bowed slightly to the bean-faced man in front of him. It's nothing, Mr. Ronnel. It's been a long time since I came here to pay homage to these deceased seniors. The chairman also said he would visit the mausoleum when he's free. The bean-faced man smiled and shook his head, but the smile was a bit tired and forced. After paying respects to those seniors, it was obvious that he too felt a little depressed. Well, then I'll take my leave. Since I haven't gotten my license yet, I'm not officially a hunter, so I won't intrude. I hope we can meet again when I take the hunter exam next year. Of course. After exchanging pleasantries, Ronnel waved as he walked away. Seeing Ronnel's figure fading into the distance, the bean-faced man let out a long sigh, turned around, and entered the building. He took the elevator to the chairman's office on the top floor. How is the boy? In the office, Netero, dressed in blue and white with a curved beard, took a sip of tea before asking the bean-faced man in front of him. Nothing unusual. He paid homage seriously at every mausoleum, and he worshipped all of the tombs. The bean-faced man replied truthfully. Worshipped all of them. Hearing this, Netero put down the teacup, stroked his beard, and laughed heartily. The Hunter Association has over 200 years of history. Even excluding hunters who disappeared or whose bodies were never found, there are at least 700 or 800 graves here, and he visited them all. Yes, Chairman, the bean-faced man nodded. Although he only stayed in front of each tomb for about 20 seconds due to the large number, he did pay homage to every grave. Each tomb took about 20 to 30 seconds. With 800 graves, that's approximately 16,000 seconds, nearly 5 hours of non-stop worship. Despite his age and seasoned mindset, even Netero was a little moved by the thought. Beans, make some arrangements. I'll visit the mausoleum myself in a couple of days. Yes, Chairman. Oh, and gather some more information on that young man. What's his name? Ronnel. Meanwhile, Ronnel, the young man who had piqued Netero's interest, was on a call. What? You said you don't have a hunter license. Ronnel turned away, covering the receiver, trying not to let Biscuit's loud voice on the other end of the phone overwhelm him. Are you an idiot? How could you not pass with your strength? What? A candidate attacked the examiner? So what? The Hunter Association surely dealt with that. Meistem? Yeah, I know him. He's a good hunter, so you didn't fail, you just didn't take the final phase. The mausoleum? You went there. The other end of the line went silent, as Biscuit clearly remembered the inability Ronnel had mentioned to her before. Master, the hunter exam is held once a year. I didn't get the license this time, so I'll just take it again next year. But the chance to enter the mausoleum was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seizing the pause, Ronnel finally had the chance to explain. Really? But doesn't your ability work on corpses? They're buried underground. How did you touch anything? It's not like. Of course not, Master. I didn't do anything inappropriate. Besides, Beans was with me the entire time. How could I possibly do anything wrong? I used restrictions. I spent 5 times the usual resentment, using the oath to sense the corpse through the grave from a certain distance. I thought so. Restrictions and oaths again. You know, it's dangerous. You should avoid using that in the future. Are you okay? Of course, Master, I'm fine. Don't worry. I won't be going back there anytime soon. Hearing you say that, I guess you gained something worthwhile this time. Heh, just a little. Ronnel tried to be modest, but the smug grin on his face gave him away. Not just a little, it was a huge success. As Ronnel basked in his success, a quiet voice came through the phone. Then why didn't you ask me about the existence or state of the hunter's tomb? Because if we want to deal with this situation, Mr. Beans will definitely come over. We can just ask him directly if there's anything. Oh, so, do you think that me, as your master, is dispensable? Ronnel. No, my most respected master, how could you even think that? Before Ronnel could respond, Biscuit hung up the phone. Well, it seems I'll need to buy 2 gems and go back to smooth things over with her. Sure enough, no matter how strong or how old she is, a woman is still a woman, and sometimes, they are simply impossible to figure out. Ronnel shook his head with a smile, whistling as he made his way toward the airport. From this city to Heaven's Arena, it takes 2 days by airship. During this time, Ronnel could take stock of what he had gained from his trip to the mausoleum. The Hunter's Mausoleum had existed since the founding of the Hunter Society in 1713. Over the span of 285 years, more than 800 bodies had been interred there. Excluding the tombs that had decomposed beyond recognition and the ordinary people who were buried there due to their contributions, there were over 100 corpses that still held valuable insights. Among these, many belonged to hunters from the association, and while most non-users there were weak, Hisoka might rank them around 10, 20, or 30, there were about a dozen or so corpses that belonged to those of upper middle strength. These findings filled in Ronnel's only major weakness at the moment, capacity. In terms of aura usage and cultivation, thanks to Biscuit's teachings, Ronnel had no worries. His nin was well developed. What he lacked compared to those seasoned practitioners was only raw strength. His power was akin to the internal energy from the martial arts novels of his past life. Some nin users like Shulnark, who had trained for decades, had built up an internal strength that nourished their bodies, extended their lives, and gave them an edge in combat. Previously, Ronnel was like a martial artist who had all the skills and solid foundations but lacked that internal strength. If you put Ronnel in a head-on battle with Uvijin, a single super destructive punch could seriously injure him, perhaps even cripple his arm. Even in his red-eye state, when Kurapika activated Emperor Time, increasing his mastery of all nin types to 100%, Uvijin still broke his arm with a straight punch. It only healed because of a bracelet with restorative properties. T/N, Emperor Time. When Kurapika's eyes shift into scarlet, he changes from a conjurer to a specialist. This ability allows him to utilize all the types of nin to 100% efficiency. Had Kurapika's nin been as powerful as Uvijin's, he might have been able to withstand that blow entirely. This had little to do with the skillful use of nin but was purely about the strength of their aura. Although nin battles often depend on the effectiveness of abilities and accumulated experience, sometimes, it all comes down to sheer power. For instance, Uvijin's nin manifested as raw, super destructive punches, while Biscuit's nin was supportive. When such abilities clash, strength often becomes the deciding factor. Last year, when Ronnel first awakened his nin and began practicing, his aura was quite weak. Later, during his time on the streets of Meteor City, he scavenged some energy from the corpses of lower-tier nin users, causing his aura to grow somewhat. Then he went to Heaven's Arena, where he found corpses from strong fighters worldwide, amassing even more energy. Now, after his trip to the Hunter's Mausoleum, Ronnel discovered 12 vast sources of essence, powerful clouds of nin energy that had been condensed over the years. Upon sensing these energy clouds, Ronnel realized they represented the equivalent of 1 year's worth of focused practice, excluding anything beyond basic physiological needs like eating and resting. In other words, each source equaled a year and a half of regular training. That means the 12 clusters of energy equated to 18 years of condensed effort. Adding this to his original 10 years of training, Ronnel now possessed the equivalent of 28 years of strength. For comparison, Uvijin himself was only 28 years old. Surely, he hadn't been cultivating nin since he was a baby, right? In terms of raw power, Ronnel now far surpassed Uvijin. Of course, strength alone isn't everything. A fighter's confidence, belief, and willpower also matter greatly. Uvijin's unshakable belief had made his nin much stronger than many of his peers. However, Ronnel's will was toughening as well. Under the guidance of his quirky master, his determination was becoming as hard as iron, with room for further growth. With nearly 30 years' worth of energy at his disposal, Ronnel felt his power surge. Now, he had the strength to challenge even Crollo. This journey had been more than worthwhile for the treasures of nin energy he had uncovered. Feeling the surging power in his body, Ronnel couldn't wait to return to Heaven's Arena, and let Biscuit formulate the most suitable training plan based on his current situation, allowing him to familiarize himself with, utilize, and fully master this newfound power. Ronnel believed that once he fully grasped this power, the only gap between him and Crollo would be the experience and near-death battle instincts. And even that gap could be bridged at Heaven's Arena. In addition to the pure nin energy, Ronnel also discovered some other intriguing things. One that particularly caught his interest was a hunter's nin ability. Upgrade game. Effect: treat the world like a game, with all humans and monsters acting as wild monsters. By killing them, the user gains experience points, upgrading themselves in the process. Each level up makes the user stronger, increasing their aura and nin abilities. Restriction: as the user's level increases, they can only gain experience by hunting higher level wild monsters. Lower level monsters provide minimal experience based on the difference in power. In essence, it's an inability based on game mechanics. Anyone who's played RPGs would understand defeat monsters, level up. It's clear the hunter who developed this ability must have been a gaming fanatic during their lifetime. For Ronnel, this ability offered a way to maximize the value of his enemies. By defeating them, Ronnel gained valuable experience points. And even after their death, he could squeeze some more benefit out of them. A perfect cycle of extracting value. In addition to this ability, Ronnel found numerous skill books related to martial arts. Many were for beginners, some for intermediate users, and there was even one advanced. It seemed that this hunter, equally talented as Killua and Gon, had been killed before he could truly develop. After some synthesis, Ronnel managed to gather 4 high-level martial arts skills, but still fell short of reaching the perfect level. Taking stock of his gains, 2 days passed in a blink, and Ronnel returned to Heaven's Arena. Master, I'm back, and I brought you a lot of gifts. I told you not to call me master, it makes me feel old, but what did you bring? In a luxurious room on the 200th floor, Ronnel reunited with everyone, bringing back special souvenirs he had bought at the airport. Well, they were certainly more expensive than those found in most places. Gems? You really know how to pick them. Bisky's eyes sparkled as she admired the 2 crystal-clear gems in the small box. She was quite pleased. They're just a bit small, she remarked, but with a satisfied smile. Yes, they were small, but the price had nearly wiped out Ronnel's savings. Still, apart from Bisky, he didn't forget anyone else. For Shizuku, Ronnel brought a set of rings, fingers, and earrings. Her expression remained as indifferent as ever, but Ronnel could tell she was happy with the gift. For Wing, Ronnel picked up a sharp-looking casual suit, and even Zushi received a high-quality set of workout clothes. The gifts did their magic. At least, Bisky was in an excellent mood and agreed to devise a new training plan for Ronnel without hesitation after examining his condition. The next morning, even though Ronnel hadn't rested properly, Bisky dragged him out of bed to begin his training. It's not uncommon for non-users to suddenly gain a burst of aura, like you. Quite a few people have experienced this. Some gained power through special adventures, some through fulfilling certain conditions with their nin, or by using restrictions and oaths. In your case, it seems you belong to the former group. I've examined your physical condition. Your power is more solid and stable than the average person who gained strength through ordinary adventures. For cases like this, Shinjin Ryu Martial Arts has detailed records on how to fully master such power. T/N, Shinjin Ryu is a school of Kung Fu. Isaac Netero was its Grand Master prior to his demise. For the next few days, you'd better prepare yourself. This power wasn't earned by your own hard work, so if you want to use it with ease, you'll have to train harder. I won't go easy on you. Bisky wore one of the gems Ronnel had given her, waving her hand in front of his face. 5. Ronnel quickly called out the number on Bisky's raised fingers, thumping his chest in confidence. Master, go ahead. Train me as hard as you want, I can handle it. Ha, it seems this sudden power has gone to your head. Let me, your master, snap you back to reality. With that, Bisky's high-pitched voice rang out, signaling the start of Ronnel's hellish training more brutal than ever before. Time flew by unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. In the same luxurious room on the 200th floor, Ronnel stood in front of the mirror, admiring his hardened and handsome features. In 2 months, a lot can happen, but some things can also be forgotten. During this period of time, Ronnel had been following Bisky closely, receiving her strict training and guidance. Finally, 2 days ago, he managed to fully digest the powerful energy within his body and integrate it as part of his own strength. The current Ronnel appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, but his sharpness was now hidden. He no longer exhibited the aggressive energy typical of a young man. If the previous Ronnel was like a rushing river, now he resembled a calm sea. It appeared peaceful, but once the storm came, the unleashed waves would be powerful enough to shatter everything in their path. In the past 2 months, Ronnel had done nothing but train. Even the 90-day battle preparation period for Heaven's Arena was fast approaching. The deadline was the day after tomorrow, and after realizing this, Bisky stopped Ronnel's training. I want you to become the floor master before this year's Battle Olympia and win the championship. If not, don't recognize me as your master, she said. According to Bisky, Ronnel's current strength had already surpassed Wing's, and he was undoubtedly a top-tier nin user. His abilities, willpower, and mind were all finely honed with no glaring flaws. If he couldn't secure a good result, it would mean that Bisky had been polishing a false gem for the past 6 months. This was the challenge Bisky had set for Ronnel to prove himself. As long as he accomplished it, he would officially be considered her student. The world might not bow before him, but he would certainly be able to navigate it with ease. Ronnel naturally agreed to the challenge with enthusiasm. It was almost laughable if Sushi could become a floor master. There was no reason Ronnel couldn't win the championship. Of course, this wasn't to look down on Zushi, but rather to highlight the somewhat diminished prestige of the Battle Olympia. In the world of non-users, it didn't attract the true top-tier fighters. With Yuvijin's character, if he had known there was such a place to challenge strong opponents, he would have shown up long ago. Perhaps he had, but left disappointed by the level of competition. In any case, winning the championship was no problem for Ronnel. After wrapping up his training, Ronnel submitted his application for the battles. His next fight would be tomorrow. It was now March 19th, with 27 days left until the opening of the Battle Olympia on April 15th. However, because Heaven's Arena needed to promote and build hype for the floor masters participating in the competition, the Floor Master Challenge would be suspended for all of April, resuming in May. In other words, Ronnel had 12 days, until the end of March, to complete the remaining 8 group battles. He needed to win all of them to qualify for the Floor Master Challenge. 9 battles in 12 days, including the floor master fight, all of which had to be victories. For most non-users, this would be an impossible task. But for Ronnel, it was simply a minor inconvenience. Such was the confidence that came with his newfound strength. Setting down the mirror in his hand, Ronnel resumed his meditation, fine-tuning his nen in preparation for tomorrow's fight. Shizuku had already been dragged out by Biscuit for a shopping spree, under the pretense of not disturbing Ronnel. Of course, they promised to come back and cheer him on during the fight. The next day, on the 220th floor of Heaven's Arena, the place was buzzing with excitement. When Ronnel arrived at the venue, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Despite the long gaps between Ronnel's matches, his popularity had only grown. In fact, many non-users were reluctant to challenge the floor masters during this time, fearing that if they participated in the Battle Olympia and lost, it would be humiliating. Instead, they waited until after the conference, when the floor masters would be at their weakest, both physically and mentally. Ronnel's sudden decision to challenge the floor masters during this period naturally drew a large crowd of curious spectators. Standing in the center of the arena, wearing his signature black trench coat, Ronnel ignored the cheers surrounding him. But when he heard a familiar voice calling out, he turned and smiled. "Don't lose, you brat." His master never failed to make him laugh. In addition to Biscuit, Shizuku, Wing, and Zushi were also seated together in the audience. As Ronnel waved to Shizuku, on the opposite side of the arena. How ridiculous for a mere monkey to come out and seek fame and fortune while the real tigers are still hiding in the mountains. His red-haired opponent sneered, glaring at Ronnel with disdain. Hearing this, Ronnel glanced over and noticed the red hair standing out. The opponent was wearing a standard training uniform with 2 large characters printed prominently on the side, Subai. Another disciple of Subai. In other words, during this delicate time period, when all the masters are yet to take the stage, the major schools are sending their own capable disciples to fight against low-level opponents. On the one hand, they can gain experience, and on the other hand, they can promote their school's prestige and increase their reputation. So Ronnel was not surprised by the disciples of Subai. He just asked curiously, "Are you from the southern school or the northern school?" Ronnel's question caused the Subai disciple on the opposite side to become uncomfortable. Averting his gaze, he muttered, "I'm from the northern school." His response only fueled the ridicule from the crowd outside the ring. Laughter echoed around, and some who didn't understand asked curiously. Whispers followed as people explained the situation. Ronnel listened for a while and then understood. "So, you were originally a disciple of the southern school, and then you switched sides to the northern school after defecting." Before that, the battle between Hankloda and Thatcher, the 2 faction leaders of the Subai faction, not only determined the orthodox faction but also sealed the fate of both sides. The death of Hankloda, the leader of the southern faction, signified the decline of the Subai Lu Southern School. Especially after they lost their ancestral treasured saber, things worsened. Now, under the leadership of Thatcher, the northern school was thriving, while the southern school was struggling. After Hankloda's death, the southern school had no one capable of revitalizing the faction. Even those with ambition lacked the talent and strength to make a difference. Their strongest members had perished, and with the loss of their treasured saber, they were constantly oppressed by the northern school's disciples. Day by day, their situation worsened. To describe them as barely hanging on would not be an exaggeration. As a result, the southern school's tragic state no longer inspired loyalty among its disciples. Those with any promise left to seek new paths elsewhere. The more prideful ones distanced themselves from the southern school, while others, shameless and villainous, outright defected to the northern school. The northern school welcomed defectors with open arms, as it further weakened the southern faction. The opponent standing before Ronnel was one such disciple who had defected from the southern school to the northern school. According to the murmurs of the crowd, this person had a bit of fame, hence the recognition. When Ronnel mentioned this, the disciple's face flushed with anger, and he glared at Ronnel, as if wanting to devour him whole. "You are dead," the disciple spat out word by word before quieting down and focusing on adjusting his aura. At least he wasn't brainless, unlike those who kept rambling. He knew when to stay silent. Start. As both sides were ready, the referee stepped back and loudly announced the start of the fight. As soon as the referee's voice fell, the Subai disciple roared and struck a pose. "Watch my Subai exquisite fist." Boom. A crisp sound cut him off mid-sentence. "Noisy," Ronnel's calm voice echoed from behind him. The disciple's body swayed, stumbling forward a couple of steps before losing balance and falling flat on the ground. The audience's cheers came to a sudden halt. Not only the referees but also the spectators were dumbfounded. Even the commentator on the platform was speechless. The match was over before they could even start explaining the techniques. How long had it been since someone was knocked out with one blow on the 220th floor? The match ended so quickly that it left everyone in a daze. Ronnel wins. Luckily, the referee recovered first and promptly announced the result. The crowd began to stir once more. "This guy didn't even need to use any of the secrets," Biscuit muttered, shaking her head as she sat in her seat. But the small smile on her lips betrayed her true feelings. No master feels bad seeing their disciple excel. This just shows that the opponent wasn't strong enough for Ronnel to use his full strength, Wing said with a smile, turning to Zushi. "See, Zushi, even the elite disciples of Subai aren't worthy of Ronnel using Shinjin Ryu." OSS. Biscuit. Well, her disciple had talent and decent strength. He always regarded Shinjin Ryu as the most authentic and superior martial art in the world. And perhaps he wasn't entirely wrong, given that the strongest person in the world, Hunter Association President Netero, was a representative of Shinjin Ryu. In Netero's time, no one dared challenge Shinjin Ryu for the title of the world's #1. Wing took great pride. Biscuit shook her head as she watched Ronnel step out of the ring, nodding in satisfaction. It seems this kid's progress and strength are far beyond what I imagined. There's nothing to worry about. Next, he should be able to knock down the rest of the fighters one by one. Just as Biscuit thought, this match marked the beginning of a new legend in Heaven's Arena. For the next 8 days, Ronnel continued to deliver impressive performances, winning each of his 7 remaining group matches with a single blow. Finally, after finishing all 10 fights and winning them all, Ronnel naturally earned the qualification to challenge the Floor Master. According to the regulations, Ronnel negotiated with the Floor Master stationed on the 220th floor, and the date for their duel was set for March 31st. So, on the eve of the Battle Olympia, the Floor Master Challenge stirred up the excitement once again. This thrilled the passionate fighting fans who had gathered in Heaven's Arena long ago, eagerly awaiting the upcoming conference. Floor Master Challenge? It was the perfect warm-up before the big event, giving fans something to whet their appetite. It was as if a group of travelers in the desert had suddenly found a spring of fresh water, the sense of excitement and anticipation. Countless fight enthusiasts looked forward to March 31st with bated breath. The officials at Heaven's Arena were equally excited, seeing this as an opportunity to promote the upcoming tournament. Regardless of who won, Heaven's Arena wouldn't lose out. If the original Floor Master won, it would only fan the flames, showcasing the Floor Master's power to the world, and drawing even more attention to the tournament. But if Ronnel were to win, it would be even better. A fighter who had risen from the first floor to the 200th within a year, defeating 7 opponents in just 8 days, and winning each match with a single move? Such a record and meteoric rise were selling points on their own? In fact, Ronnel's story might even be more compelling than the original Floor Master's, and Heaven's Arena was secretly rooting for him to win. People always love a good underdog story, the rise of the unexpected hero something they could relate to. So, if Ronnel, a newly promoted fighter, challenged a seasoned Floor Master who had been a legend for years, the audience would certainly rally behind the former. If Ronnel won and became the new Floor Master at such a critical moment, it would be the perfect headline, sparking unprecedented buzz. Just how much buzz? The level of discussion would represent the controversy of the match, and in turn, drive up ratings and attention. A dark horse rising, challenging the established, would give Ronnel a high approval rating. And by dethroning a Floor Master at this point, other Floor Masters would surely take the tournament more seriously, leading to even more thrilling matches, attracting a larger audience. It would create a perfect cycle. The benefits of Ronnel's victory would be far more valuable than if the current Floor Master won. Of course, as a sacred place for combat, Heaven's Arena would never allow any shady practices. At most, they would use every opportunity to build hype around Ronnel, while subtly putting pressure on the current Floor Master. As a direct result, tickets for the Floor Master Challenge skyrocketed to ridiculous prices. After all, scalpers exist in every world. And so, with countless people eagerly awaiting, March 31st finally arrived. Master, why don't we head to the arena to cheer for Ronnel today? In a luxurious room, 4 people Wing, Zushi, Biscuit, and Shizuku gathered in front of the TV. Wing adjusted his glasses and asked, slightly puzzled. The Floor Master's strength. I've seen his videos. His power isn't even on the same level as Hank Loda or Thatcher from a few months ago. There's really no need to go. Biscuit held Shizuku with one arm, leaning her chin on her other hand, and replied without turning her head. If we go, we'd be back in less than 2 minutes. Watching from the TV is just as good, and you know how expensive those scalper tickets are. If I'm going to waste money, I'd rather spend it on gems. Wing. Well, Biscuit wasn't wrong, and Wing couldn't argue, so he turned his head and continued watching the TV alongside Zushi. Television programs have long been a favorite form of entertainment for humans. However, most shows, whether dramas or variety shows, struggle to maintain popularity for long. One show, though, is an exception. The live broadcasts of the fights in Heaven's Arena? Just then, a fierce roar erupted from the TV. It was Ronnel and the Floor Master stepping into the ring, while the commentator on the platform passionately recounted their achievements. Once the fighters were ready, the referee announced the start of the match. In front of the TV, Wing saw only a blur of Ronnel's movements, his eyes struggling to keep up. Biscuit's calm voice broke through the scene. Look, it's over again. Wing also saw the scene of the host falling to the ground in the ring, the commentator's aggrieved look resembling a rooster whose throat had been ripped off, and the figure of Ronnel stepping off the stage slowly. Listening to the gasps and uncomfortable murmurs from the audience on TV, he was left speechless. This eye-catching battle had ended in less than 2 minutes. If Ronnel had won this victory through a hard-fought battle, it would have made for a very interesting match. But Ronnel won so effortlessly that one could suspect it was a rigged fight. Had that junior, who had only just joined Heaven's Arena half a year ago, already reached this level? He had already gained the position of Floor Master, but how long had he been training under Master Biscuit? Apart from laying the foundation, the practice of Nen alone would typically take 1 or 2 years, right? There's really no comparison between people. Wing was filled with emotion but had no extra thoughts. Although this Floor Master isn't particularly powerful, he's still a Floor Master. For Ronnel to take him down in a single blow means there's likely no suspense in the upcoming Battle Olympia. On TV, the commentator girl, despite her initial shock, quickly regained her professionalism. Let's congratulate Ronnel on his victory and for officially becoming the floor master of the 220th floor. No one in the audience booed. Even the gamblers who lost their bets could only join in and cheer for Ronnel. This is Heaven's Arena, the world's most famous fighting arena. After every match, it's a tradition, or perhaps an unwritten rule, to give blessings to the victor. The applause, which had initially been for the fallen floor master, now shifted to Ronnel. As for the former floor master lying dead on the ground, very few paid attention except for the arena staff who came to handle the body. This is the reality of this world, the strong possess everything, and the weak have nothing but death. Even though this world has reached a level of modern civilization with technology, because of the existence of NAN and the influence of the V5, it remains a place where the weak are prey to the strong, though it is veiled under a thin layer of modern society. It's not as raw as the streets of Meteor City, but still, the same principles apply. The reporters in the arena, sitting on the bottom floor, hurriedly rose from their seats and rushed toward Ronnel with expressions of anxiety and excitement. They wanted to interview Ronnel, to get first-hand news. Even a few words from him could lead to a story of thousands of words. Already, they were crafting eye-catching headlines in their minds. The martial arts competition was not just a battle between fighters, it was also a contest among journalists and news agencies. Whoever could get the scoop first would dominate the news cycle, gaining a significant edge in profits and exposure. Given the various stakes tied to betting, even small tidbits of information about the fight were worth more than some entertainment news stories. Not everyone could witness the match live, and those who bet through different channels had to rely on news related to Heaven's Arena to stay informed. With such a massive audience, the circulation of these kinds of newspapers was staggering. Especially at this crucial moment, the news value of such a decisive match was immense. However, Ronnel ignored the swarm of reporters racing toward him. After the referee declared him the winner, he simply grabbed the fallen floor master and made his way to the exit, leaving behind a frustrated, foot-stomping crowd of reporters. Once again, Ronnel had evaded them. Most contestants above the 200th floor were there for fame and fortune. Post-match interviews were something they enjoyed, as it allowed them to boost their reputation with the help of the media. The reporters were long used to contestants eagerly participating in interviews after their matches. Who could have predicted that Ronnel, a dark horse who had suddenly appeared, would never accept their interviews? Since his first win days ago, Ronnel had already won 8 consecutive matches, yet he never stayed for a post-match interview. He always left immediately after, like a breeze, much to the reporters' bewilderment and frustration. At first, the reporters were simply caught off guard, but after 6 games, they had spent considerable sums on scalpers just to get a chance to intercept Ronnel. But every time, they missed him, watching helplessly as he walked through the special exit for competitors. This time, they had hoped that, having gained the title of floor master, he would finally indulge them with an interview in his moment of triumph. But they had hoped for too much. Ronnel remained consistent, and they, like everyone else, could only watch in helpless frustration as he left the arena. Meanwhile, many people were watching the live broadcast of the match from their homes. Yahoho, another one-hit kill. In the chairman's office atop the Hunter Association, Netero stroked his beard while watching the game unfold. At the same time, he patted a stack of white paper materials beside him. All the previous information is blank, and his identity certificate appears in Gaman, which suggests that he's likely from the streets of Meteor City. An eccentric NAN user, currently studying under Biscuit. What an interesting boy. Back in the room, Ronnel found only Zushi striding back and forth, practicing seriously. Where are Master Biscuit and the others? Ronnel scanned the room with his NAN, but found no trace of anyone, prompting him to ask Zushi. Master Wing and the others went to collect the winnings, Zushi replied, his eyes filled with admiration. He had watched the game earlier and was thoroughly impressed. Ronnel had won easily yet again, and Zushi felt that he might be stronger than Master Wing. Pick up the money. Ronnel was momentarily confused, then realized Biscuit had likely placed bets on him again. Feeling a bit helpless, he sighed. For the past few days, Biscuit had followed Ronnel around, betting on his victories. So, did all 3 of them go? Did Shizuku tag along too? Yes. Biscuit said she won a lot in the casino and was afraid they wouldn't honor the payout, so she brought Master Wing and Shizuku as backup. How much did they bet? Did they put their entire fortunes on the line? Ronnel was speechless, though a bit concerned. With Biscuit's strength, getting the money shouldn't be a problem, right? Well, Zushi's face twisted awkwardly, hesitating as if debating whether to say more. What's wrong? Ronnel prompted. It's like this. Biscuit said that after collecting the winnings, she and Shizuku planned to go shopping, but they couldn't carry all the things themselves, so they dragged Wing along as a pack mule for shopping, right? Ronnel could only shake his head in disbelief, but found it hard to say anything more. The next event on the horizon was the opening of the Battle Olympia in 15 days. Time flew by, and during the 15 days Ronnel spent preparing, Heaven's Arena grew increasingly lively in anticipation of the tournament. During these days, Ronnel's reputation as the new floor master, along with his incredible strength, drew widespread attention and sparked heated discussions. Especially among the other 30 floor masters, many of whom now viewed Ronnel as a serious threat and were beginning to feel a sense of unease. The floor masters generally knew each other well. Even though the 220th floor master ranked in the bottom 10, the gap between him and the others wasn't that significant. But to be defeated by a single blow, and with an untraceable technique like a neck strike, there was no way to counter it. This development spurred the other floor masters into intense training, wishing for more hours in the day to improve their skills. Meanwhile, Heaven's Arena was thrilled. After heavily promoting Ronnel, they saw a surge in popularity and viewership several times higher than in previous years. They could barely contain their excitement. Despite Ronnel avoiding interviews, Heaven's Arena capitalized on the mystery surrounding him. Their promotional campaign, centered on the theme of mystery, only fueled the audience's curiosity, causing his popularity to soar. But none of this mattered much to Ronnel. His main concern was passing Biscuit's final examination. Even the championship title at the Biennial Combat Festival seemed trivial to him. However, while Ronnel didn't care, others certainly did. In a luxurious manner, the scent of blood permeated the air. The garden, typically filled with beautiful, well-tended flowers, now had a darker, blood-soaked hue, making the blossoms appear even more vivid. On the ground lay numerous black pistols, sharp blades, and the bodies of men in black suits. Roughly estimating, there were at least 100 corpses, all silent, with blood pooling from their wounds. Inside the manor, the sound of the television echoed through the luxurious room. A tall man with red hair and clown makeup stepped over a corpse, blood trailing from his shoes, though he paid no mind to it. This man was unmistakably Hisoka. With a few playing cards in hand, Hisoka twirled them with his fingers, the cards fluttering through the air like butterflies. Watching the news report on the television, Hisoka's brightly colored tongue slipped out, licking his lips. His narrow eyes slowly opened, the wild excitement in his gaze gradually settling. The so-called mysterious powerhouse. His fingers stopped moving, then flicked the cards toward the television. The cards embedded themselves deeply into the screen with several soft clicks. At first, I thought they were still ripening apples, but I didn't expect autumn to come so soon. It's harvest season already. The beautiful girl in pink and purple, with a cold face, replayed the video of the match between Ronnel and the host over and over again. It's only been half a year, and he's grown to this level. Maki's face remained expressionless, but she was muttering to herself. This floor master, Maki herself could kill, and fighters like Phaeton and Yuvijin could take him down with ease. However, someone like Ronnel who didn't even give the opponent a chance to parry, defeating them in a single, effortless strike was a rare sight. Even Phaeton, with all his skill, might not manage it as swiftly. Though Maki wasn't sure of his full strength, from her perspective, Ronnel's speed had already surpassed Phaeton's. His speed had become so quick, who knows how strong he truly was. For someone to reach this level of ability in just 6 months. How many bodies had Ronnel left behind in his wake? Maki was both impressed and slightly uneasy. When the Phantom Troop first encountered him, they hadn't been exactly friendly. Though she hadn't held any thoughts of conflict at the time, with Ronnel's rapid growth, who was to say he wouldn't develop resentment toward them? After a moment's thought, Maki decided to make a call to Crollo. Far away, on the Asian continent, in a sacred church. Really? His strength is growing quickly, even faster than Phaeton's. Crollo, with his indifferent dark eyes, held the phone to his ear, speaking softly. Pakunoda and Kordapai, who were nearby, lifted their heads upon hearing his words, their gazes shifting to Crollo. So what if he's stronger? Crollo said with a light chuckle, confidence evident in his tone. You're still in Heaven's Arena, right? Yes, Maki replied. Then that's it. If he had any grudges or lingering resentment over what happened back then, he would have acted already. There's no need to worry. But if you're truly concerned, you can always trust your intuition and test him. All right, I understand. Ending the call, Crollo put the phone away, a faint smile on his face as he resumed his chanting. Back in Heaven's Arena, Maki scrolled through her phone's contacts and dialed the number saved as number 8 det. Beep, beep, click. After 2 rings, the call connected. What is it? Are you calling to collect on the debt? Ronnel's calm voice came through from the other end. No, just checking in casually, Maki replied, her tone unchanged. If you're ever injured, come to me. I'll give you a discount on my services. An awkward silence followed. On the other end of the line, Ronnel's forehead wrinkled in confusion. After a moment, he responded, his tone flat. I'm fine, he said before promptly hanging up. What was with that woman? Was she out of her mind? Or, were those certain days of the month approaching? Meanwhile, Maki, unfazed by the sound of the call ending, nodded to herself. It seems he really doesn't hold any grudges. But what kind of grudges could Ronnel have harbored? He had considered it once or twice taking revenge on the Phantom Troop, scavenging corpses after their battles. But until he gained enough power to completely overshadow Crollo, he wouldn't act rashly. Besides, staying on good terms with the Phantom Troop had its perks for now. The bodies of the 10 Dons, Yuvijin, Pakunoda, and others in Yorno City were still waiting for him to collect their abilities when the time came. And, with a bit of patience, Kurapika would take out Yuvijin and Pakunoda, and Hisoka would eliminate Shulnark and Kordapai, leaving 4 corpses for Ronnel to reap, without him lifting a finger. If he played his cards right, perhaps he could even eliminate a few more troop members, reaping greater benefits. Thus, at present, Ronnel harbored no grand designs of revenge. Lucky for him, when Crollo sent Shulnark and Maki to find Ronnel, they didn't bring Phaeton or Finks. With Phaeton's volatile nature, things could have escalated dangerously that day. As for what would happen when the Phantom Troupe clashed with the protagonists like Gon, that was a thought Ronnel found amusing. It made him all the more excited for the upcoming Hunter exam. As the world's premier martial arts competition, the Battle Olympia drew vast crowds every year. Those unable to attend in person would still watch the event via television, the internet, and other advanced technologies. Whether ordinary citizens, fighting enthusiasts, or non-users, everyone paid attention to this tournament. It was even said that during the Battle Olympia, Miluki Zaldik, the second eldest of the Zaldik family, hacked into several TV stations, setting up dozens of screens in his room to watch the tournament from every angle. With snacks and instant noodles, Miluki had gleefully enjoyed the sight of fists and bodies flying across the screen. For both contestants and spectators, the tournament was a grand carnival. Meanwhile, businesses and industries around the event prepared to make a fortune. Tickets for the combat festival were already selling out, and the surrounding casinos were busy making their own preparations. The official Heavens Arena even opened a channel for online betting. It is said that just after the online betting channel was launched, 2 huge bets came in. One is from the Republic of Padokia. The other is from the local Heavens Arena. What's interesting is that both bets are incredibly large, and all are placed on the new contender mystery guest Ronnel. To attract more attention, Heavens Arena gives each contender a memorable, slightly eccentric but not too embarrassing nickname. Ronnel's nickname is Mystery Guest. At first, Ronnel refused when he heard it, but after learning that the alternative was Throat Ripper, he immediately changed his mind. No way around it. Ronnel always finishes his battles in one move, often crushing his opponent's throats in the process. There are no wrong names, only wrong nicknames. Apart from Ronnel getting his own unique nickname, the other floor masters were also promoting themselves, participating in pre-match interviews with reporters. Increased exposure at this time is highly beneficial for their reputation, personal interests, and the influence of those backing them. However, each of the floor masters interviewed was asked the same question by reporters. Excuse me, what do you think of the new contender on the 220th floor, Ronnel? Do you see him as the biggest threat to your championship hopes? The floor masters, prepared for this line of questioning, responded tactfully. Mystery guest Ronnel? I've seen his videos, but I haven't fought him, so I can't speak to his true strength. These ambiguous replies were meant to sidestep the question. When reporters pushed for more details, those who had been bribed quickly changed the topic, keeping the conversation light until the interviews ended. This didn't stop the journalists, hungry for headlines, from piecing together sensational reports filled with all sorts of embellishments. How much truth or exaggeration was mixed in? Only they knew. Ronnel glanced at the fanciful life story written about him in one article and couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. These reporters are so good with their pens, he thought. It's a wonder they aren't writing fiction instead. Of course, anyone who believes this nonsense is a fool. With the Battle Olympia approaching, it's clear that both humans and ghosts are coming out of the woodwork. Besides the floor masters, the reporters are also vying for attention. Speaking of the floor masters, one can't help but mention their outlandish appearances and flashy outfits. The audience was dazzled by the strange-looking contenders with impressive records, dramatic video footage, and larger-than-life personas. To an outsider, it might look more like a cosplay event than a martial arts tournament. Produced by Heavens Arena, the promotional booklets with Ronnel's photo, clad in a simple black windbreaker, stood out as unusually normal among the cast of colorful contenders. In a sea of the abnormal, appearing normal can be awkward. So, many gamblers, flipping through the information, saw Ronnel's youthful face and skipped over him in favor of more flamboyant contenders. However, Biscuit slapped Ronnel on the shoulder with a grin and said, "Ronnel, I've bet all my money on you. Don't let me down, okay?" Each word was emphasized with a strong pat on his shoulder, making Ronnel wince. Shizuku nodded in agreement. "I put all my savings on you too." Wing, standing nearby, coughed awkwardly. He had bet everything as well. Even though gambling isn't exactly encouraged, sometimes it pays to know the outcome ahead of time. After all, Wing now had a disciple to care for, and extra income was necessary. Training sushi wasn't cheap, and half-grown kids tend to eat a lot. Sushi, at his age, had an enormous appetite. Wing glanced at Sushi, who was cheering excitedly for Ronnel, and sighed softly before returning to his usual expression. As the tournament drew nearer, the audience's excitement was completely fueled by the reporters' sensational stories and Heavens Arena's relentless promotions. Reporters were furiously scribbling notes, casino bookies opened markets with flair, and companies were searching for suitable floor masters to serve as their product ambassadors. In this carnival-like frenzy, the Battle Olympia officially kicked off. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight fell on Ronnel, who stood on a small rooftop with the perfect view of the rising sun, he stretched, and his joints crackled in a satisfying symphony. "I hope today I find an opponent who can give me a good fight. You know, it's lonely being invincible. Stop with the singing already, it's awful. Hurry up, and don't forget you promised to get me the latest issue of the Handsome Men magazine." Before Ronnel could finish his song, Biscuit yanked him downstairs by his clothes. At the door, Shizuku, Wing, and Zushi were already waiting. "Today, I'm going to bring back the trophy from the tournament." With a confident smile, Ronnel glanced at the rising sun and began striding toward Heaven's Arena. Aside from the high-end gamblers and enterprises profiting from the event, the streets on both sides were bustling. Foods from around the world were on sale, and business was booming. Ronnel noticed that the stall selling crab roe steamed buns, where he was a regular, was packed. The owner, sweating profusely, was barely keeping up with the swarm of customers. Despite the chaos, a genuine smile lingered on his face. After weaving through the busy streets, Ronnel and his group finally arrived at Heaven's Arena. They were greeted by the familiar Miss Elevator, who escorted them to the top floor. Ronnel headed to the competitors' waiting area, while Biscuit and the others used the tickets Ronnel had acquired to claim front row seats. The arena was already buzzing with excitement. The most eye-catching feature, apart from the grand central stage, was the opulent platform where several prominent figures stood. Wow, Heaven's Arena really pulled out all the stops this time. Even the old man showed up, Biscuit said, her sharp eyes spotting Netero seated in the middle. He was dressed in his usual blue and white training suit, with absurdly tall clogs, stroking his curvy beard, all while staring unabashedly at the waitress serving him water. Yep, those lecherous eyes. Definitely that perverted old man. Biscuit crossed her arms, cast a sideways glance, and then withdrew her gaze. On the high platform, besides Netero, were other notable figures, officials from the Hunter Association, representatives from the V5, and some famous wealthy patrons who loved combat sports. Even the Tendons of the underworld sent representatives. It wasn't yet the future when the Tendons would meet their demise. Meanwhile, in the waiting area, competitors, both familiar faces and longtime rivals, kept a wary distance from each other. Among them, Thatcher, the owner of the 231st floor, sat clutching his school heirloom sword. Rivals glared at one another, tension thick in the air. Despite the hostile atmosphere, one figure remained calm, drawing the attention of those around him. Ronnel paid no mind to the wary or anxious glances from the others and enjoyed the breakfast he had bought from the streets earlier. Despite the strength radiating from the 30 or so competitors present, Ronnel felt no need to worry. As the tense atmosphere thickened, the door creaked open, and a beautiful Heaven's Arena attendant entered, carrying a wooden box in her arms. Please draw your lots and determine your next opponent. Her voice was succinct as she placed the box in the center of the waiting area. After bowing, she stepped back into a corner, taking out a pen and paper to record the results. The Battle Olympia featured 32 competitors in total, using a lottery-based elimination system. Among the 32, 31 hailed from the 220th to 250th floors of Heaven's Arena. The final competitor was the previous year's champion, residing on the 251st floor. If the champion wished to retain the honor and prestige of that floor, they would have to fight again. The matches were determined by the draw, and competitors would face off in the Grand Central Arena. The winner would advance, while the loser could face elimination or, in some cases, death. Each year, the tournament was not only a contest of skill but a way to settle old scores, often resulting in fatal outcomes. As a result, after each martial arts tournament, there were always vacant spots among the floor masters, making the ensuing competition in May highly anticipated. Now, except for the champion of the last martial arts tournament, who was locked as number 1 and the first to show the world that his champion demeanor has not faded, the remaining 31 are hosts, and they all need to draw lots to decide their own order of play. As for whether someone used to maliciously arrange a lottery opponent, this is also a skill. If you are really strong, you can completely ignore who your opponent is. Therefore, in terms of the lottery, Heaven's Arena is only responsible for recording the final results. As for the process, it all depends on the masters who showcase their talents. After the pretty lady announced the lottery draw, the atmosphere in the waiting area became a little tense. Just when everyone looked at me and I looked at them, and silence filled the air, a clear clapping sound broke through. Ronnel swallowed the last mouthful of breakfast, clapped his hands, met the complicated gazes of all the hosts, got up slowly, and walked toward the wooden drawer box in the center. I'm the first to draw lots, so there shouldn't be any problem. Ronnel looked around with a smile. The question was more polite than necessary, but he didn't give this group of people an opportunity to refute. He directly put his hand into the wooden box. He didn't use any means, just drew a card out of ordinary probability. Number 8. He unfolded the display card for everyone to see clearly, and the pretty lady even wrote down Ronnel's name in the number 8 position on the battle sheet. With Ronnel taking the lead to break the silent atmosphere, the rest of the hosts stepped forward to draw cards one after another, tacitly adhering to certain established rules. As for whether they used none or other methods during this process, Ronnel didn't pay much attention. Anyway, the end result is the same. No one can stand in the way of Ronnel winning the championship. After the other 30 floor masters drew lots one after another, the final battle form was freshly released. Ronnel glanced over and found that the number 7 contestant, who was matched against him, was the floor master of the 231st floor, the well-deserved leader of Sub-I School, Thatcher. Is this some kind of special fate? Ronnel looked toward Thatcher, who was leaning on his sword and looking at him sullenly and apprehensively. Ronnel just smiled at this and ignored it. Time passed by each minute and second, and with the release of the battle list, the shouts outside grew more and more enthusiastic. Finally, after the commentator gave an enthusiastic compliment to the owner of Heaven's Arena, all the contestants were invited to enter. Ronnel walked amid this group of oddities and made his way toward the center of the grand contest ring with a calm demeanor. As all the hosts appeared on stage, the atmosphere and noise of the scene suddenly improved several levels, shocking all the young ladies in the commentary booth. The ratings have exploded. The opening ceremony of each biennial combat festival is the happiest time for this group of TV practitioners. And they know that this is just the beginning. In the next period, as the fighting atmosphere reaches its climax, the ratings will rise steadily. In front of a TV that contributed a little to the ratings. What this year's contestants are really disappointing enough. Thanks to the fact that I ran all the way here, it's boring. In a luxurious room, Hisoka casually glanced at the TV, then concentrated on forming a pyramid with the playing cards in his hand. Well, do you want to make an appointment, and I buy you coffee? I refuse. On the side, Maki, who was leaning against the wall with her arms folded, looked at Hisoka calmly. And are you really bored? With your personality, if it weren't for someone you care about here, it would be impossible for you to come. Oh, your intuition is still so accurate. Hisoka showed no embarrassment at being exposed and rejected for his lies, but suddenly fixed his eyes on a certain screen on the TV. I really want to fight with him. Who? Maki turned her head just in time to see the camera feed on Ronnel. I see. Your target is number 8. He is indeed much stronger now, but don't forget the rules. Killing each other is not allowed. Hey, of course I understand this, but it shouldn't be a problem to have a friendly discussion in private, right? Hisoka spoke intently, a peculiar smile dancing on his lips. Maki looked at Hisoka, who was immersed in his perverse thoughts, and shrugged. For this murderous pervert who likes to challenge the strong, everyone basically knows the purpose of joining the troop. His target is Captain Crollo. But under the troop's rules, as long as Hisoka doesn't do anything out of the ordinary, Maki and the others don't bother to pay attention to him. In the competition arena, after the 31 hosts plus the one-time champion showed their images, Netero gave a lengthy speech. All the outstanding contestants in the world gather here to fight for the top honor. The thing about winning a battle and getting to the top is also the beginning of loneliness. During the battle, everyone will try their best, and they may even lose themselves and everything they have. However, with the character of the old man, the speech was suddenly interrupted when everyone began to feel a little drowsy. Then, next contestants, please enjoy the game. Randomly waving the speech in his hand, Netero smiled and concluded with this abrupt statement, leaving the official staff of Heaven's Arena bewildered. Well, this style really belongs to Netero. The old man's peculiar speech didn't negatively impact the atmosphere in the arena. Instead, the audience grew even more excited at the abrupt end, prompting the officials of Heaven's Arena to heave a sigh of relief and signal to the commentary desk. The commentator understood and then loudly announced the official start. At this moment, in a room somewhere in Heaven's Arena, after finishing his speech from the high platform, Netero, who had returned here, was calmly sipping tea, turning a deaf ear to the accusations from the eccentric Mr. Beans on the nearby TV. Chairman, that's a speech that I put a lot of effort into writing. If you stop halfway like this, will it affect? Pata. Netero set down his teacup, picked up the remote control, and lightly changed the channel. The world suddenly became quiet. He picked his ears and continued to sip his hot tea. After taking a sip, ho 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 laughter resonated in the room. Candidate room for contestants. The competition had officially started, and the other floor masters were also borrowing some fighting equipment in the room to warm up before the competition. There was only one person. Sucking. Is this the Battle Olympia? It doesn't feel that great, the firmness and hardness are just average, and there's a lot of waste in the strength. It can only be said that it's due to his special strong nen formulated to hurt people, barely ranking among the first-rate nen. While slurping on instant noodles he had taken out of his space backpack, Ronnel casually commented on the first fighting match that had started on TV. Having undergone Biscuit's initiation and training, Ronnel had reached a higher position to overlook these ignorant nen users. What are you talking about? That's Sparka, the champion of the last Battle Olympia? I don't know how many people in the world are his fans and regard him as an idol. Countless masters view him as someone to chase after. The floor masters present regarded him as the enemy of this competition. After warming up, the floor master who was watching TV with Ronnel immediately retorted after hearing his words. Apparently, he was also an eccentric floor master with bandages all over his body who had taken Spark as his target. When he spoke the name, there was a hint of fear in his tone, accompanied by a touch of schadenfreude in his eyes when he looked at Ronnel. I remember you were number 8, right? In the first half. That means, even if you win all the way, you will definitely meet Sparka in advance. If you're lucky, you may escape from his hands. Oh, Ronnel responded casually, then continued to slurp his instant noodles. Cut. Seeing that Ronnel didn't react at all, the bandaged floor master couldn't help but spit secretly and left angrily. How? That guy. After the bandaged floor master left Ronnel, a few others surrounded him, communicating with the former in a cryptic manner. I still can't see his reality. It may be a bluff, but it could also be that he really has some strength. At least after seeing Sparka's battle, he remains so calm. At this time, the bandaged floor master had completely lost the earlier gloating expression, now wearing a serious look. Combined with his previous one-hit kill game, I think the latter is more likely. The bandaged floor master spoke in a deep voice, and the other oddly dressed floor masters who had approached fell silent for a moment. After a while, when the TV displayed the scene of Sparka knocking down his opponent and successfully advancing, a host covered in silver needles said with composure, after Sparka and the mysterious guest have fought against each other, we will almost see the reality. Next, let's take care of our own battles first. As he spoke, he slowly got up and walked toward the ring passage outside the waiting area. He was the number 3 and the next contestant to compete. The rest of the floor masters exchanged glances, lingering on Thatcher for a moment before withdrawing their gazes and going about their own business. The Battle Olympia between the floor masters was neither long nor short. The strength difference between the two sides was not significant. Under normal circumstances, half an hour was enough to decide the winner. The gap in strength was too great, such as Sparka in the first game, who defeated his opponent decisively within 5 minutes. Thus, without a break in the momentum, after more than an hour, Ronnel stretched himself and walked outside. As Ronnel made his move, Thatcher, who had been holding his sword and resting his mind with closed eyes, slowly opened them and followed without a word. It was time for their match. The next competitors are from the world-class martial arts school, the head of the Subai school, the wielder of the slaying sword, Thatcher, and rising rapidly over the past year, defeating opponents with just one blow, the mysterious figure known as Ronnel. The commentator, full of energy, gave her exaggerated play-by-play, while the big screen displayed highlights from their previous matches. Then, the screen split, showing Ronnel and Thatcher facing each other, separated by a fiery border, and the large VS letters flashing in between. Is it starting? Biscuit and the others in the audience perked up, their eyes fixed on the entrance of the passage, watching as Ronnel emerged. In the private waiting room of Heaven's arena, Netero held his teacup in both hands, his gaze on the TV screen as he watched Ronnel walk toward the ring, a small smile playing at his lips. Elsewhere, wow, a pyramid of playing cards collapsed, but Hisoka paid it no mind, his narrow eyes fixed on Ronnel's image on the screen. Beside him, Maki silently observed. Meanwhile, in the Republic of Padokia, within a room atop Kukuro Mountain, I put most of my fortune on you, you better win this, or I'll kill you, UBD. A somewhat anxious, handsome youth of 16 gobbled up snacks while ranting at the 360-degree screen before him. The silver-haired cat near him shivered at the sight of an escape plan mentioned by a passerby. Far away, on the Asian continent, in a rundown room, Crollo leaned his chin on his hands, his deep gaze fixed on the TV screen. In a northern city on the European continent, dressed in a fur coat, with hair like a lion's mane, Yuvijin belched after devouring a meal, pushing aside a heap of plates. He picked up a thick toothpick and gazed at the store's only TV. Casually, he turned to Nobunaga and asked, "Is this guy supposed to be our new number 8 member? He's younger than Shulnark and Maki, right? Is he really that strong? If Maki hears you, she'll string you up for 3 days and nights," grumbled Nobunaga, his katana at his waist as always. He added, "They say he's fast, no less than Fiden." "Oh, as fast as Fiden?" Yuvijin's interest piqued. He leaned back, abandoning his plans for mischief, and focused on the match. This dismayed the boss, who was mentally lamenting over the towering stack of dishes and the fact that his store was empty save for these two. He wept silently. In a small town far away. "Is that him? The one they say is faster than me." Standing outside an electronics shop, Fiden squinted at the broadcast of the combat festival on the displayed TV sets. His fingers fidgeted under his cloak. "If Maki says so, she's probably right. Looks like you've got competition, Fiden." Finks, clad in his tracksuit, grinned at his friend's expense, his tone dripping with amusement. "Humph. When we meet, I'll have a proper match with him," Fiden sneered. With many eyes watching, Ronnel walked onto the stage, standing at the center of the ring, facing Thatcher. The stage of the Battle Olympia competition was sacred ground for the fighters, no referees allowed. The rules for victory were simple: force your opponent to surrender or render them incapable of fighting. There were many ways to achieve this: knocking them unconscious, crippling them, or even killing them. With such clear rules, there was no need for referees to score the match. The crowd and the viewers at home were the ultimate judges. So, as the match was announced, the stadium erupted in thunderous cheers. "Are you the head of the Subai school?" From a distance, Ronnel looked at Thatcher, who was warily sizing him up, and asked a well-known question. "What's your point?" Thatcher drew his ancestral sword, his powerful aura radiating through the arena. "Nothing much. I just think this match is about to get a lot more interesting." Ronnel smiled, then took a stance that Thatcher immediately recognized. "A disciple of Shinjin Ryu, Ronnel. I look forward to learning from the head of the Subai school." "Shinjin Ryu?" Hearing these words, Thatcher's pupils shrank, and his face darkened, gripping the slender sword tightly. For all martial arts disciplines, Shinjin Ryu has always been the towering mountain looming over them, casting a long shadow. Even with his strength, as formidable as it was, a common saying remained unchanged in the martial arts world: there are only 2 martial arts, Shinjin Ryu, and everything else. Thatcher had fought so hard to unite the Subai school and even entered the Battle Olympia to completely defeat the Nan users, all with the hope of standing shoulder to shoulder with Shinjin Ryu. But now, discovering that his lifelong rival, someone of equal status to him as a floor master, was a disciple of Shinjin Ryu, how could he not feel both anger and despair? It made him question if all his efforts were just a cruel joke. A Shinjin Ryu disciple. "Are you mocking me?" Thatcher suppressed his rage, speaking through gritted teeth. "I'm not mocking you," Ronnel said, shaking his head. "I just want Mr. Thatcher to understand." "Understand?" Thatcher let out an angry laugh, raising his sword. "Isn't this humiliation enough?" As Thatcher pointed his sword toward Ronnel, Ronnel remained calm, continuing. "In this battle, you cannot be my equal, and I will not hold back. You're not like other floor masters who lack a martial art. According to the rules of our disciplines, when two practitioners face each other in a formal duel to the death, they must announce their origin first. Thatcher's rage subsided slightly as he came to his senses. Centuries ago, martial arts schools constantly competed to prove their superiority. To spread their school's fame, fighters would declare their style before each match. Over time, and with the advent of more modern means of self-promotion, the tradition had waned, and it was no longer required unless it was a battle to the death. Momentarily blinded by anger, Thatcher had forgotten this ancient rule. He realized Ronnel wasn't humiliating him. Ronnel's declaration was not only proper but respectful. Realizing this, much of Thatcher's fury dissipated, though his gaze toward Ronnel remained complicated. Subai, the leader of Subai school, Thatcher said, taking up the formal stance of his discipline in preparation for battle, adhering to the old custom. Around the arena, loudspeakers broadcast their words, and even in the raucous atmosphere of the Heavens Arena, every audience member could hear them clearly. When Ronnel revealed that he was a disciple of Shinjin Ryu, the audience erupted in excitement. It's happening! It's happening! Let's go! In the live broadcast room, the chairman's face lit up with joy as the ratings soared. In a reception room within Heaven's Arena, Netero paused mid-sip of tea, grinning as he stroked his beard. Biscuit has found a good student, he mused. Even someone as powerful as Netero felt a sense of pride and relief when he saw his martial legacy passed on to worthy students. And for Wing, watching in the audience, the pride was palpable. Did you see that, Zushi? As a disciple of Shinjin Ryu, you must boldly demonstrate the strength of our art in the arena. Yes, Master Wing. I don't ask for much. Just follow in your uncle's footsteps. As long as you can stand equal with the masters of these disciplines and face them as a peer, I will be content. Yes, Master Wing. Meanwhile, Biscuit watched with amusement as her confident companions spoke, shaking her head. Still, as she observed the match below, a rare smile played on her lips. That boy sure knows how to bring glory to Shinjin Ryu so soon. Yet, after weighing the skills of Ronnel and Thatcher, Biscuit picked up the beauty magazine next to her, knowing the outcome of this battle before it even began. What's a Shinjin Ryu? Yuvijin muttered, lazily cleaning his ear as he watched the match on TV. His question earned a bored glance from Nobunaga beside him. It's just a style, don't worry about it. Focus on the fight. Oh. On the arena floor, Ronnel and Thatcher had already assumed their stances. The battle horn sounded, signaling the start of their duel. Thatcher, unable to suppress his frustration, charged first. His sword moved swiftly, aiming for Ronnel's chest. Clang! The powerful blow was easily parried by Ronnel. This is... Thatcher's eyes widened in shock as he noticed the weapon in Ronnel's hand, an ancient copper saber, suddenly materialized, covered in elastic paper. Although the lines on the blade couldn't be seen clearly, Thatcher never forgot the familiarity of that saber. It was the treasured ancestral saber of Subai, the same one Hank Loda had fought with against him half a year ago. For the past 6 months, he had been working on uniting the northern and southern schools, but the treasured sword had eluded him. He thought that some disciples of the southern had hidden it away, only for it to reappear in the hands of a Shinjin Ryu disciple? How could you have? The words of disbelief slipped out before Thatcher could stop them, his mind racing with questions. But in a duel between non-users, even the slightest distraction could prove fatal. His momentary lapse caused his hand to weaken, and the grip on his sword slackened. Before he could react, a streak of copper black flashed across his vision. It was over. The sword was knocked from his hand, and his head, still wide-eyed in shock, was sent flying from his shoulders. Distractions during battle. That's not a mistake a leader should make. Ronnel's voice was calm as he sheathed his blade, stepping back from the lifeless body of Thatcher. The headless corpse fell to the ground with a dull thud. With a flick of his wrist, Ronnel activated his ability, summoning 3 luminous apertures before turning and walking off the stage. The crowd was silent, utterly stunned by what they had just witnessed. It had taken only one exchange. In a single move, Thatcher, the master of the 231st floor of Heaven's Arena and the strongest leader of the Subai school, was decapitated. And just like that, he was gone. The commentators, recovering from their shock, hurriedly announced Ronnel as the victor. A smattering of applause slowly grew into a thunderous ovation. Those who had placed their bets on Ronnel cheered the loudest, ecstatic over their unexpected winnings. To defeat a master of Thatcher's caliber in one move, what kind of strength was this? In contrast, the waiting room where the other competitors gathered was eerily quiet. Thatcher was killed. Finally, someone spoke, their voice thick with disbelief. It was a fellow floor master, his body wrapped in bandages from previous matches. One move. Thatcher was strong, wasn't he? Yeah, he was definitely one of the strongest among us, another muttered. If he was taken out like that, what chance do we stand? Silence filled the room again. Damn it! Is this guy really a Shinjin Ryu disciple? One of the floor masters voiced his frustration. I've seen Shinjin Ryu fighters before, but none of them were this strong. Does it matter? The point is how to deal with him. This guy doesn't show mercy. Have you seen him leave anyone alive after his fights? The one who spoke now had silver needles protruding from his body, his cold sweat betraying the fear he tried to conceal. We have to think carefully. If you get into the ring with him, you might be dead before you even have a chance to surrender. After that, he walked toward the shadowy corner of the waiting area, as if to distance himself from the ominous future awaiting them all. My next opponent is Sparka. I can't win, and I can't face this guy. Admitting defeat might be shameful, but it's better than losing my life, right? His words struck a chord with the others. They exchanged uneasy glances before dispersing, leaving only the dark-skinned, green-eyed floor master behind. What should I do? The reality of the situation sank in. If he didn't admit defeat, he would almost certainly lose his life. But this was the Battle Olympia, the competition watched by the entire world. To admit defeat without fighting would bring a lifetime of ridicule. The shame would follow him forever, and the gamblers and sponsors who had bet on his victory would never forgive him. It was a no-win situation. As the despairing floor master stood there, his thoughts spiraling, the scene shifted to a TV screen somewhere far away. Oh he, what a sharp saber, Hisoka murmured with a mischievous grin, his tongue flicking out to wet his lips. I wonder how it compares to my playing cards. Maki, standing nearby, shivered uncomfortably under his gaze. The speed is indeed a little faster than mine. Phaeton squinted his eyes as he commented. As an expert in speed, he could still gauge the opponent's strength through subtle movements. However, it's only a little bit faster than me, and I'll catch up soon. Ha ha ha. Still as stubborn as ever. Faye, what are you doing, Phaeton? Finks, who was laughing mercilessly beside him, was suddenly cut short when an umbrella jabbed him in the face. You're too loud. On the other side, Yuvijin stared blankly at the TV. No fun. He lazily picked his nose with his pinky and flicked a black blob onto Nobunaga, who instantly exploded with rage. You a hole, do you want to die? As Yuvijin and Nobunaga started brawling, elsewhere in Heaven's arena, Ronnel made his way to the waiting area while casually inspecting the glowing orb he had touched. Obtained a ball of Puranin. There wasn't much to say about it, so he simply slapped it on his forehead, immediately feeling a slight increase in his Nan's intensity and energy. Even for Ronnel, the Nan of a floor master level was impressive. Acquired martial arts talent, intermediate level. This wasn't of much use, so he tossed it into his space backpack, intending to synthesize it later. Obtained the ancestral sword of Subai from the northern school, which only leaders may wield. Huh? A sword this time? With a thought, a slender blue sword with a faint glow appeared in Ronnel's hand. The blade was incredibly sharp and was clearly a rare weapon. After playing with it for a moment, Ronnel stored it away. Now equipped with both a sword and a saber, he had more options in battle. Returning to the waiting area, Ronnel sensed a strange tension in the room but paid it no mind, finding a clean spot to sit and practice Nen. The other contestants were still fighting outside, and it was time for a break. After all, it was impossible to finish all 16 preliminary rounds in one morning. To maximize the promotional effect and sustain high ratings for several days, Heaven's Arena deliberately extended the tournament duration. Vendors and casinos surrounding the venue also thrived, drawing in large crowds and generating booming business. Moreover, not to mention the ratings, each contestant needed ample time to heal and recover after every match. In short, the Battle Olympia was not something that could be completed in a single day. Ronnel knew there was probably nothing left for him to do today. If the officials at Heaven's Arena hadn't announced earlier that they would be revealing important information at night, he would have left long ago. As time ticked away and the sunset neared, the waiting area became brightly lit, and the once crowded arena began to quiet down, with only the commentator's voice still echoing. Ronnel opened his eyes, realizing there were only 16 contestants left, himself included. He was one of the winners of today's preliminary rounds. 5 matches were held in the morning, 6 in the afternoon, and 5 in the evening, completing the preliminary round entirely. Well, first of all, congratulations to all the contestants who passed the preliminaries. The rematch is scheduled for 3 days from now. Please use this time to adjust yourselves. The young lady who had handled the morning's draw stepped in, carrying a wooden box in her arms. She announced the time of the matches and placed the box back in its original spot, though she didn't leave right away. We'd like to ask all contestants, would you prefer to redraw lots for the rematch order, or stick with the original lineup? Before she could finish speaking, someone impatiently shouted, redraw the lots. It was the short, dark green-skinned floor master who had spoken, and anyone could hear the anxiety in his tone. According to the original order, his next opponent would be Ronnel. Seeing his eagerness, several other contestants, including the bandaged contestant and the silver needle user, exchanged glances before nodding and agreeing in unison. We prefer to stick with the original lots. What? The short contestant was stunned, his face flushing with anger as he pointed accusingly at the others, too furious to speak. Understood. Ignoring his desperate outburst, the young lady calmly picked up the wooden box again. Then please prepare carefully for the next round, Mr. Floor Masters. We'll see you all in 3 days. With that, she gracefully left the room, taking the box with her. Several contestants discreetly sighed in relief. Ronnel, having observed the entire scene, dusted off his clothes and headed for the exit. But before leaving, his eyes briefly glanced in a certain direction. In that direction stood a large, blonde man with flowing golden hair, arms crossed, staring back at him. It was Sparka, the champion of the last Battle Olympia, known as the Holy Gun Knight. Ronnel met his gaze for less than a second before looking away. As the previous champion, Sparka was undoubtedly one of the top contenders for this year's tournament. His presence was a looming threat. It can be said that among the many floor masters present, Sparka is indeed the strongest. But, even with contestants that Hisoka doesn't take seriously, no matter how strong they are, they're still not on par with him. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the audience, eagerly anticipating the competition, arrived at the venue early in the morning, ready to cheer for their favorite fighters. Once the official start time arrived, following the usual round of announcements and pleasantries, the match was declared open. Following the competition's established order, Sparka was the first to enter the ring, and his fight ended quickly. Ronnel, observing Sparka's combat style, noted how open and aggressive it was, marked by powerful hand-to-hand strikes. His entire fighting approach radiated wild strength, which garnered him a large fan base. As Sparka easily defeated his opponent, the crowd, especially his fans, erupted into excited cheers. Amidst the noise, Sparka waved before stepping off the stage. As he was returning to the staging area, he crossed paths with Ronnel, who was preparing for the next fight. Shinjin Ryu disciple, don't lose now. I'm looking forward to facing you next. Sparka said in passing, his gaze fixed ahead, not even glancing back at Ronnel. Ronnel merely smiled, saying nothing in return. Initially, Ronnel considered the encounter with Sparka a minor event, expecting to finish his match quickly and prepare for the semifinals, scheduled for 5 days later. However, things didn't go as planned. Is Rocket here? If Rocket is present, please make your way to the stage. The announcer girl sounded confused. This was the first time she had encountered a contestant who was late for the Battle Olympia. No, if this goes on any longer, Rocket won't just be late, he'll be absent from the competition. It wasn't just the announcer who was baffled. The officials of Heaven's Arena were equally perplexed. Typically, participants entered these tournaments for fame and fortune, and it was unheard of for someone to miss a fight. But then again, Ronnel had proven to be an unexpected powerhouse, and his decisive, often fatal moves had scared more than a few contestants away. Ronnel himself found the situation a bit ridiculous, as did the spectators. In the waiting area, the floor master with silver hair and the bandage floor master exchanged glances, clearly surprised by the day's events. They had both expected Rocket to meet his end in the upcoming fight, but they hadn't anticipated that he'd run away from the match altogether. Now, the Heavens Arena, furious over the absenteeism, was left wondering how to deal with the situation. Rocket's absence was confirmed, and after a brief discussion, the announcer, smiling through her frustration, declared Ronnel the winner of the round by default, advancing him to the next stage. This decision, of course, sparked boos and frustration among the audience. However, their frustration wasn't directed at Ronnel, but at Rocket, the Heavens Arena officials, and the organizers of the Battle Olympia. The fact that the Heavens Arena had failed to properly monitor the contestants' whereabouts left many questioning the professionalism of the tournament this year. And so, amid the growing dissatisfaction of the crowd, Ronnel stepped off the stage, leaving the poor announcer to explain the situation to the irritated viewers both in the arena and watching at home. Ironically, according to later reports, the match that Rocket missed turned out to have the highest ratings in the entire Battle Olympia. This left the organizing committee, already dealing with backlash and ridicule, even more unsure about how to respond. The next round of the tournament, the semifinals, was scheduled for 5 days later. During these 5 days, Heaven's Arena scrambled to mitigate the negative impact caused by Rocket's no-show, while also tightening its supervision over the remaining competitors. Once bitten, twice shy, as they say. However, this additional oversight led to a wave of protests, led primarily by Sparka and other fighters, causing a bit of turmoil. In short, this year's Battle Olympia had turned into a mess. Yet despite the chaos, the tournament had to continue. There was still honor to be earned and prizes to be won. The looming showdown between Ronnel, who was quickly becoming the favorite among the new contestants, and Sparka, the reigning champion, raised the excitement level to new heights. In an effort to restore the tournament's reputation, Heaven's Arena spared no expense in promoting this match. Though they paid a hefty price, the payoff was undeniable. Across countless conversations, both online and offline, fans were calling the upcoming match between Ronnel and Sparka the most exciting and high-level fight of the entire festival. As the controversy surrounding Rocket's absence began to fade, Heaven's Arena breathed a sigh of relief, though they continued to search for Rocket. Whether they found him or not, and how they dealt with the situation, is another story. 5 days flew by, and soon, it was time for the semifinals. On the day of the match, the venue was packed, as expected. Every screen in Heaven's Arena broadcasting the event also had crowds gathered around it. The spectators were divided into two factions, those supporting Sparka and those cheering for Ronnel. Before the match even began, the atmosphere was already thick with tension. For this important match, the commentator had been preparing for days, fine-tuning her skills and mentally preparing for any outcome. She was determined that her commentary would be flawless, explaining the intricacies of the fight to everyone watching at Heaven's Arena. Thank you all for your patience. The commentator injected an unprecedented level of excitement into her voice. Let's welcome the Holy Gun Knight, the reigning champion of the last Battle Olympia, and the floor master of the 251st floor, Sparka. As soon as her words fell, Sparka, tall and lean with striking blonde hair, strode onto the stage. His appearance alone ignited half the crowd into wild cheers. With his tall, muscular frame and battle-hardened demeanor, paired with a rugged yet handsome face and enviable hair, Spark had the kind of charisma that made fans swoon. Sparka was no newcomer to Heaven's Arena, and his loyal audience erupted in applause. Realizing that the crowd might get too carried away, the commentator quickly asked for calm before introducing the next fighter. And now, let's welcome Ronnel. Ronnel stepped onto the ring from the opposite side, his expression calm and composed. I know you wield a saber, Sparka said with a cool demeanor, eyeing Ronnel's empty hands. He then retrieved a pair of stainless steel gloves from his pocket. It seems everything is under control. I watched your battle with Thatcher. When you manifested that saber, it completely threw him off. He couldn't handle it and got cut down because of it. Pathetic, really. Sparka started putting on his gloves, continuing to badmouth Thatcher, but Ronnel only listened, a faint trace of irony in his eyes. So, he's just another arrogant fool. Unaware of Ronnel's thoughts, Sparka continued his monologue. If I'm correct, you're a manipulator, right? And your ability revolves around that saber of yours. Fast, good at quick strikes, but you lack stamina. All I need to do is prolong the fight, and you'll fall. Having finished putting on his gloves, Sparka shook his hands confidently. So, this match is already mine. The audience cheered wildly, feeding Sparka's ego. Really now? Ronnel couldn't help but find the situation almost laughable. Sparka's arrogance had clearly blinded him to reality. Sparka was just another fighter who had spent too much time basking in the praise of others at Heaven's Arena. He had talent, sure, but he had become far too complacent, especially after winning the last Battle Olympia. His inflated ego had made him believe he was invincible. Let the match begin. With the commentator's announcement, the match officially started. Sparka, who had been preparing all along, wasted no time. He stumped his foot hard, sending shockwaves through the stone floor. The tiles around his feet shattered and were launched into the air. Bang bang. With two powerful punches, Sparka shattered the stone slabs further, sending a barrage of debris flying towards Ronnel. Huh? With this rain of stones, your speed is sealed off. There's no escape now, this match is already decided. Sparka's voice boomed across the arena as he declared his impending victory. His stone barrage technique, imbued with Nen, was something he had perfected against speed-type fighters. It was a tried-and-true strategy, or so he thought. You idiot, do you really think something like that can stop Ronnel? In the audience, Biscuit's eye twitched as she listened to the gasps and cheers of the crowd. She was unimpressed. Ha ha ha, or maybe Sparka has some other tricks. Wing chuckled, though even he wasn't convinced by his own words. Ronnel wasn't the only one who could see through Sparka's self-importance. With years of experience under their belts, Biscuit and Wing could tell he was all bark and no bite. Sparka had strength, but that was about it. Everything else, not even worth commenting on. But this also quietly relieved Wing, who was still worried about whether Zushi could survive in Heaven's Arena. If the so-called champion of the festival is at this level, then even letting Zushi come out to practice 2 years in advance doesn't seem like a big problem. In the ring, facing the stones that hit like a storm, Ronnel didn't show any emotional fluctuations and was even slightly amused. This level was nowhere near the rock storm that Yuvijin unleashed in the original series. By focusing energy into his fists and lifting the ground beneath his feet, Yuvijin could make rocks fly as fast as bullets, as swift as a storm. Such a move seemed troublesome, but in the original series, Gon and the others already demonstrated a solution. By using Ryu and Ken, they gathered part of their aura on their arms, crossed them in front, and formed an air wall which could block most attacks. T/N, Ryu, this technique involves adjusting the amount of aura in different parts of the body, increasing it in one area while decreasing it in others. It allows an user to shift aura to their arms for defense or offense. Ken, this is a defensive technique where the user coats their entire body with aura, making it harder and more resilient to damage. It creates a strong, steady shield of aura around the user. Then the remaining attacks can be dodged with minimal effort, right? After the relentless stone rain, Sparka appeared before Ronnel in the final blink of the storm. I've seen too many people use this method to block my attacks, but doing so only means you'll passively take my punch. His glove brimmed with immense aura, crashing down on Ronnel's arm beneath Sparka's cruel and bloodthirsty eyes. Die. Amid the audience's cheers and the rapid commentary from the announcer and a certain chatty speaker, Ronnel's body flew backward. Though Ronnel might mock Sparka's intelligence, there was no denying that his battle performance was commendable. Well, commendable at best. A speed-type manipulator and user who lacks strength and defense after taking my strongest punch, at least his arm should break. What? To Sparka's astonishment, Ronnel flipped through the air, adjusted his center of gravity, landed on one foot without breaking a sweat, and calmly placed his other foot down. Not bad power, but it still stings. Ronnel rolled his shoulders and smirked. So, that punch was your strongest. As Sparka gaped at Ronnel's seemingly unharmed arms, no redness or swelling inside his eyelids twitched. A bad feeling crept into his mind. Yet, after hearing Ronnel's teasing tone, Sparka suppressed his unease. That punch was just a warm-up. Next, I'll attack. Before Sparka could finish his bold declaration, Ronnel launched off the ground, his body shooting towards Sparka like an arrow. His speeds decreased. Is he really weakened by that punch? Sparka was thrilled by the sight and began speculating. But the truth was different. Speed's fine, I just want to see where my strength stands. Ronnel was using Sparka as a touchstone for his own abilities, deliberately slowing down. Take this. With his mind focused, Ronnel gathered an immense amount of aura into his fist and swung fiercely at Sparka. Well done. Sparka, disregarding everything else, roared and gathered all his energy into his fist, striking a bizarre posture. In that moment, Nen condensed around Sparka, forming the image of a medieval knight riding a horse and wielding a spear, with his fist as the tip of the spear. It's Sparka's signature winning move. No one has ever withstood this attack. The crowd cheered, ignorant of the intricacies of Nen, assuming this to be one of Sparka's tricks. Holy spear thrust. Sparka shouted, his fist, like a golden spear, piercing straight toward the oncoming Ronnel. The fist, seemingly carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds, tore through the air, creating a piercing noise that echoed across the arena. This was his Nen ability, Paladin's Glory. When activated, Sparka's aura condensed into the form of a knight, enveloping his body. To fully trigger this ability, Sparka needed to step into two positions corresponding to the horse's hooves, while the attack's launch point corresponded to the spear's tip, fully unleashing the technique's destructive power. Each time the hooves and spear tip appeared in different positions, the user had to instantly adjust and make precise movements to maintain the attack's conditions. The activation requirements were strict, but the resulting piercing power was overwhelming, an ability that suited Sparka's tall, thin, and uniquely structured physique perfectly. With this move, Sparka had pierced countless opponents. In the last Battle Olympia, he used this very technique to turn defeat into victory and claim the championship. He was confident that the same move would annihilate all his opponents again. Sparka believed in his Nen, just as Ronnel had unwavering confidence in his own strength and Nen abilities. After honing his advanced style day and night for over half a year, absorbing astonishing quantities of Nen from the hunter's mausoleum, and taking down numerous opponents along the way, Ronnel feared no one. Boom! Their fists collided, a golden spear clashing with Ronnel's air-infused punch, which acted like an indestructible shield. The impact caused a shockwave, and wherever it went, the stone floor cracked, creating fractures. Soon, half of the arena was left in ruins. This was a battle of Nen against Nen, strength against strength, a test of the true power each had accumulated over time. Crack! A faint sound echoed, and to the shock of every Nen user watching, Sparka's spear, locked in a stalemate with Ronnel's fist, began to shatter inch by inch. The spear, representing Sparka's fierce offensive power, was crushed by Ronnel's overwhelming defense. Impossible. Sparka's face twisted in disbelief. But before he could even process what was happening, searing pain shot through his body. The spear and his fist were one, and as the spear shattered, so too did his hand. His steel glove cracked, and his arm twisted into an unnatural shape under the immense force. As pain clouded his mind, a moment of clarity struck Sparka. If Ronnel's fist has this much power, it means he's using Ryu, concentrating most of his Nen in his fist. The rest of his body is unprotected. Decades of experience in life-or-death combat guided Sparka to make a desperate move. He channeled what little energy he had left into his other arm and struck at what seemed to be an opening in Ronnel's defenses. Even if I lose an arm, I'll be the one to win. A grim smile crept across Sparka's face, anticipating the agony Ronnel would soon experience. Boom! His punch landed only for Sparka's grin to freeze in place. Not bad, champion. That punch had some force, it even made my hand tremble. Ronnel stood calmly, his ancient copper saber having blocked Sparka's attack. With a slight push, Ronnel deflected Sparka's fist and, before anyone could react, swung the blade at Sparka's neck. Caught off guard, Sparka barely had time to lift his arm in defense. Sking. The blade sliced through the air with ease, cleanly severing Sparka's arm. But that wasn't all. Ronnel's eyes glinted. With a flick of his wrist, he changed the angle of his strike and, using the flat of the blade, slammed it against Sparka's chest. Pfft. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Sparka's mouth as he was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. With a loud thud, he crashed to the ground, motionless. The battle was over. Ronnel sheathed his blade, adjusted his windbreaker, and slowly walked toward Sparka, who now lay on the ground, barely breathing. The audience was utterly silent. From the moment Ronnel and Sparka exchanged their initial blows, the arena had held its breath. In the blink of an eye, the battle had reached its stunning conclusion. Ronnel stood tall, barely touched, while Sparka lay on the ground, his arm mangled, the other severed, and his chest caved in. The difference between the two was stark. The winner had been decided. Anyone who wasn't blind could see who the winner of this battle was. Suddenly, the venue came alive again with cheers for Ronnel, along with angry shouts from the Sparka gamblers. The noise grew louder and louder until it filled the entire arena. Ignoring the commotion, Ronnel walked over to Sparka, whose eyes were fixed on him. You aren't a manipulator, are you? Using the last of his strength, Sparka spoke each word carefully. I never said I was a manipulator, Ronnel replied as he raised his sword. Are you going on your own, or do you need me to send you off? He. At that, Sparka laughed, perhaps at his own foolishness, or maybe at the irony of his situation. After 3 short laughs, his head tilted, and the light faded from his eyes. Ronnel watched as Sparka's final smile lingered, then shook his head. Using Nen, he gathered a few items from Sparka's corpse before walking off the stage. When he reached the tunnel, no one noticed the state Ronnel was in. He finally allowed himself to relax. He grinned and shook his hand, the one that had landed a punch on Sparka. It stung. Ronnel blew on his fist a couple of times to ease the pain. Although he had dominated the duel, he'd had to exert quite a bit of energy. After all, Sparka had used Nen. A straight punch infused with Nen is no small matter. Besides Gon and Yuvajin, few could pull it off. Ronnel's vast aura reserves gave him the confidence to face Sparka head-on. Otherwise, he would have opted for more cautious tactics. Still, brute force had its advantages. It let him finish the battle swiftly, while proving his current level of strength. Even though his physical prowess wasn't yet at its peak, it was more than sufficient against an enhancer like Sparka. When Ronnel and Sparka had clashed, Ronnel had felt some pain, but there was no injury. If Yuvijin had faced Sparka, the outcome might have been different. Yuvijin's super destructive punch, charged with Nen, could hit like a missile. He once claimed he would make it as powerful as an atomic bomb. That's not to say Ronnel was weaker than Yuvijin. Their abilities simply focused on different aspects. Yuvijin was single-minded, his entire skill set revolved around Nen, physical might, and his destructive punch. Ronnel, however, had unmatched speed, even surpassing Fiden's, and his mastery of Nen was impeccable. If Ronnel ever fought Yuvijin, he could end the battle within a few rounds. All he needed was to evade Yuvijin's attacks, find a weak point, and use his saber to break through Yuvijin's defenses. After adjusting his condition, Ronnel calmly left the tunnel. With Sparka, the strongest of the participating fighters, dead, the remaining matches held little interest for Ronnel. Just as Ronnel predicted, the explosive duel with Sparka had sparked unprecedented discussion, and the ratings had soared. But now the aftermath was setting in. As people realized Ronnel had a high chance of winning the championship, the buzz surrounding the festival began to fade. After witnessing Ronnel and Spark's battle, the audience was no longer as invested in the other matches. Ratings plummeted, leaving the Heavens Arena in a desperate situation. It's not as though they could stage a fake match, forcing Ronnel to lose just to stir up interest. Besides, Ronnel would never agree to that. And do they think the global audience is full of fools? Even a hint of suspicion would ruin the reputation that the Heavens Arena had spent years building. So, the festival officials could only look on in despair, watching the ratings drop like a stock market crash, while making futile efforts to salvage the situation. In the semifinals and beyond, Ronnel easily dispatched his opponents, collected his winnings, and left the arena. The audience, already expecting such an outcome, offered nothing but muted applause except for the gamblers who bet on Ronnel, who cheered every time. Everyone else was numb to it by now. They had already resigned themselves to the predictable results. To prevent this year's finals from becoming the dullest, most unwatchable event ever, the Heavens Arena officials approached Ronnel with a humble request. There was no way they'd ask him to throw the match, but they pleaded with him not to finish it too quickly, to at least make the final entertaining enough for the audience. Ronnel wasn't opposed to it, but if they wanted him to drag out the fight, there needed to be something in it for him. And so, while the officials twitched nervously, a fake loli with an innocent smile pulled them into a side room to negotiate terms. When it came to negotiating prices, Biscuit, a veteran, was the most suitable for the task. Ronnel grinned absent-mindedly and began to check the rewards he earned from his opponent in the semifinals. A collection of Purinen, a book on advanced boxing techniques from a particular style, and advanced culinary skills. It seemed the floor master was a bit of a gourmet. It was decent, not anything special, though better than the things he'd gotten from others outside of Heaven's Arena. But it no longer piqued Ronnel's interest. Only people with extraordinary bloodlines and talents, like Karapika with his scarlet eyes, or world-class non-users like Krollo and other members of the Phantom Troupe, could offer Ronnel something truly valuable. Touching the bodies of those individuals would give Ronnel a significant advantage. Even from someone like Sparka, the most valuable thing Ronnel had managed to acquire was his Nen ability, Paladin's Glory, but even that was just average. Ronnel's body wasn't the most suited for it. After slapping all his gains onto his forehead, he noticed Biscuit, radiating joy, walking out with an injured and sullen-looking official. Got it, Biscuit announced with a bright smile. Ronnel gave a thumbs up in response. Okay. The official, satisfied with Ronnel's affirmation, nodded and left, leaving Biscuit and Ronnel smiling knowingly at each other. Finally, after several days of anticipation, the final battle of the Battle Olympia had arrived. Despite knowing the outcome, many still flocked to see Ronnel crowned champion in person. The arena was packed, with no empty seats in sight. After a rousing speech by the announcer, the match began. Ronnel, per the agreement, put on an entertaining show with his opponent, captivating the audience. The ratings, which had previously dipped, rebounded slightly, much to the relief of the Heavens Arena officials. This exhilarating battle provided the crowd with a satisfying conclusion. Of course, there were some who questioned why someone as strong as Ronnel had taken so long to defeat his opponent, making it seem as though it was a close match. But such suspicions were quickly drowned out by the hired media at Heaven's Arena. Sometimes, not everything needed to be said out loud, young man. Many in the audience understood that some behind-the-scenes agreements might have been made. But who cared? They witnessed a spectacular fight, and Ronnel was victorious in the end. The gamblers were thrilled, and fight enthusiasts analyzed every move with admiration. No one was foolish enough to complain. Sure, a few clueless people, sheltered flowers not yet hardened by society, might voice their concerns. But that had nothing to do with Ronnel. The championship was his, and he had brought the tournament to a satisfying close. With the festival behind him, Ronnel had officially passed Biscuit's test. Now, the world was open before him. On the Asian continent, Krollo watched Ronnel accept the trophy on screen, before casually turning off the TV. During Ronnel's battles, Krollo hadn't missed a single one. With the television off, Krollo took out his conjured book, running a finger across the book's cover. The room was quiet, neither Kortopai nor Pakunoda were present. The only sound was the faint scrape of Krollo's fingers against the book. Such incredible strength. If I fought him. His voice trailed off as the atmosphere in the room became tense. In a small hotel, Tonpa remembered the last hunter exam and breathed a sigh of relief, still shaken by the experience. Survival had been a stroke of luck. Ronnel's victory in the Battle Olympia had left many people stunned. The day after the championship, Biscuit approached Ronnel. When he saw her, he already knew her purpose. "I'm leaving," Biscuit said, stepping into Ronnel's room with a backpack slung over her shoulder. She got straight to the point, explaining her reason for coming, before sitting down on the edge of the bed. Though Ronnel knew this day would come, now that it had, he couldn't help but feel a bit conflicted. "Tomorrow? That soon?" Ronnel looked at her. "I've wasted enough time on you over 6 months. For a young, beautiful woman, 6 months is like several years for you men," Biscuit said with a grin, stretching out on the bed. Seeing her gesture, Ronnel understood. He retrieved a limited edition beauty magazine from his desk and handed it to her. One of the perks of doing exhibition matches. As he passed the magazine to Biscuit, Ronnel said, "Stay a few more days? Does Master Wing know?" Biscuit glanced at Ronnel, opened the magazine, and refused. "I won't stay, I'll leave tomorrow. As for Wing, don't tell him, he's basically used to it." She casually threw her backpack beside her. "Help me put all the magazines in there." Seeing Biscuit's request, Ronnel knew she was determined to leave this time, so he couldn't help but sigh softly. Passing the entrance examination not only signified being qualified, but also meant separation. Having been with Biscuit for more than half a year, Ronnel had grown used to her teachings. "Why, reluctant?" Biscuit looked sideways at Ronnel, a smile flashing in her eyes. Half a year may not seem long, but it was the first time Biscuit had spent so much time teaching an apprentice. Even Wing had only been under her guidance for 4 months. And this apprentice, Ronnel, had truly satisfied her. She thought her time spent on him was well worth it. "Yeah, I am." Without hesitation, Ronnel answered honestly. Seeing his straightforwardness, Biscuit raised an eyebrow, her focus shifting entirely from the magazine to him. "You've worked hard to teach me, Master Biscuit," Ronnel said, before presenting a big gift according to the rules of Shinjin-ryu, catching her completely off guard. He truly appreciated Biscuit's guidance. Without it, it would have taken Ronnel years to reach his current level. His gratitude was sincere. The room fell silent. Even Biscuit, who had weathered over 50 years of life's challenges, felt a little touched. "What are you doing? I'm not dead, and it's not like you'll never see me again. If you need my help, just call me anytime." Biscuit snapped, rolling the magazine into a stick and tapping him on the shoulder, her voice tinged with mock anger. "Remember, if I see you slacking off and your strength declines when we meet again, don't blame me for being harsh. And as for the hunter license, as a student of Shinjin-ryu, if my disciple doesn't pass the hunter exam, I'd be so embarrassed to even talk about it." Ronnel looked up with a grin after being scolded. "Master, can I make a small suggestion?" "Go ahead. Next time you lecture someone, can you not do it in that cute, girlish form? It's hard to take you seriously." "Biscuit, no way." Despite Ronnel's teasing and the bump on his head from Biscuit's magazine, the atmosphere felt a little less somber. Still, it couldn't stop Biscuit from leaving. The next day, after a quiet farewell, Biscuit left Heaven's Arena without telling anyone. Ronnel looked around the tidy, now empty room and sighed. "That's just how she is. No one can change her mind once it's set," Wing said quietly, standing nearby. He added to himself, "No one, except for maybe Gems. Has Biscuit left? What a shame. I wanted to go shopping with her today," Shizuku remarked, adjusting her black-rimmed glasses. The separation didn't affect her much, but she did seem disappointed that her shopping buddy was gone. "So, Wing, what's your plan now?" Ronnel asked, wrapping his arm around Shizuku's shoulder. "Me? I've been here long enough. I'm planning to take Zushi to train hard, then come back and challenge Heaven's Arena again next year." As Wing straightened his shirt, he smiled at Ronnel. "What about you? You don't seem like the type to sit still after winning the championship." "Of course not. Lately, I've been focused on training, fighting in the ring, and entering competitions. But I haven't spent much time with Shizuku," Ronnel said with a soft smile, glancing at her. Shizuku blinked in response. "So, I'm planning to take Shizuku on a trip for the next 6 months and spend some time exploring the world." Since leaving the streets of Meteor City together, apart from visiting several cities, the only place they'd seen was Heaven's Arena. Now, Ronnel wanted to show Shizuku more of the world, and experience the life of a hunter himself. "That sounds like a great idea," Wing nodded. "Traveling not only relieves the stress of constant battles, but it could also inspire you and help strengthen your abilities." Ronnel, true to his nature, took Wing's advice to heart. After talking a while longer, he and Shizuku waved goodbye to Wing and Zushi as they left the arena to begin their own training journey. On the airship, Ronnel gazed out the window as Heaven's Arena gradually faded into the distance. "I'm finally leaving." He felt nostalgic about the time he'd spent there and pulled out a travel magazine. "It says there's a magical waterfall in the Republic of Padokia. What do you think about making that our first stop, Shizuku?" But when he looked over, Shizuku was already fast asleep. Ronnel, who didn't wait for a response, lifted his head, just in time to meet Shizuku's gaze, sparkling with excitement. "Let's go wherever you say." In a soft voice, Shizuku's delicate. Feeling the warmth of her touch, Ronnel paused for a moment, then smiled. He tossed the magazine he was reading into his space backpack and, with his other hand, affectionately stroked Shizuku's hair. "Now, it's finally time for just the two of us." Under the warm sunlight, Ronnel gazed at Shizuku with a slight smile. At that moment, everything felt extraordinarily perfect. Ronnel thought it was great, but not everyone shared the sentiment. They left. Looking at the empty room, the playing card slipped from Hisoka's hand, scattering across the floor. I was just getting into it, he muttered with a hint of disappointment. Standing in the corner, Maki glanced at Hisoka, who seemed to radiate deep resentment. Choosing wisely, she turned and left without a word. Rare creatures, phantom beasts, monsters, hidden treasures, mysterious realms, and forgotten relics. Each place in the 6 continents holds countless secrets. The allure of the unknown draws in both hunters and ordinary adventurers alike, eager to explore new lands and mysteries. The 6 continents of the hunter world may be mere islands floating within the vast expanse of Lake Mobius, but the sheer diversity of life and culture on these lands has kept even the most dedicated hunters puzzled for their entire lives. T/N, Lake Mobius is a massive lake in the center of the Dark Continent. Half a year had quietly passed since the end of the Battle Olympia. When the festival concluded, Ronnel's victory had been on everyone's lips. But as the months went by, and with Ronnel refusing interviews and leaving Heaven's Arena to embark on a journey of training, his fame gradually faded. Perhaps when the Battle Olympia rolls around again next year, people will recall the brilliance of this year's champion. Doll Harbor. A young man dressed in a black windbreaker stepped off the airship, still talking on the phone as he walked. Yeah, I'll definitely get my hunter license back this year. As for how long it will take, I'm aiming for a month. I plan to finish everything within that time. I got it. If I run into Chairman Netero, I'll say hello on your behalf. Shizuku's in your hands for now, Master Biscuit. After hanging up, the man in the windbreaker casually slipped the phone into his pocket. He looked up at the towering fir tree in the distance and took a deep breath. Here I come, hunter exam. The man in the black trench coat was none other than Ronnel. In the past 6 months, Ronnel had traveled the world with Shizuku. Together, they visited famous landmarks, met countless people, tasted exotic foods, and participated in a variety of festivals. But, where there's light, there's always darkness. Thanks to Shizuku's beauty and Ronnel's somewhat intimidating aura, they often attracted trouble. Some unsavory characters even went so far as to gang up on them. True to his principles, Ronnel swiftly dealt with them, sending each one to meet their maker. If there's a god in this world, Ronnel mused, recalling something Crollo had once said. Originally, Ronnel and Shizuku's world tour wasn't finished, but as December approached, they had to put their plans on hold. Ronnel decided to sign up for this year's hunter exam. He had asked Shizuku to take the exam with him, but she refused, calling it boring. After registering for the exam, Ronnel got a call from his master, Biscuit, whom he hadn't seen in over half a year. During their conversation, he learned that Biscuit was in a nearby city. Shizuku took the opportunity to visit Biscuit, bringing along some rare gems she had collected during their travels. Ronnel, hoping to reunite with Biscuit after so long, was promptly turned away with a curt response, "You can visit after you get your hunter license." And so, without even meeting her, Ronnel headed straight for Doll Harbor to find an old friend, the Kiriko who had once guided him to the hunter exam. It was still the same massive tree and the cabin under the tree. Ronnel knocked on the door lightly and released a bit of nen. A small stir came from inside the cabin, and soon the door creaked open. A grumpy Kiriko emerged, eyes narrowing as he recognized the visitor. "So, it's you, Ronnel." This Kiriko was the same one who had guided Ronnel to the hunter exam previously. "I saw your fights in Heaven's Arena on TV. You even won the championship at the Battle Olympia? Didn't you leave for training? Or are you just passing through to visit an old friend?" Ahem. Ronnel cleared his throat. "Well, visiting old friends is part of it. But I also need you to take me to this year's hunter exam." Kiriko blinked in surprise. "You want me to navigate you to the exam again? Didn't you fail last time? That doesn't make sense. With your strength, you should have passed easily." Ronnel rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "Yeah, there was a small accident last time." Ronnel spent the rest of the day talking with Kiriko's family, recounting the events of the previous exam and the details of his travels. The sun had already begun to set by the time they finished, casting a warm glow over the cabin. Just as they were finishing dinner, Elder Kiriko perked his ears and looked out the window in a particular direction. "Oh, it seems we've got some promising candidates this year, 3 of them, in fact." After the ferocious Kiriko man judged the arriving group in his unique way, he got up and smiled apologetically at Ronnel. "Sorry, Ronnel, 3 more candidates are approaching. We'll be testing them next." Ronnel nodded with a calm smile. "No problem. This is your job, after all. I'll just watch from the shadows for now." His gaze shifted toward a distant part of the forest, a gleam of curiosity in his eyes. Long before the Kiriko man noticed them, Ronnel had already sensed their approach using Nen. "Gon, Leorio, Kurapika. So, I'm finally meeting the main trio of this world, huh?" As Ronnel watched, Kiriko's family dismantled most of their log cabin, and then both he and his sister transformed into human forms. Director, Kiriko family. Screenwriter, Kiriko family. Props, my log cabin. Audience, me. With a nod to Kiriko man, Ronnel leapt into the nearest tree, positioning himself where he could observe without being detected. He made sure to leave just enough hints for the test to proceed smoothly. Kiriko woman's voice rang out, signaling the start of the trial. From his vantage point, Ronnel watched as 3 figures came into view, a spiky-haired boy, a blonde with sharp eyes, and a young man in a suit. Ronnel pulled out a snack and grinned. "Time for a good show. Leorio, take care of the injured." "Leave it to me," Leorio responded confidently. With that, Gon and Kurapika dashed after Kiriko man. Leorio stayed behind, tending to the injured person, carefully preparing medical supplies. If this goes like the original plot, Kurapika deduces that things are not as they seem. Gon will figure out Kiriko couple's game, and Leorio will spot the needle marks. They'll all pass the test. After finishing his snack, Ronnel dusted his hands off and disappeared from his perch in an instant. In the jungle below, Gon, chasing after Kiriko Man, suddenly paused and glanced over his shoulder. What's wrong, Gon? Kurapika asked, noticing his hesitation. Nothing, maybe just my imagination. Gon shook his head and refocused on the pursuit. Stop, put her down. Gon shouted. After some tense moments of chasing, the trio passed Kiriko Man family's trial. Congratulations, all three of you have passed. Kiriko Man announced the results with a smile. Gon grinned broadly, and Kurapika and Leorio bumped fists, clearly pleased. Now, we'll take the four of you to the hunter exam venue in Saba City. Wait, 4 of us? Leorio blinked in confusion. There are only 3 of us. Ha ha ha, isn't the 4th one standing right behind you? Kiriko Man pointed, grinning mischievously. Leorio spun around instinctively. Hi there, a calm voice greeted them, startling the group. Who the hell are you, and when did you start following us? Leorio snapped, stepping back, his hand moving toward the dagger at his waist. Kurapika and Gon quickly widened the distance, sizing up the stranger in the moonlight. He wore a black trench coat, was about Leorio's height, but his youthful face made him look around 17 or 18. I'm also a candidate for the hunter exam. I just got here earlier than you guys, Ronnel said, crossing his arms with a slight smirk. As if? Who knows if? Leorio. Kurapika cut in sharply. Kiriko examiner said he would take 4 of us to the hunter exam venue. That means he's already passed this phase. Despite Kurapika's analysis, his eyes stayed wary. He managed to follow us unnoticed. In the dangerous world of the hunter exam, that's a skill worth keeping an eye on. Leorio relaxed, though only slightly. Hey there, my name's Gon. This is Leorio, and that's Kurapika. Gon stepped forward with a bright smile, extending his hand. We're all heading to the hunter exam together, so let's take care of each other. My name's Ronnel. Pleased to meet you, Ronnel replied, shaking Gon's hand. Ronnel, huh? Oh, I thought I sensed something weird earlier in the forest. I guess that was you. Yep, Ronnel admitted with a nod. I've been following you and watching your test. Nothing personal, just wanted to gauge your level. Following us. Kurapika's eyes twitched. He hadn't sensed Ronnel's presence at all. If he wanted to, we would have been sitting ducks. Kurapika shot a glance at Leorio, silently raising his estimation of Ronnel's potential danger. Well, it's getting late, Ronnel said, breaking the silence. The fierce Kiriko spoke, then flapped its wings, ready to take off. Ronnel and Gon were each led by one of the Kiriko, while Kurapika and Leorio were dragged along by the Kiriko couple, soaring through the night sky towards exam site under the bright moonlight. They traveled through the night, reaching exam site just as the sun was rising. Holding on like this for hours is no small feat, it's a serious test of arm strength. Once they landed, other Kiriko waited outside the city, while other reverted to his human form and guided the group of 4 to a small steak shop. After a hearty meal of steaks, Ronnel and Gon found themselves seated in a small private booth. There's always something unexpected during the hunter exam, the Kiriko said seriously, standing at the door. There are millions of participants, but only 1 in 10,000 will make it to the official exam site. As newcomers, the 3 of you have done well. If it's you, I'd be happy to guide you again next year. After his formal speech, the Kiriko's stern expression softened into a smile. All right, that's enough of the official talk. Now for my personal thoughts. Based on your performance so far, your chances of passing the hunter exam are quite high. Good luck, everyone. After a brief farewell handshake, the Kiriko waved his sleeve dramatically and walked off into the distance. Goodbye, Kiriko. Gon called out cheerfully as the door to their booth closed. He then turned to Ronnel, excitement bubbling over. Hey, Ronnel, have you been through the hunter exam before? Yeah, I took it last year, Ronnel nodded. Just then, Leorio turned to Gon with a look of surprise. Wait, Gon, how did you know Ronnel took the exam before? Because the Kiriko said you 3 have done well as rookies, which means that Ronnel isn't a rookie like the rest of us, Kurapika explained before Gon could answer. Oh, I thought he just miscounted, Leorio muttered, scratching his cheek in embarrassment. Kurapika rolled her eyes at Leorio, clearly done with the conversation. Ronnel, can you tell us what the hunter exam is like? Gon asked eagerly, unable to contain his curiosity after learning that Ronnel had prior experience. How does it work? Kurapika added, leaning in slightly. Ronnel moved a chair and sat down, nodding as he began to explain. Well, since I've already taken it, there's no harm in telling you. Last year, I got to the 3rd phase of the exam, but due to some circumstances, I had to quit halfway. In the first phase, candidates were grouped into pairs. The goal was to protect your own number tag while stealing the number tag of another candidate. 2-person teams? So, the 4 of us could form 2 teams. Gon mused, already thinking of strategies for the exam. Kurapika and Leorio exchanged thoughtful glances and nodded in agreement. Forming teams would definitely give them an advantage in unfamiliar territory. But that's only the first half, Ronnel continued, drawing them back to the present. In the second half, there's a more difficult choice to make. What choice? Leorio blurted out, unable to contain his curiosity. You have to defeat the teammate you just worked with. The winner gets to move on to the next round. Defeat your teammate. Leorio's voice trembled, and Kurapika's expression darkened. Even Gon looked conflicted. Ugh, this is just like that old lady's trick question earlier, Leorio groaned, tugging at his hair in frustration. The thought of having to fight Kurapika or Gon was clearly stressing him out. Well, that's the hunter exam for you, Kurapika said with a sigh. Like the Kiriko said, anything can happen. For a moment, the room fell into an uncomfortable silence. After a long pause, Gon suddenly flopped onto the floor, spreading his arms and legs out dramatically. I can't think of a way for all of us to pass if we're forced to fight each other. He groaned, clutching his head in frustration. That's just how Gon is, Kurapika muttered, watching their friend struggle to find a solution. Then, as if struck by inspiration, Gon turned back to Ronnel. So, Ronnel, what did you do? You said you reached the third round, so you must have passed the first. How did you handle it? Kurapika and Leorio both turned their heads, equally curious to hear Ronnel's answer. I got lucky, Ronnel admitted. I teamed up with a trio of brothers. The two older brothers were on one team, and I teamed up with the youngest. In the first round, I was the only one who managed to steal a number tag, so in the second round, I knocked out the younger brother without hesitation and moved on. I see, Gon said, nodding seriously. So, unless we can avoid this problem from the start, we're going to have to face each other eventually. Kurapika glanced at Ronnel. So, Ronnel, what did the brothers you mentioned do in the second half of the test? What else could they do? Ronnel shrugged. They fought. The winning brother moved on to the next stage. As Ronnel finished, Kurapika fell silent, but Leorio suddenly shouted, I get it. If you can't avoid the fight, then you just have to go all out. Leorio said with a serious tone. If both of you agree to team up, you've made your choice. And you'll have to face the consequences together. Leorio's right, Kurapika added, a small smile on his lips. If that's the situation, you have to give it your all. That's the only way you can honor yourself and your opponent. I still wish we could all pass together, though, Gon murmured, still conflicted. Don't dwell on it too much, Ronnel advised. The hunter exam changes every year. Talking about last year's test won't give you much more than a reference. His words eased some of the tension, and the group seemed a little more at ease. Leorio and Kurapika, who had been more guarded around Ronnel, now saw him with less suspicion. After all, explaining last year's test to future competitors was more generous than most would be. All right then, let's focus on what's next, Gon said, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. Then, as if remembering something, he turned to Ronnel. By the way, Ronnel, why do you want to become a hunter? The earnestness on Gon's face was unmistakable. I want to become a hunter because my dad is one. I want to find him and understand why this job means so much to him, Gon shared. Leorio's interest piqued at the mention of hunters. I'm in it for the money, he said, unabashedly proud. Leorio, being a hunter is about more than just money. Gon protested. You don't understand the allure of wealth at all. Leorio shot back, crossing his arms. As the two began their usual bickering, Gon gave a sheepish laugh and turned back to Ronnel. So, what about you, Ronnel? Why do you want to become a hunter? That is, if you don't mind sharing. Ronnel chuckled. It's no secret. I'm here because my master asked me to. Master. Gon blinked. Yeah, she said if I didn't get a hunter's license, I wouldn't be welcome back. Leorio and Kurapika stopped their squabble and turned to Ronnel, surprised. But it wasn't their place to pry into someone's personal matters. Leorio sighed, running a hand through his hair. Well, I'm just here for the money, like I said. Kurapika's expression darkened. I'm here for revenge. To rumble. Before Kurapika could finish, the ground beneath them began to tremble, and the walls started to rise. Everyone jumped to their feet, knowing the real test was about to begin. We're close now, Gon said, struggling to stay balanced as the platform they stood on began to descend. Ronnel glanced around. It'll probably lead us to the main exam site soon. It's always something dramatic with these tests. Leorio grumbled, clinging to the nearest solid object. Kurapika leaned against the wall, his previous tension from discussing revenge momentarily forgotten as they prepared for the next phase. The tremors eventually subsided, and with a loud clang, the platform came to a stop. Let's go, Gon said with determination, stepping forward as the doors slid open. Kurapika and Leorio followed, a little on edge, while Ronnel strolled out casually behind them, completely unfazed. The room they entered was vast, packed with candidates. The atmosphere felt much heavier than before. Looks like we're not dealing with amateurs anymore, Kurapika muttered, scanning the crowd. The tension in the air was palpable. Suddenly, a voice broke through the tension from the side. Hey, number 405, looks like you're the last ones to arrive. T/N, Gon's number during the 287th Hunter exam is number 405, Leorio is number 403, and Kurapika is number 404. These are canonical numbers. A stocky man with 2 bottles in hand jumped down from a nearby pipe, grinning widely. By the look on your faces, I'd say you're newbies. Hello, I'm number 16, Tonpa. He flashed a friendly smile, but that quickly faded as his eyes landed on Ronnel. His voice hitched up an octave in recognition. Long time no see, Rookie Crusher Tonpa, Ronnel greeted with a sly grin. Rookie Crusher. Leorio and Kurapika exchanged a glance, immediately understanding that this guy had less than noble intentions. Tonpa's smile wavered under their scrutiny. He let out a nervous laugh and quickly turned tail, dashing away as fast as he could. Rookie Crusher. Gon asked, watching Tonpa flee. You must have been a rookie during your last exam, right, Ronnel? Yeah. Tonpa's notorious for targeting rookies. He's failed the hunter exam 35 times and gets his kicks from sabotaging newbies. Last time, he tried to pull something on me and ended up losing his number plate. Leorio shook his head. 35 times? The hunter exam sure draws all kinds of people. Kurapika and Gon kept their eyes peeled, continuing to scan their surroundings, knowing they couldn't let their guard down. And with that, the next stage of the hunter exam was about to begin. A piercing scream drew the audience's attention as a man, missing an arm, fell to his knees, wailing. Ah, my hand? My hand. It's unbelievable. How did your hand disappear into thin air? There's no trick, no mechanism. A familiar voice, and an even more familiar style of speaking. Standing before the man who had just lost his arm, Hisoka, with his signature half-smile, chuckled. Be more careful next time, and maybe try talking like me when you bump into someone. Whoa. Before Hisoka finished speaking, the crowd backed away, keeping a wide berth from him. Among those watching were Ponza, the girl who controlled bees, Pakal, the archer who used poison-tipped arrows, Jaretta, dark-skinned and long-nosed, and Bourbon, who commanded poisonous snakes. Even the Amurai brothers, who were always inseparable, were present. These veteran candidates, who had already witnessed Hisoka's terrifying abilities in the previous hunter exam, now looked even more disturbed upon seeing him in person. That maniac. He's back. Greta and the eldest Amurai brother, having seen Hisoka dispatch the loudmouthed examiner in the third round, began cautiously moving away, their expressions turning grim. Ho ho ho. Hisoka paid no mind to the cautious movements of the other participants. He turned, his eyes gleaming, and focused on the person he had been waiting to meet for the past 6 months. Long time no see, little Ronnel. Leorio and Kurapika tensed up immediately when they noticed Hisoka's attention, but his words sent a chill down their spines. Little Ronnel. Both of them stiffened, slowly turning their heads to see Ronnel with a twitching eyebrow. I knew it. This guy just had to join this year's exam too. Veins pulsed on Ronnel's forehead as he tried to ignore Hisoka. But Hisoka didn't just call his name, he started sauntering over with his characteristic playful steps. Oh ho ho, what a surprise. I didn't expect to see you here again, little Ronnel. Don't call me that. Ronnel snapped. Stepping forward, he stared down Hisoka, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Fight, fight, cheered Killua from the sidelines, his skateboard under his arm as he watched the unfolding scene with obvious excitement. Meanwhile, Gitaracker, dressed in his needleman attire, glanced briefly at Killua before turning his attention back to the confrontation on the field. T/N, Illumi briefly appears during the first parts of the hunter exam, under the name of Gitaracker. Ronnel met Hisoka's lustful gaze, staring him down without any sign of backing off. Do you really want to fight me right now? A fight? Oh, how I've waited for this. Hisoka's eyes darkened, and the grin on his face widened even more. Apart from the eerie sound of Hisoka shuffling his cards, the room was completely silent. Everyone watched, holding their breath. As the tension in the air grew thicker, Kurapika and Leorio found it harder and harder to breathe. Even Gon seemed hesitant to say anything. Meanwhile, a talkative bald ninja, sensing danger, quietly withdrew from the scene. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, Hisoka suddenly stopped shuffling his cards. Rying! The piercing sound of a bell echoed through the tunnel. Everyone looked up to see a secret door on the wall above the metal pipes. Stepping out from the door was a man in a suit, sporting pink-purple hair and a curled mustache that covered his mouth. In his hand, he held a strange bird-like creature that chirped like an alarm bell. Satos, shaking the bird-like alarm, intended to announce the next phase of the hunter exam. But the timing couldn't have been worse. It sounded just as Ronnel and Hisoka were ready to clash. Swish, swish, swish. 3 cards, charged with Hisoka's deadly nen, shot towards Ronnel from different angles. Well, it seems you've put some thought into your card-throwing technique, Ronnel muttered, though his hands moved faster than his words. Clang! With a quick flick of his fingers, Ronnel deflected the cards, the sound of metal clanging as the cards ricocheted off his nen-enhanced fingers. And in that instant, Ronnel's right hand, reinforced with Ten and Ken, shot forward, aiming straight at Hisoka. Clink! His fist, covered in nen, collided with Hisoka's cards, producing a sharp, rhythmic sound. This level of nen isn't enough to break through my defenses, Ronnel whispered to Hisoka, loud enough only for the two of them to hear. Hisoka's smile didn't fade, it only grew more twisted. Boom! Ronnel's powerful strike sent Hisoka flying backward. But Hisoka quickly flipped back to his feet, his body already bending into a combat stance, his fingers playing with a card as he continued to grin maniacally. That's enough. The remaining exam candidates barely had time to react as Satos, the examiner, suddenly appeared between them. The hunter exam is about to officially begin. From this moment on, any candidates who cause trouble will be disqualified. Satos stood firmly between Ronnel and Hisoka, though beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. The nen aura from these two was far beyond what a ruins hunter like him could handle. But as the examiner, it was his duty to ensure the exam proceeded smoothly. Oh ho ho ho. Hearing Sato's words, Hisoka slowly relaxed his posture, the madness and desire in his eyes gradually subsiding. Ronnel watched as Hisoka stuck out his tongue and licked the playing cards, then turned away with an eerie laugh. Ronnel understood Hisoka's meaning, or at least the word hunter that Hisoka had just spelled out with the cards. Don't be in such a rush. Why not enjoy the test while it lasts? Hisoka grinned. Ronnel dissipated the aura enveloping his arms, smirking. I'm afraid you won't have the luxury of enjoying yourself by the time this is over. Although Ronnel wasn't involved in the recent duel, he had an inkling that Hisoka might not fully understand the situation. Ronnel could feel the moment he deflected Hisoka's attack. With strength rivaling Yuvigin's, Hisoka must have felt some impact. Ronnel didn't mind Hisoka's provocative antics. In fact, he welcomed them. Though Hisoka plays a significant role and is certainly one of the more bizarre characters in the hunter world, if he continues provoking Ronnel during the next test, Ronnel won't hesitate to end Hisoka's game early. Watching both combatants back down, Sato's let out a sigh of relief, realizing his back was drenched in cold sweat. This year's applicants are something else. The champion of the Battle Olympia, and that lunatic who killed the examiner last time. Sato's thought, glancing between Hisoka and Ronnel as Gon and the others approached Ronnel. Ronnel, I didn't know you were this strong. Gon exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Kurapika and Leorio stepped forward, a hint of newfound respect in their eyes. It was the instinctive awe one feels in the presence of true power. The confrontation between Ronnel and Hisoka had only lasted a moment, and most candidates hadn't fully grasped what happened. But for those nearby, the pressure from their clash was paralyzing. Kurapika and Leorio could sense that power too, and now they were unusually quiet. Their thoughts clouded with doubts. Could they truly pass this test when faced with so many powerful candidates? While Kurapika and Leorio worried about the future, someone else in the crowd had similar thoughts. No wonder the elders warned me to be careful during the hunter exam. With people like them around, this won't be easy, Hanzo muttered, wiping sweat from his shiny bald head. That power, it doesn't feel human. Across the room, a silver-haired boy shared the same sentiment. Killua stared at Ronnel and Hisoka, horror etched across his face. Pressing himself against the wall, as if doing so would shield him from their presence, Killua made a decision. From now on, I'll stay as far away from them as possible. Despite their outward calm, both Hanzo and Killua were shaken. Inwardly, their hearts were filled with fear. Meanwhile, one of the main players in the confrontation was struggling to suppress the turbulent energy coursing through his body. That kind of power, terrifying. It's almost on par with Yuvigin, and his speed might even surpass Fiden's. How exciting! Hisoka thought, smiling his trademark grin, though standing apart from the others. As Hisoka shuffled his playing cards, a faint voice reached his ears. I'd be careful with him if I were you. You wouldn't want to lose a partner who can hold a conversation. Hisoka didn't bother turning to see who spoke. He knew. Gitaracker had passed him by, offering the warning, though whether Hisoka would heed it was his own decision. With the tension from the battle dissipated, Sato's addressed the group of candidates. Thank you for your patience. The entry period for the hunter exam has officially closed, he announced. As his words hung in the air, the atmosphere in the tunnel shifted, and every candidate's expression turned serious. Sato's raised a finger. A reminder, the hunter exam is extremely dangerous. Those lacking the necessary skills or luck often end up seriously injured or worse. He looked around the group, his eyes lingering briefly on Ronnel and Hisoka before continuing. Some candidates will be eliminated early due to infighting. If anyone wishes to quit now, take the elevator back. For the rest of you, follow me. Not a single candidate backed down. They had all worked too hard to find the first exam's location to give up so easily now. Seeing no one retreat, Satos began walking. Then, the exam officially begins. We have 405 participants in total. Satos moved forward with a strange, effortless gait that drew no small amount of curiosity from the candidates. All 405 followed closely behind him. I'm Satos, the examiner for the first phase of the hunter exam. Your task is simple, follow me to the second test venue. Only those who make it will pass this phase. But there's a catch, I won't disclose where we're headed or how long it will take. Your only job is to keep up. Ronnel nodded to Gon and the others before following Satos, carefully observing the examiner's movements. It's interesting, Ronnel thought. That walking posture of his, it must conserve energy compared to normal running. And so, the long-distance marathon, leading the applicants deeper into the dark underground passage, had begun. Ronnel observed as Satos' movements seemed to glide across the ground, faster than most people could sprint, but with the grace of a gentleman. His strides and the swing of his arms were so subtle that only Ronnel, paying close attention, could detect the shifts in his pace. He marveled at the technique and soon found himself subconsciously trying to mimic Satos' steps. Because of Ronnel's previous clash with Hisoka, nearly all the other candidates knew not to mess with him. They kept a respectful distance, ensuring no one crowded his space as they moved forward. Far behind, Killua, having fled his home on his skateboard, sped down the path. The three destined to meet the protagonist trio were about to cross paths. The empty underground passage echoed with the sound of footsteps. The 10 remaining candidates pressed on, their footfalls growing louder and quicker with each step. Time passed unnoticed as hours blended into one another, and finally, the faint sounds of fatigue began to emerge. Wheeze, tick, tock. Labored breaths and the steady drip of sweat hitting the ground reverberated in the tunnel. The marathon had taken its toll. For some, the strain on their bodies was bearable, but the psychological pressure of not knowing when it would end weighed heavily on all of them. In the dark, cramped space, it was easy to feel hopeless. The endless running and the silent intensity made the suffocating atmosphere worse. Eventually, a loud slap broke the tension, the sound of a chubby candidate's computer hitting the ground. He collapsed to his knees, sobbing under the jeers of the Amurai brothers. The first candidate had been eliminated. Once one gave in, the resolve of others quickly crumbled. One by one, candidates dropped to the ground, defeated, their gazes filled with both despair and relief as the main group pressed forward at an even faster pace. After 6 or 7 hours, passing countless stairs, Ronnel felt he had learned Sato's walking technique. Though he wasn't physically exhausted, he was mentally impatient. Just when the monotony became unbearable, a glimmer of light signaled the exit of the tunnel. Even Ronnel breathed a sigh of relief. If he felt this way, the others must have been desperate for it to end. When the white light of the exit finally greeted them, the whole group visibly perked up. Leorio, stripped to the waist, inhaled deeply and grinned at the sight of the world beyond. Even the strange forest and swampland before them looked beautiful in comparison to the oppressive passage they'd just escaped. Kurapika, following behind, also smiled. During the long run, Leorio had shared stories about his childhood and his dreams of becoming a doctor. Hearing this, Kurapika's last reservations about him melted away, and he truly considered him a friend. Nearby, Gon bickered with his new friend, Killua, the first candidate to have reached the exit. Sato scanned the group and nodded in approval. There are some promising candidates this year, he thought. After explaining the dangers of the Milzy wetlands, he was about to announce the start of the next part of the test when T/N, Milzy wetlands is a foggy swamp filled with deadly man-eating animals who use every trick in the book to trap their prey. He's a liar? Don't believe him? I'm the real proctor. A disheveled man dressed in green burst from the bushes, holding a tattered bag with a monkey inside. His face was bruised, and he glared at Satos with pure hatred. The drama of the true and false proctor had begun. Satos remained silent, watching as the man-faced ape tried to rile up the candidates. He stood still, unmoved. This might serve as a useful distraction for the examines. If any of them were foolish enough to fall for this act and act rashly, Satos would not hesitate to deal with them. Anyone who could be tricked so easily by a mere monkey had no business becoming a hunter. He's just a man-faced ape disguised as a human? If you follow him, you'll be led into a trap. The man in green's dramatic warning stirred a small commotion among the candidates, but it wasn't as chaotic as he'd hoped. Some smirked, watching the performance with amusement, while others, like Killua, eyed him like an idiot. What's going on? Leorio whispered to Kurapika. What if he's telling the truth? Why's no one doing anything? Kurapika calmly responded, it's almost certainly a man-faced ape, but the one who led us here on the marathon is the real proctor. Why's that? Leorio asked, still suspicious. Remember the fight between Ronnel and Hisoka at the start? Kurapika replied. Leorio thought for a moment. Yeah, they exchanged a few blows before. His eyes widened with realization. Oh, right. Only the real proctor could stop two candidates that strong. Exactly, Kurapika nodded with a smile. Do you really think a man-faced ape looking to eat us would intervene in their fight? Hanzo, the bald ninja standing nearby, subconsciously nodded, echoing, nope. Kurapika and Leorio both stared at Ronnel with deadpan eyes, prompting him to laugh awkwardly and whistle towards the sky. The candidates taking the hunter exam may come from all walks of life, but they weren't stupid. After piecing things together, they watched the man in green like it was some kind of circus act. Isn't life good enough? Why come out here just to die? Don't man-faced apes have any instinct to avoid danger? Ronnel shook his head, picking up a few small stones from the ground. With so many examines around, these two monkeys really had some nerve trying to scam people. Who exactly were they looking down on? And with Satos leading the group, plus Hisoka an absolute wild card hanging around, these two really didn't know fear. But no matter how bold they were, they didn't have a future ahead of them. Thinking this, Ronnel flicked one of the small stones. Not at the man-faced apes, but at a certain twisted magician. Hisoka had already shot 6 of his cards, 3 aimed at the monkey in green and 3 at the examiner, Satos. He was preparing to throw 3 more at Ronnel when he noticed something odd. It seemed the other party had taken the initiative. Interesting. Hisoka chuckled, throwing the 3 cards in his hand to meet the flying stone head-on. Both the cards and the stone were infused with Nen, and when they collided, the cards were sent flying while the stone shattered. Whoa. The nearby candidates immediately backed away, creating a large gap between Ronnel and Hisoka. Their expressions screamed, oh no, it's starting again. Satos, having caught the 3 cards Hisoka had thrown earlier, wanted to warn him. But when he saw the 2 of them facing off again, he sighed and muttered under his breath. There were just too many troublesome applicants this year. If you provoke me again, it won't just be a stone next time. Ronnel weighed the stone in his hand, his tone flat as he addressed Hisoka. Hearing this, Hisoka shrugged, giving a strange smile but not saying anything more. All right, everyone, stick close to me. Stay alert and don't fall behind, Satos called out, more tired than anything, as he led the group onward. Ronnel followed closely, with Hisoka just behind him, and the rest of the candidates trailing them. No one even spared a glance at the fallen man-faced apes. As the group entered the fog-laden Milzy wetlands, a thick mist descended, shrouding them all. Oh ho ho ho. This was the perfect time for some unexplained actions. Their visibility was low, and the environment was disorienting. Hisoka, his bloodlust piqued by Ronnel twice now, had only sated a bit of it on the two monkeys. That was just the appetizer. There are too many candidates here. Time to trim the numbers. With a flick of his wrist, playing cards slipped from Hisoka's hands. Ah! A scream marked the beginning of the massacre. Ronnel, still following Sato's, showed no reaction. The other applicants, however, were trembling with fear, their heads lowered, trying to avoid drawing attention. Seriously, Hisoka the murderer is right behind us, and yet we still have to go back. Killua, walking next to Ronnel, muttered, looking behind him in confusion. Gon, who had just joined them, mentioned that his companions were left behind, and now he wanted to go back for them. To Killua, it seemed like a death sentence. If Gon's companions ran into Hisoka, they'd be as good as dead. Going back now was like serving themselves up on a platter. Since Killua hadn't become close friends with Gon yet, he didn't think too deeply about it. He just complained a little before continuing to follow Sato's. Ronnel felt the same way. With Gon and his protagonist aura, they'd probably survive Hisoka's encounter like in the original story, barely escaping and getting pegged as young, valuable fruit by him. At least it would draw Hisoka's attention away from Ronnel, allowing him to focus on the next phase of the exam in peace. As for what might happen if Gon actually got killed, well, that was Gon's choice. He'd have to bear the consequences. If Gon really did die, Ronnel wouldn't step in just because Gon was supposed to be the protagonist. There was no such thing as divine intervention in the real world. Here, everyone was the protagonist of their own life. After living on the streets of Meteor City, climbing in Heaven's arena, and all his travels over the past 6 months, Ronnel had witnessed too much death to care about the so-called main character. Now that he had come to this world, he was the protagonist. Ronnel and Killua followed Sato's without any further trouble and eventually arrived at the second phase of the exam's destination, Visca Forest Preserve. Seeing the stone slabs engraved with the names of the buildings around them, the applicants breathed a collective sigh of relief. First, the dark underground tunnel, then the plane of deception. It had kept them all on edge the entire time. But the Hunter Association wouldn't keep their nerves wound up forever. Before the second phase of the exam began, they were given some time to relax. Visca Forest Preserve was the site for the second phase. In the middle of a flat area stood a factory building that looked like it had just been thrown together. The construction was obviously hasty, made from leftover materials. A large clock hung above the main entrance. Sato's glanced at it the moment they arrived. There was still time before the first phase would end. As the minutes ticked by and the applicants started to relax, Ronnel noticed movement out of the corner of his eye. Not far ahead, through the mist, Hisoka approached with an unconscious Leorio slung over his shoulder, a pleased grin on his face as though something had amused him. He dropped Leorio unceremoniously beneath a tree and gave Ronnel a cryptic smile before leaning against the wall. Shortly before the time was about to expire, Gon and Kurapika arrived, albeit a bit late. It seems just like in the original story, Gon and Kurapika had become the promising, growing fruits that Hisoka had set his sights on. After meeting up with Leorio and Killua, Gon also found Ronnel. After some brief introductions, they quickly became acquainted. Finally, as the clock overhead reached a certain point, Sato's clapped his hands. Everyone, gather here. Once the time was up, Sato's didn't concern himself with the fate of the other applicants. Seeing that most of the remaining applicants had gathered, he called them all to stand together. All right, I want to congratulate you all once again. Everyone standing here has passed the first phase of the test. I hope you will tackle the second phase with just as much courage. Good luck. Sato's tone was flat as he congratulated the candidates for passing the first phase. Without further delay, he announced the results, then immediately turned around and disappeared into the nearby woods. Hearing this, the applicants who had been wearing serious expressions finally allowed small smiles to appear. Gon and Kurapika quickly found Leorio, who was still unconscious. After waking him up, they regrouped with Killua and Ronnel. There were still many unknown phases ahead, and sticking with familiar faces would at least provide some comfort. Especially since Ronnel's strength was formidable, a presence that seemed reliable and trustworthy. Moreover, after their encounter with Hisoka, they all felt they were being watched by him, an unsettling thought that only deepened their sense of camaraderie with Ronnel. As the clock continued ticking toward the next phase, a creaking noise echoed through the air. Ka. In front of the applicants, a large, heavy door adorned with a clock at its top began to open, marking the start of the second test. The applicants, who had briefly relaxed, now tensed again, feeling the weight of the upcoming trial. Slowly, the door revealed its contents. Sitting on a couch inside, was a petite woman with unusual pink hair and rather revealing clothing. Menji. Is she the examiners for the second phase? One of the examines muttered, bewildered by the sight. Some exchanged curious glances, while others couldn't help but smirk. Atop a tall tree not far from the gate, Sato's observed the proceedings. The number of people who passed the first phase is 128. The Milzy wetlands really took their toll, over 3/4 didn't make it. The examiners for the second phase are Menchi and Boera, Sato's murmured to himself. By the time this round is over, there'll probably only be 40 or 50 left, maybe fewer, depending on how tough the tasks are. But I'm sure a few of them will pull through, especially those two troublesome examines, the champions of the Battle Olympia. This should be interesting. As a seasoned ruins hunter with a passion for exploration, Sato's was never one to pass up a good show, particularly one involving rising stars like Menchi, known for her fiery temper. Those two troublesome examens, he thought, were bound to stir up some excitement. Sato's couldn't resist taking out a telescope-like device from his pocket and settling down to watch the spectacle. Inside the room, the eyes of examens were still on Menchi. Despite her small frame, she had a certain allure. It wasn't until Boera's stomach let out a loud growl that the candidates noticed the giant man sitting behind Menchi. Everyone, thank you for waiting, Menchi greeted the group, her tone surprisingly polite. Welcome to the second phase of the hunter exam. Though she seemed friendly on the surface, Ronnel knew better. Menchi had a short fuse, and the moment something didn't sit right with her, she'd draw her blade, ready to cook anyone who crossed her. Gilyala. Boera, looking a bit sluggish, let out another rumble from his stomach. Boera, are you hungry? Menchi asked, turning her head slightly, which made her posture shift in a way that caught the attention of more than a few candidates. You heard it, Menchi, Boera said, patting his stomach. I'm starving? Menchi smiled and turned back to the candidates. Her pleasant demeanor abruptly shifted, and her tone became serious. All right, the second phase is about to begin. The sudden change left several candidates wide-eyed, surprised at how quickly Menchi's demeanor had flipped. You've probably guessed by now, Menchi continued, but the test this round will be related to cooking. Boera and I, as gourmet hunters, will be your examiners. As she spoke, the candidates looked around the room, which was filled with various cooking utensils and ingredients. The revelation didn't come as a shock to most, though some looked disappointed. After all, many of them hadn't come here expecting to showcase their cooking skills. Ronnel, however, wasn't fazed. He knew that the hunter world was unpredictable. Tests like these could be just as dangerous as any battle. Leorio looked puzzled and surprised, feeling that he had learned a lot. The world is full of wonders. If I get my hunter license, can I create a ninja hunter? A certain talkative, bald-headed candidate rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. Papa papa. 3 soft beeps brought the examens back to their senses, and everyone quieted down. Next, I'll explain the rules. Menchi clapped his hands and, after ensuring everyone was focused, began speaking slowly. In the second phase, there are 2 parts, the first part and the second part. Only those who pass both parts can continue to the next phase. First part and second part. Gon's trio exchanged uneasy glances and instinctively looked at Ronnel. Seeing his casual posture, they couldn't help but take a deep breath, their faces becoming serious. They couldn't forget the conversation at the steakhouse where they had asked Ronnel about his experience in the test. The words part and second part now made them particularly anxious. Killua, standing beside them, noticed their intense expressions. Scratching his head, he couldn't help but feel confused by their reactions. The phase is simple, Menchi explained. You just need to make a dish that satisfies us. Menchi tapped Boera's large belly as she spoke, and the latter grinned, his appetite already apparent. First, the candidates will prepare a dish that I select, Boera said. Those who pass Boera's part will be allowed to cook the dish I choose next, Menchi added. Both of us must find the dish delicious for you to pass the second test. And by the time the phase is over, we'll have eaten our fill, Boera declared with a hearty laugh. Many candidates groaned in frustration. Cooking was subjective, what tasted good to one might not appeal to another. How could they be expected to succeed on something so reliant on personal taste? Cooking. Gon muttered as he counted on his fingers. Regular omelette, special omelette. I think I'm the only one who can make an omelette. Killua joined in, looking at Gon's fingers. His sharp fingers were perfect for anatomy and combat, but when it came to cooking, not so much. Forget it, Killua said, shoving his hands back into his pockets with a blank expression. By the way, Ronnel, you've already taken the hunter exam before. It can't just be about cooking, right? Leorio suddenly asked, hopeful. Gourmet hunters pursue rare ingredients and gourmet dishes across the world, always striving to create more advanced delicacies. They're obsessed with ingredients. My guess is that this part of the exam focuses on food. Hearing this, the other candidates visibly relaxed. If it was just about hunting food, that was more in line with what they expected from a hunter. Menchi and Boera exchanged glances, their expressions intrigued by Ronnel's insight. All right, my part is to roast a whole pig, Boera said eagerly, his rumbling stomach giving away his excitement. A roast pig? Yes, it's my favorite. And there's only one kind of pig in this forest, the Great Stamp, known for being the most ferocious wild boar in the world. Great Stamp pig. Just as the examens processed the name, the ground began to tremble violently. Is that an earthquake? Leorio yelled, immediately stepping back. Many other candidates followed suit, realizing the danger. Only Ronnel stood his ground, calm as ever, while a few slower candidates wore confused expressions. Boom. The ground trembled more violently, and in the distance, a group of enormous wild boars with long, thick snouts charged toward them. In a matter of moments, they reached the factory. The unlucky candidates who hadn't moved quickly enough were sent flying by the rampaging boars, their bodies flung high into the air before crashing down. The remaining candidates were paralyzed with fear, the sheer force of the Great Stamp pigs overwhelming them. But Ronnel remained in front of the oncoming horde, undeterred. Bloodthirsty light filled the boars' eyes as they prepared to crush him beneath their weight. However, a group of pigs is still just a group of pigs. Whoosh! A soft sound broke the tension. Menchi and Buera's eyes instantly sharpened as a small, round object shot towards the lead pig's most prized weapon, its steel-hard nose. In an instant, under the shocked gazes of the examines, the great stamp's seemingly indestructible nose shattered into pieces like brittle paper. The small object continued its trajectory, piercing straight through the pig's forehead and body. The once ferocious boar's eyes rolled back, and it collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud, completely defeated. The candidates could only stare in disbelief. The small object that had smashed through the first wild pig's snout and penetrated its entire body didn't stop. It continued to shoot forward at an incredible speed, striking the second pig in line. Snap! Another snout shattered, and the pig collapsed. Then a third one fell, followed by a fourth, and so on. The examines watched helplessly as the seventh and final porcupine-nosed pig hit the ground. The small object that had caused the destruction fell, seemingly drained of energy. A rock. Just an ordinary little stone? The object that had pierced through the 7 wild pigs wasn't a sharp weapon but a simple stone you could pick up off the ground. The candidates stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on Ronnel, who remained calm and collected as if nothing had happened. Mchi. The 7 wild pigs Ronnel had felled lay on the path ahead of him. Meanwhile, a few more of the beasts that had been traveling alongside them continued down the road, oblivious at first to the carnage. They soon turned their heads and froze, staring in disbelief at the bodies of their fallen comrades and the broken snouts beside them, much like the stunned examines. Ronnel slowly turned to face the remaining wild pigs, his expression cold and unflinching. Squee! The pigs shrieked in terror. In an instant, they scattered, racing away like headless chickens. In their mad dash, they crashed into one another, trampling and stumbling over themselves, but none of them cared. Despite their lack of intelligence, some primal instinct screamed at them to flee. This human was terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. They had to escape. As they watched the wild pigs retreat in panic, the examines were left in a daze. It was almost as if what they had just witnessed hadn't happened at all. But the 7 pig corpses lying in pools of blood, still warm, told them otherwise. It had been real. 7 wild pigs killed in one shot with just a single stone, even shattering their hardest snouts. Such incredible nin. Buera's massive stomach momentarily stopped growling, and the drool at the corner of his mouth ceased. Menchi stared at the scene, sweat beading on her forehead. A sudden chill ran down her spine. She knew Buera's favorite food well, and she had studied it extensively. The wild pig, one of the most ferocious creatures in the world, had a particularly tough snout. Its horned nose was its strongest weapon, and the reason for its fearsome reputation. Menchi herself had once tried to sever one of those horns. She had to infuse her precious blade with a significant amount of nin to slice through it cleanly. Yet Ronnel had done it with an ordinary stone. That alone proved that his nin was far stronger than hers. And what's more, the stone hadn't fallen until after piercing through all 7 bores. It hadn't lost power until it had completed its task. Either Ronnel's nin was at an extraordinary level, or he had calculated exactly how much power was needed to break through all 7 wild pigs, attaching just the right amount of nin to the stone. If it was the former, he was already incredibly powerful. But if it was the latter, Menchi shuddered at the thought. The level of control and precision required to master nin to that extent was beyond her comprehension. She glanced at Ronnel once more, who was now casually approaching the slain wild pigs. Fear gripped her heart. This examinee, it's best not to provoke him. Menchi recalled the story from last year about a candidate who had beaten up an examiner so badly that the examiner had been left disfigured. That examiner had disappeared for a long time while recovering. Disfigured. Menchi gave a start, quickly nudging Buera, who was still standing frozen in shock. Oh, right, the phase. It's officially started. Buera snapped out of his daze, his voice booming as he announced the start of the phase. The group of examines slowly regained their senses. But they didn't dare get too close to Ronnel. Instead, they glanced at him with wide, terrified eyes before scattering in all directions like birds fleeing from a predator. You're amazing, Ronnel. Gon approached, his voice filled with admiration. Kurapika and Leorio stood beside him, their faces reflecting a similar sense of awe, even if they remained silent. Killua, meanwhile, picked up a fragment of the broken snout, weighing its hardness in his hand, his eyes wide in disbelief. It's no big deal. You guys could have taken down these 7 wild pigs just as easily. With your strength, it wouldn't be a problem. Ronnel smiled and waved his hand dismissively, playing it off as if it were nothing. Well, then we won't hold back. Thanks, Ronnel. Gon grinned, as he and his friends each dragged a wild pig away to start cooking. Though the wild pig were massive, weighing about a ton each, the examines were hungry, and there was no better way to pass the exam than to roast the prey. Ronnel, too, dragged the remaining wild pigs to a more secluded spot. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled out a set of cooking utensils and seasonings from his space backpack. All right, let's get started. Ronnel picked up a long kitchen knife, spun it around in his hand, and fixed a sharp gaze on the lifeless wild pig before him. He had learned advanced culinary skills from a floor master in Heaven's Arena. As time passed, the other candidates struggled with the wild pigs, many failing to hit the weak point, resulting in them being knocked around by the wild animals. This only made Ronnel's earlier feat even more impressive in their eyes. Meanwhile, Satos watched from the shadows of the nearby forest, shaking his head at the chaos unfolding before him. The contrast between Ronnel's effortless display and the candidates' frantic attempts could not have been starker. Sato's had witnessed everything that had just transpired and couldn't believe his luck. After blocking Ronnel and Hisoka in the underground passage, he hadn't been brutally beaten. Now, with the examiner from the previous session turned into a laughingstock after being beaten by the applicant, a new sense of caution had fallen over the other examiners. They were nervous, fearing the appearance of yet another unhinged applicant. Sato's considered himself lucky. Despite running into a dangerous applicant, he had avoided disaster. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel. Ronnel truly lived up to his reputation as the champion of the Battle Olympia. His strength far surpassed that of the previous champion. Damn impressive, Sato's thought to himself, continuing to observe the field. Eventually, some of the examines discovered the wild pig's weak point, the forehead, and managed to bring one down. Seeing this, the other candidates quickly learned from it. Soon, they had their own wild pig carcass and started a barbecue using what they could find nearby. While they roasted the meat, some of the applicants began submitting their dishes to Boera and Menchi for evaluation. Delicious. Fantastic. So tasty. This is great. After eating 5 porcupines, Boera gave enthusiastic praise to each dish. Hearing his verdict, Leorio clenched his fist with excitement, while Gon and Kurapika, standing nearby, also smiled in relief. Menchi, however, pouted from the sidelines. To her, only Ronnel's dish had stood out, while the others were just passable. She wanted to remind Boera that, as a gourmet hunter, he should maintain higher standards. But when she noticed Gon and the others associating with Ronnel, she wisely chose to stay silent. Phew, we finally passed the first half of the second phase. That was tough, Leorio said, sitting down in the corner of the factory with the others, visibly relieved. Gon nodded in agreement. Yeah, first we ran a marathon for hours, then we faced Hisoka, and now we've had to cook. Just talking about cooking makes me hungry again. At the mention of food, their stomachs collectively grumbled. Haha, we were so focused on passing the exam that we forgot to eat, Gon said, scratching the back of his head, embarrassed. His stomach was the loudest of them all. Except for a quick meal at the steakhouse that morning, they had barely eaten anything. Between the marathon, constantly staying alert in the Milzy wetlands, and the pressure of facing Hisoka, they had burned through their energy reserves. Why don't we take this opportunity to grab a bite to eat? Kurapika suggested. There are still plenty of examines behind us, and it looks like the examiner will be busy eating roasted pig for a while. We could use that time to recharge. Gon, Killua, and Leorio exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. Although their physical condition allowed them to go without food for days, it was better to keep their strength up in this high-stress environment. Alright, let's look for something to eat. I remember seeing some apple trees nearby, Leorio said, standing up to head off. But before he could leave, Ronnel, who had been silent until now, coughed twice. He then turned his palm upward, and in an instant, a large wooden lunchbox appeared in front of everyone. From a distance, Menchi and Boera, who had been keeping an eye on them, blinked in disbelief. Is he a manipulator? What is this? Gon asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. That's a wooden box, Killua muttered dryly. I know it's a wooden box. Kurapika and Leorio thought at the same time, watching as Ronnel casually presented the meal. But, I didn't see anything earlier. It looked like it just appeared out of thin air, Gon added. There's a trick to it, Ronnel said with a smirk. Once you become hunters, you'll understand. Hunters. Gon, Killua, and Kurapika all reflected on that word. They couldn't help but recall Ronnel's earlier clash with Hisoka and how he had effortlessly taken down 7 wild pigs in one blow. There was clearly more to Ronnel than met the eye. Sensing their awe, Ronnel chuckled. Alright, this is just the second part of the phase. Don't think too much. Let's eat first, then we'll worry about everything else. He opened the lunchbox, and a rich, savory aroma immediately wafted out, making Gon and the others' stomachs rumble even louder. Haha, smells amazing. Ronnel, did you make all of this? Gon asked, stars practically shining in his eyes. Leorio sat back down and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Even Killua and Kurapika had a hard time hiding their anticipation. Yeah, I used the remaining 2 wild pigs to make some local dishes. Dig in and see what you think. Ronnel set out the plates of colorful, fragrant food, and Gon and the others couldn't resist anymore. They all eagerly picked up their chopsticks. Drip, drip, drip. Boera grinned awkwardly, but this smile caused saliva to pool in his mouth, dripping down in a way that made Menchi, who stood below, visibly cringe. Yet despite her disgust, Menchi couldn't deny the burning curiosity she felt towards Gon and the others cooking. The aroma was something entirely new, a scent she had never encountered before. Could this be a new dish? For someone like Menchi, a gourmet enthusiast with an insatiable passion for food, it was as if her curiosity was clawing at her heart. She wanted to shamelessly taste it, but her pride as an examiner and her slight unease around Ronnel held her back, forcing her to observe in silence. This is braised pork, rich, savory, with just a hint of sweetness. And that dish in the middle? That's called dongpo pork, named after a legendary man from my hometown, Dongpo. It's even better than it looks. Ronnel pointed to the bright red dish in the center, made of perfectly cut pieces of pork belly, which drew the wide-eyed stares of Gon and his friends. Don't just sit there staring, taste it. Ronnel chuckled inwardly as he handed each of them a pair of wooden chopsticks. As if a signal had been given, Gon and the others lunged for the pork in the middle at once. Crunch! The first bite filled their mouths with rich, succulent flavors. The pork was crispy yet tender, full of fragrance, and melted in their mouths. Delicious, Leorio exclaimed, barely able to contain himself. I've never had anything like this before. Killua chimed in, immediately taking another bite without stopping. Gon and Kurapika said little, but they wolfed down the pork quickly, already diving in for more with their chopsticks. Hey, leave some for me, Leorio shouted, jumping into the fray for the last pieces of meat. Boera and Menchi, still on the sidelines, couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy as they watched. Is it really that good? Menchi wondered, her stomach growling against her will. Of course, it was delicious. Thousands of years of culinary tradition weren't just for show. Examiner, my dish is ready. The bald ninja, Hanzo, entered the scene, proudly carrying a large roasted pig. When neither Boera nor Menchi responded, he cleared his throat, raising his voice. Ahem, examiner, over here. Huh? Oh, right. Boera snapped out of his daze and took the roast pig from Hanzo, his expression suddenly complicated as he gave the dish a sniff. Well, what do you think? This roasted pig was prepared with my family's secret ninja technique. Hanzo boasted confidently. Boera took a big bite, chewed twice, then fell silent. After swallowing, he sighed inwardly, then turned to Hanzo and nodded. You pass. Huh? I knew it. Hanzo cheered, pumping his fist in victory as he walked off to the side. But Boera's expression remained complicated. Sure, Hanzo's dish passed, but it wasn't nearly as delicious as what he'd smelled earlier. The aroma's nowhere near the same. Plus, the color's off, and it's a little burned from overcooking, Boera thought, feeling his appetite dwindle for the first time in his life. Hanzo, having passed, pulled out a few apples from his pocket and began munching away. But his nose twitched as he caught the scent of something far more appetizing than the roasted pig he'd made. Ronnel, what's this dish? Gon asked, pointing to another plate. That? It's braised lion's head. It's made from a mix of 30% fat and 70% lean meat, making it tender and flavorful. Oh wow, chomp. Gon bit into the dish at the same time Hanzo took a bite of his apple. The moment Gon's face lit up in delight, Hanzo's expression soured. Looking between his apple and Gon's beaming smile, Hanzo couldn't help but feel like he was chewing on wax. Still, he forced himself to keep eating to regain his strength for the next part. I want to eat that so badly, Hanzo thought bitterly. The mood in the factory was tense. Boera chewing on the remainder of the roast pig, Hanzo gnawing at his apples, both of them staring at Ronnel's feast in helpless envy. It wasn't until the next batch of examines arrived that the strange atmosphere was finally broken. As the others served their roasted pigs and received passing marks, they too gathered around to eat and noticed the peculiar scene. Ronnel, why are there 2 plates of long strips of meat? Gon asked, puzzled. One's braised pork, and the other's twice-cooked pork. I used some wild herbs from the forest to enhance the flavor. Whoa, they're both so good, and they really do taste different. What's this golden fried dish? That's sweet and sour pork. I'm sure someone your age would love it. Sweet and sour? I love it. It's even better than the chocolate I had last week, Killua exclaimed. Leorio, meanwhile, had his eyes on something else. I like this one, it's simple but delicious. That's boiled pork with garlic sauce, Ronnel explained. It's light but packs a lot of flavor. Leorio nodded enthusiastically, already diving into another dish. And this one? That's twice-cooked pork. You fry the meat first, then sauté it with spices. Strictly speaking, it's cooked twice for maximum flavor. Hunter x Hunter, Tomb-Bound Power Chapter 1:001 Streets of Meteor City at Sunset, web novel. According to the plan, Menchi's idea for the test was well thought out. Sushi is a traditional dish from a small country, and she figured most examines wouldn't be familiar with it. During the test, she'd give hints how to hold the sushi, how to use chopsticks, along with clues like rice and cooking tools. Eventually, she'd drop a hint about using fish, testing their observational skills. Her plan was solid, but she underestimated this group of examines. Even Kurapika, who seemed reliable, presented a dish that wasn't much better than Leorio's. This frustrated Menchi, leaving her both irritated and shocked. On the other hand, she hadn't expected one of the candidates to know how to make sushi and then share the knowledge with everyone, throwing her entire plan into chaos. The test quickly spiraled out of her control, and Menchi nearly lost it. Looking at the situation now, the archer, Pakal, was awkwardly shaping the rice into a ball while Hanzo watched silently, clearly unimpressed. It was almost time for the next part of the test, where Netero would step in. Sighing, Menchi thought, oh well, let's see where this goes. Only Ronnel and the 2 examiners remained, while the other candidates rushed to the river to catch fish, thanks to Leorio's loose tongue leaking Kurapika's clue. Menchi turned to Ronnel, curious. Everyone else went to catch fish. Why are you still here? Ronnel smiled slightly. Because I already scouted the river while I was cooking porcupine. With a swift motion, he revealed several freshly caught fish on his chopping board. An ability to store things, huh? How convenient, Menchi said, raising an eyebrow. Since the others had left, there was no need for pretense. Menchi knew that Ronnel, like herself and Boera, could use Nen, so they could speak freely. By the way, I've never seen that dish you made earlier. I'm curious what kind of place is your hometown, with such unique recipes, she asked. A hint of melancholy flashed in Ronnel's eyes. My hometown. I doubt I'll ever go back. Menchi looked apologetic. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring up something painful. It's all right. That's all in the past now. I can't tell you much about where I'm from, but if you want the recipes, I'd be happy to share. Menchie's eyes lit up at the offer. Really? You'd do that? Of course, Ronnel said with a smile, rubbing his fingers together in a familiar gesture. Menchie's enthusiasm faded as quickly as it appeared. I should have known. Nothing's free, huh? Especially when dealing with a hunter. Well, there's no such thing as a free meal, right? Ronnel chuckled. What do you say? Gems or accessories will do. Gems? Accessories. Yeah, I plan to give them as gifts. You must have plenty of contacts from your work as a gourmet hunter, right? Menchie grinned. All right, I'll get some gems for you. But how many do you need? The more, the better, Ronnel said confidently. These recipes are worth it. Deal, Menchie agreed. Once this phase of the hunter exam is over, I'll collect some gems for you. But you better have those recipes ready. With a smile, Ronnel began preparing his sushi. Menchie, now in on the deal, had no reason to make things difficult. Plus, Ronnel's cooking was genuinely impressive, so he passed the test without issue. As the first candidate to clear the second part, Ronnel leaned back and watched as the other examines returned with strange-looking fish and even stranger cooking methods. He grimaced, resisting the urge to laugh at their bizarre concoctions. Menchie, meanwhile, had no patience left. This is cooking? It's a disaster. She smashed plate after plate, rejecting dish after dish, her frustration evident. Even Buera, who was known for his appetite, looked horrified at some of the concoctions presented by the candidates. As Menchie's irritation peaked, Hanzo approached with his cooking, causing a scene so outrageous that Ronnel couldn't help but shake his head. With a smirk, he left, letting the madness play out behind him. Ronnel noticed Sato's watching from the sidelines, clearly entertained by the whole ordeal. Hearing a voice beside him, Sato's turned and smiled. Don't you think this second part of the phase was a bit unfair? Congratulations on passing the second phase of the hunter exam. There were no more than 3 candidates who could appear behind him without making a sound. Sato's had already expected this and didn't show much surprise. Instead, he turned around politely and gave a formal nod to Ronnel, who had silently materialized behind him. Indeed, using taste as the sole criterion seems a bit unreasonable. If the final outcome isn't satisfactory, the Hunter Association will have to arbitrate it. At that point, Chairman Netero might have to step in. Ronnel said with a smile. Funny thing, I've never actually met him. Chairman Netero? Oh, I almost forgot Mr. Ronnel is also a disciple of the Shinjin Ryu, same as Chairman Netero. I didn't miss a single match during the Battle Olympia. The two continued chatting in a relaxed manner when they noticed Hisoka nearby, holding a plate of Western-style dishes, looking somewhat defeated and solitary. Meanwhile Menchie was making her judgment, causing a tense and uncomfortable atmosphere to spread. Outside, the friendly conversation between Ronnel and Sato stood in stark contrast to the tension within. Wait, the phase is being judged on taste alone. Leorio's voice rang out. And what's the problem with that? Menchie snapped. Ronnel mentioned each phase assesses a specific skill. Is taste really what this round is about? Leorio pressed. No, it's more about observation and understanding, Killua said. Look at the way she's sitting, it's a clue. We all made sushi, so why weren't we qualified? Exactly. Even though that bald guy gave us a tiny hint, we still followed the examiner's instructions. So, why did we fail? Gon chimed in. That's right. Menchie crossed her arms, scowling. You failed because I said so. This phase is all about taste. If you can't accept that, tough luck, I'm not changing the results. The complaints from Leorio, Gon, Killua, and the other candidates could be faintly heard from where Ronnel and Sato's were standing. They exchanged a helpless smile. In the end, Menchie disqualified everyone except Ronnel, leaving the rest of the candidates frustrated. Sato's, who had anticipated this outcome, simply shook his head. As one of the candidates, a wrestler in purple with pigtails, was sent flying by Buera, Sato's pulled out his phone. The hunter exam retest had to be conducted, and Ronnel and Sato's watched the scene unfold like a drama. Within the hour, Menchie had hunted the horned bear, prepared a dish with its scales, yet the candidates remained unimpressed. Just as tensions were rising and Hisoka was about to shuffle his playing cards, the Hunter Association's airship arrived, cutting through the atmosphere. Netero himself descended from the air, casually playing with a deck of cards, instantly calming the restless crowd. He cast a sharp glance at Menchie's rather revealing outfit but kept a straight face. Menchie, he said sternly, and she immediately straightened up, like a scolded schoolgirl. After a brief reprimand, Netero managed to convince Menchie to give the candidates another chance, a mix of kindness and authority. It wasn't long before a retest was announced, to gather spider eggs from Deep Canyon in Split Mountain. The group, including Ronnel, arrived at the foot of the mountain aboard the Hunter Association's airship. A narrow canyon split the terrain, and the roar of a river echoed from below, hinting at the challenge ahead. The eggs of the spider. Ronnel mused as he crouched near the canyon's edge, observing the clusters of eggs below. He then glanced at Gon, who was warming up for the jump. Hey, Gon, mind if I borrow your fishing rod? Sure, go ahead, Gon replied. Since Ronnel had already qualified, he didn't need to take the supplementary exam. He borrowed Gon's rod, tested the length of the line, and skillfully hooked a cluster of spider eggs with a flick of the wrist. The fishing rod wound around the eggs, and with a gentle tug, Ronnel pulled them up effortlessly. Menchie and Buera, standing nearby, exchanged surprised glances. Well, this is way more fun than actual fishing, Ronnel remarked with a grin. These eggs taste good. Maybe I'll save some for Shizuku, and send a few to Biscuit and Wing, too. By the end of the test, 42 candidates successfully passed, bringing the total to 43, including Ronnel. Among the group were several familiar faces. Hey, this is our first meeting, Netero said, stroking his beard as he approached Ronnel. How's your master? Who knows? I haven't seen her in over half a year. I just hope she hasn't changed too much, Ronnel replied with a chuckle. Meanwhile, in a city not far away, a petite woman sneezed in the middle of a shopping mall. Weird, who's talking about me behind my back? Netero laughed, enjoying Ronnel's carefree attitude. A saying, huh? Where'd that come from? Meteor City? Who knows? Ronnel shrugged, a glint in his eye. But on the streets of Meteor City, we have our own way of looking at things. We don't deny our past, but we don't let anyone take it from us either. Maybe Biscuit also knew that Ronnel was from the streets of Meteor City. Really? Then those strange hometown delicacies you brought can't be from Meteor City, right? One's cultural background can sometimes be revealed through food. To some extent, the cuisine reflects a region's identity. The dishes Ronnel presented certainly didn't seem like something that could have come from Meteor City. Seeing Ronnel fall silent, Netero smiled knowingly. As the sky gradually darkened, Netero turned and headed toward the airship. Care for a chat, young one? I have some excellent tea. If I told you I just appeared out of nowhere on the streets of Meteor City, would you believe it? In one of the airship's rooms, Ronnel accepted the tea Netero offered and replied, I guess it's not that hard to believe. After all, there are many nin abilities capable of strange feats like that. Netero responded calmly, in my 110 years, I've encountered all sorts of nin users. Time manipulation and teleportation? I've seen a thing or two. If the past you spent on the streets of Meteor City is something you don't wish to discuss, there's no need to bring it up. What matters is the present. No matter what happened before, it's already set in stone. Netero took a sip of tea, his expression as carefree as ever. Then, he turned his attention back to Ronnel with a spark of curiosity. How about a little game? Consider it a way for an old man like me to stave off boredom. I'd be honored, Ronnel replied, a fierce fighting spirit flickering in his eyes. He couldn't resist the chance to face the world's strongest nin user, Netero. When Netero grabbed a ball and led Ronnel to an empty room on the airship, they passed through the hall where a scene caught their attention. A girl with twin ponytails and a number plate reading 111 pinned to her chest was relentlessly attacking Killua with a sharp blade. Tables were overturned, and several couches had been slashed open. Netero scratched his head. Ah, these are all Hunter Association property. If they're damaged, I'll need to allocate funds to replace them. Murmuring his complaints, Netero stepped forward and, in an instant, lightly caught the blade between two fingers, stopping the girl in her tracks. That's enough. With Netero's intervention, the situation quickly de-escalated. According to the rules, this candidate Anita was to face the harshest punishment. She might never be allowed to take the Hunter exam again. But Gon, full of compassion as always, pleaded for leniency on her behalf. Even Kurapika, carrying the weight of his clan's revenge, joined in, perhaps moved by their shared sense of suffering. Ronnel noticed that this only seemed to amuse Netero even more. Well, if you can beat me in a game, I'll consider it. And just like that, Netero left, throwing out one last statement over his shoulder, almost as an afterthought. If you beat me, I'll give each of you a Hunter license. Gon, Leorio, Kurapika, and Killua. Hunter license? So casual? They were thrilled at the prospect. We've got to win this game, no matter what. Leorio shouted, rushing to follow Netero. Gon and Killua exchanged glances, then followed suit with Kurapika right behind them. So, who's going first? It's fine if you all come at me together. This old man can handle it. Netero, now dressed in sportswear, stood with a ball in hand, eyeing the five gathered in the room. His gaze lingered on Ronnel for a moment longer than the others. While the others readied themselves, Ronnel casually leaned back against the wall, crossing his arms. You guys go first. I'll swap in after an hour. He exchanged a look with Netero, who caught the silent message. A warm-up, huh? Netero chuckled softly. He turned to face Gon, who was stretching in preparation, and casually twirled the ball in his hand. I'm not that old yet. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. As expected, Leorio was on the ground, drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. Kurapika was similarly winded, his face glistening with sweat. Meanwhile, Gon and Killua were still stubbornly attacking Netero, trying to force him to use his right hand or left foot. It's been an hour, and you still haven't succeeded, Netero teased, bouncing the ball lightly. Swish. Gon puffed out his cheeks in frustration, and both he and Killua finally stepped back in defeat. Ronnel stood up slowly, his voice calm yet charged with energy. If I touch the ball, can I get a Hunter license too? As he spoke, Ronnel's aura intensified, rising to its peak as he entered the field. Oh, spent the last half hour gathering your aura. Netero's eyes twinkled with excitement. You're different from the others. If you want a Hunter license, you'll have to beat me fair and square. Is that so? Not happening yet. Yet? You mean you will in the future? Isn't it just a matter of time? Ho. Netero launched the ball, now coated in nin, with incredible speed towards Ronnel. But at the same moment, Ronnel moved. Boom! With a powerful hand also brimming with nin, Ronnel caught the ball and slammed it back towards Netero's face. If the ball doesn't hit its target, it'll be boring. Ronnel's lips curled into a smirk as he faced Netero's intense gaze. Not bad, young man. Netero smiled quietly, feeling something long dormant stir within him. Both of them were in a standoff, each pressing against the ball, their aura clashing in silence. But while one hand battled for control, their free hands moved in swift actions. Your speed isn't bad, Netero commented casually, raising his other hand and throwing a punch at Ronnel's face. The punch appeared slow, as if time had been slowed down, and Ronnel could see its trajectory clearly. Yet, each time he moved to block it, the fist was already upon him. This wasn't just ordinary attack. Seemingly slow, yet impossibly fast, powerful, and unwavering in its execution. Netero was testing Ronnel's strength, deliberately throwing punches just within Ronnel's ability to block, then gradually increasing the speed, pushing Ronnel to his limits. Even though Ronnel's speed had surpassed someone as swift as Phaeton, he struggled to keep up. It was a stark reminder of the sheer power Netero commanded. But, don't underestimate me, old man. Ronnel grinned, his voice rising in intensity as his punches grew faster, inching closer to matching Netero's rhythm. Fighting against the world's strongest was a rare privilege. The experience and insight gained from such a battle would shape Ronnel for life. With his talents in high-level martial arts, strength, and speed, Ronnel was absorbing every nuance of the fight, pushing himself beyond his limits. To grow in battle is a rare and remarkable gift. No wonder Biscuit trained you for so long, Netero remarked, pleased by Ronnel's progress. Even someone with Netero's vast experience felt a flicker of admiration. Netero increased the speed and power of his strikes, yet always kept them just beyond Ronnel's reach, nudging him toward further growth. Ronnel, aware of Netero's intentions, focused on pushing his limits rather than showing gratitude. Now was the time to improve, to take every opportunity to grow stronger. Bang, 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 fists and shadows collided, echoing through the room. Gon and the others, who had been watching, stood frozen in awe. At this speed, I can't even follow the punches, Gon muttered, his eyes straining to track the movements until tears formed. Is this really the speed and power humans can have? Leorio stammered, his voice shaky. Killua and Kurapika, who had guessed at Netero's power before, now stared at the combatants with wide eyes, as if a door to a new world had been opened before them. What kind of training does it take to reach this level? Could I ever reach that? They wondered, each silently shouting in their hearts. If I had this power, I could take down the Phantom Troop and avenge my clan. Under their watchful gazes, time seemed to slow as the fight raged on. Finally, as dawn's light began to filter into the room, boom, the sound of something cracking reverberated through the space. All eyes turned to the source. The ball, caught between Ronnel and Netero, had finally shattered under the force of their clashing auras. At the moment of the explosion, both fighters stopped and retreated, their battle coming to an end. Huh? That was refreshing. It's been a while since I had such a good fight, Netero said with a smile, his sportswear-clad figure standing relaxed, hands behind his back. Thank you, old man. Ronnel exhaled deeply, feeling the after-effects of the intense battle. He gave a respectful bow to Netero. You gave me a real workout today. No need for thanks, we both got what we wanted, Netero replied with a wave of his hand, turning his gaze toward Gon and the others, who were still in shock. The ball's done for. So, how about it? Do any of you want to go next? No way, they quickly responded, shaking their heads. After witnessing Netero and Ronnel's fight, how could they even consider stepping in? That's a shame, Netero sighed, smacking his lips as though he was still eager for more. We'll be arriving at the third phase location soon. Better get some rest while you can. Yes, Gon and the others answered instinctively. Once Netero had left, they collapsed onto the ground, sighing in relief. That was terrifying, as expected of the president of the Hunter Association, Leorio muttered, trying to make sense of the overwhelming power they had witnessed. Yeah, not just Chairman Netero. Ronnel, are you okay? Kurapika asked, waving at Ronnel, who responded with a calm smile. It's nothing. Just need a bit of rest. Ronnel sat cross-legged, meditating as he absorbed the lessons from the battle. His already immense strength had grown even greater after surpassing several personal limits. Moreover, fighting Netero made him realize just how far he still had to go. I need to keep training. At this rate, I won't even be able to survive a punch from the Ant King next year, Ronnel thought to himself, opening his eyes as he sensed the others gathering around him, clearly wanting to say something. So, what do you guys want to ask? After hearing the words, several people exchanged glances, and Kurapika, still driven by his desire for revenge, broke the silence. Well, Ronnel, how did your fight with Chairman Netero go earlier? This one. Ronnel paused as if he'd just realized something. You'll find out when you become hunters. Upon hearing this, the group collectively slumped, their hopeful faces immediately deflating. But do you all still want to become hunters? Ronnel asked with a playful smirk. After all, the hunter license isn't exactly easy to come by. Leorio scratched his head in frustration. Figures. Nothing with this exam has been simple. Kurapika's tone grew more serious, reflecting the gravity of the situation. This just proves there's more to the Hunter Association than meets the eye. There's got to be some deeper secret behind the license. Actually, it's not much of a secret, Ronnel said casually. It's more of an unwritten rule. What kind of rule? Kurapika asked, intrigued. Generally speaking, it's something you're only told about after becoming a hunter, but sometimes people stumble upon it by accident, Ronnel explained. Stumble upon what exactly? Kurapika and Killua asked in unison. Nen. It's a technique that allows you to manipulate your life energy, Ronnel explained. Learning it is a requirement to become a true hunter. It's not restricted to just hunters, but it's kept quiet so it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. The explanation left Gon and the others in a daze. Nen. Kurapika mumbled, her mind already lost in thought. Wait, anyone can learn it. Leorio suddenly perked up. So does that mean you could teach us, Ronnel? If we learn Nen, passing the hunter exam should be a piece of cake. Well, there wouldn't be much of a problem with that, but Ronnel trailed off, watching the anticipation rise in their faces before delivering the kicker. I really can't teach you. Why not? Leorio demanded, his frustration spilling over. Then it clicked. Oh, right. Your master. I remember you saying something about not being able to teach others without a hunter license, right? Partly, yes. There are many schools that specialize in Nen training. The one I belong to is called Shinjin-ryu, and it's overseen by Chairman Netero. The Shinjin-ryu. Kurapika echoed thoughtfully. Since Chairman Netero is both the head of the school and the chairman of the Hunter Association, he created a rule. Only those with a hunter license can formally learn Nen. Even though it's not a strict law, it's something the school follows. And since I'm just a recent graduate, I haven't even fully mastered Nen myself yet. There's no way I could teach anyone else. That's understandable, Kurapika sighed in disappointment, lowering her head. Killua, however, was furious. Father, Grandpa, even Illumi, they all know Nen. And they never told me? Damn it, that's just one more reason to take them down. His fists clenched as his anger simmered. But, Ronnel continued, even though I awakened Nen during the hunter exam, I'm still not entirely familiar with it. Trying to train others in this environment would be more dangerous than helpful. Seeing the disheartened expressions around him, Ronnel chuckled softly. But hey, if you want to learn Nen, why not just pass the hunter exam and get your license, right? The hunter exam? The realization struck them all at once. Gon clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes. I'm definitely going to become a hunter. Yeah, the others echoed, their spirits reignited with renewed motivation. As the sun rose, the airship slowly descended, bringing them to the next phase of the exam, the Trick Tower. Thank you for your hard work, everyone, announced Beans, the personal secretary and helps in organizing various things of the Hunter Association. This is the top of the Trick Tower, the site of the third phase. The rules are simple. Reach the ground alive, and you pass. The time limit is 72 hours. After laying out the rules, Beans quickly returned to the airship, avoiding any further interaction. As the airship departed, leaving the candidates behind, Ronnel gave a brief nod to Beans, their second encounter not warranting much more than a polite acknowledgement. Standing atop the spacious Trick Tower, the 43 remaining candidates sized each other up, waiting for someone to make the first move. Ronnel and Gon approached the edge of the tower and looked down. The tower has sheer walls with no windows. Climbing down from the outside would be suicide, Ronnel observed. The ground below seemed impossibly far away, a dizzying drop for anyone unaccustomed to heights. Ronnel judged the height, then quickly dismissed the idea of climbing down from the tower's exterior. It's doable, but it would take too long. Plus, there's Hisoka lurking somewhere nearby, and Illumi could show up any moment. Best to play it safe and head down from the inside. Just then, a burly candidate, badge number 86 pinned to his chest, overheard Ronnel's assessment and sneered. That's only true for ordinary people. For a top-tier climber, as long as there are cracks in these walls, scaling down wouldn't be much of a challenge. After less than 2 seconds of parting, the group found themselves reunited. It was probably the shortest separation ever. Everyone exchanged glances, with slight smiles tugging at their faces. Even Kurapika and Killua seemed more relaxed than usual. After all, traveling with companions who know your every move is much more comforting than walking the road alone. But how well do we really know each other? Ronnel adjusted his clothes on his right shoulder, an inexplicable smile playing on his lips. He turned his gaze to the devices in the center of the room, wristband-like objects and the hunting-themed text etched on the wall. On this road, the 5 of you must obey the rule of the majority and face several checkpoints from here to the end. Lippo's voice echoed through the room, explaining the conditions for clearing this minority rule path. Each of them wore a wristband resembling an electronic watch with symbols for circles and crosses. After each option appeared, they'd have to make a decision together, with the minority forced to comply with the majority's choice. The rules were simple and straightforward. Yet, for some reason, Ronnel felt there was a hint of surprise in Lippo's tone. Click. The wall on the left began to rise slowly, revealing a stone door. But when the wall was fully raised, it became clear that it wasn't a plain doorway, it was a door with a combination lock, requiring them to make decisions to proceed. This marked the moment when all 5 of them had to make choices together. Easy? It's definitely the circle option. Leorio exclaimed with confidence, his spirits high. His face lit up even more when he saw the 5 circles displayed on the screen. This minority rule path must be designed for candidates to team up with strangers, testing their cooperation and coordination in unfamiliar environments. But the examiner couldn't have predicted that the 5 of us already know each other and are companions. With our teamwork, this test will be a breeze, Leorio added, looking more smug by the second. Kurapika and Gon said nothing, but their smiles and relaxed expressions spoke volumes. Indeed, having companions on this journey was a blessing, and it greatly increased their chances of success. Companions? Killua glanced down, lost in thought, while Ronnel simply smiled, not confirming nor denying anything. However, Leorio's grin quickly faded. Why did you pick the right? Shouldn't you have gone left? I feel like I should have picked left, this feels so wrong. Leorio grumbled. As he continued his indecisive rant, Kurapika silently walked up behind him and pushed him through the door on the right. This kept them moving and avoided any unnecessary delays. This kind of situation, indecisive choices and conflicting opinions, was designed to stir frustration and cause rifts among the group, testing their unity and breaking their harmony. Ronnel could already picture Lippo sitting behind a monitor, munching on snacks with a grin, enjoying the show. Even if the five of them know each other, so what? People are different, and their choices will reflect that. In fact, knowing each other might just make the conflict more explosive when it hits. Ho ho ho. Lippo, after years of watching TV dramas and movies, relished the thought of companions turning on each other, weapons drawn and voices raised. This kind of scene was always the most satisfying for him. The twisted pleasure he derived from this was comparable to that of the trickster girl from Greed Island, who tried to break Gon and Killua apart. Prison Warden Lippo, some candidates have entered. Help me release the lock on my wrist. A voice from the radio interrupted his thoughts. Lippo shifted the camera to focus on Ronnel's group and saw 5 prisoners in blue uniforms on the screen, each wearing handcuffs. One prisoner, standing at the front, pointed to the surveillance camera and raised his wrist. No problem. By the way, if you can reduce their time to 40 hours, I can knock off more time for you. Lippo continued to operate the computer, an evil grin spreading across his face. Remember, 40 hours. As a fan of drama and thrillers, Lippo knew the importance of tension. If the group's time was reduced to under 40 hours, a surprise awaited them at the final checkpoint. Lippo's eyes gleamed with excitement as he imagined the scene that would unfold. This test would even feature the Battle Olympia champion as the main actor. The drama was sure to be intense. Click. The first prisoner in the scene unlocked his handcuffs. After a quick stretch, he looked across the cliff at Ronnel and his group, a predatory smile forming on his lips. So this is where it begins. Leorio muttered, looking around. The bright torches lit the surroundings in a deep red hue, making it easy to see the platform ahead. The gap between the cliffs stretched tens of meters, but the space in between was vast and open. Look. Killua nodded toward the center. A massive man with a muscular upper body, cleaner than Hanzo's bald head, stepped forward. We are your test officials, appointed by the Hunter Association. If you want to pass, you'll need to fight us 5-on-5. The man, who looked like a younger Dwayne Johnson, flexed his muscles and proudly explained the conditions for advancing. The matches are 1-on-1. Each of you can fight only once, and the order will be decided among yourselves. Since you follow the rule of majority vote, you only need to win 3 of the matches to pass. The way of fighting is personal. It's all about winning or losing, there's no in-between. Once someone surrenders, the round is over, and the other person wins. If you lose, or refuse to participate, your journey through the Hunter exam ends here. Now, everyone, make your choice. Accept the challenge by pressing the circle, or decline by pressing the cross, said the bald prisoner, his voice echoing through the room. You didn't even need to say it? Of course we're accepting. Leorio grumbled, furiously tapping the circle. A monitor lit up, displaying their decisions, 5-0 in favor of accepting. Everyone had passed. All right, I'll go first. Who's stepping up from your side? The bald prisoner smirked, cracking his knuckles as he prepared himself. I'll go, Killua said, standing up casually with his hands in his pockets, a mischievous grin on his face. I've been itching for a real fight ever since playing ball with Netero. The intensity in Killua's voice, combined with his barely concealed killing intent, made Leorio and the others pause their argument. After a brief exchange of glances, they all agreed to let him fight first. These guys are prisoners, wearing cuffs and uniforms, but they're also proctors for the Hunter exam. That means they're no pushovers. This one's probably the aggressive type, Ronnel observed, watching Killua approach the ring. Killua waved dismissively, indicating he understood, and strode confidently to the center of the extended stone bridge. Once they were both in position, the size difference between Killua and the hulking bald prisoner became even more evident. Killua looked tiny in comparison, but his calm demeanor was unwavering. So, how about we decide the rules? The prisoner grinned maliciously. I propose a fight to the death. His name was Bendot, and he had been sentenced to 199 years in prison for murder. For prisoners like him, every second counted. They'd do anything to buy more time. In a dimly lit control room, 2 monitors flickered as the guards behind Lippo provided commentary. That kid's just a kid. What is he, 12 or 13? Bendot's a murderer. This boy doesn't stand a chance. Fine by me, Killua interrupted with an eerie smile. I accept. What? Even the guards, hardened by years of watching ruthless prisoners fight, were taken aback. Lippo, absent-mindedly chewing on a chocolate bar, began paying closer attention to the screen. Ha ha ha, bold, aren't ya, kid? Let me spell it out then. The fight won't end until one of us gives up or dies. Bendot, seeing Killua's unexpected confidence, grinned widely, eager to claim victory. Are we clear on that? Crystal, Killua said, removing his hands from his pockets. Just remember, old man, these are your rules. Don't blame me if you end up dead. Ha 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 ha, you're quite the character. But don't think being a hunter candidate makes you special. I've killed people before you were even born. Killua's eyes narrowed. Enough talk. It's already begun. Before Bendot could react, Killua vanished from sight. Thud. Bendot barely had time to register what had happened. He staggered forward, his feet landing heavily on the stone, but his balance was off. He looked around, confused. What just happened? A deep pain bloomed in his chest. He looked down to see that his heart was gone. What am I? Before he could finish his thought, everything went black, and his body crumpled to the ground with a sickening thud. Heart, dug out. Leorio stood frozen, a drop of sweat sliding down his face. His hand instinctively moved to his own chest. Thank God he's on our side. Kurapika, equally shaken, nodded. No kidding. On the stone bridge, Killua nonchalantly tossed Bendot's heart back onto his lifeless body and turned his attention to the remaining prisoners on the opposite cliff. Even from a distance, the faint sound of gulping could be heard as they stared back in silence. With an indifferent smile, Killua began his return across the bridge. As he stepped off the bridge, the score displayed on the wall changed. Ronnel's team had 1 point, while the prisoners still had none. Nice work, Killua. Gon beamed as Killua approached. Let me go next. In the control room, Lippo stared in disbelief at the screen. Fast, efficient, and without hesitation, that kid just ripped Bendot's heart out in an instant. Even the guards were speechless, awestruck by Killua's skill and cold precision. Young people these days, they think they're better at killing than me. A seasoned hunter, Lippo muttered under his breath, taking a sip from his drink, his eyes fixated on the screen. He chuckled softly. I wonder if that green kid with the spiky head is as twisted as the silver-haired one before him. In the arena, Gon stretched his arms and looked across the platform towards the opposing cliff. So, who's going up next? The 4 remaining prisoners exchanged nervous glances. None of them moved. Though they hadn't said a word, the tension between them was palpable. You go? No, you go? It was clear they all valued their lives too much to rush into what could be certain death. At first, they had assumed these kids were the weakest of the group, easy targets. But the way Killua had effortlessly taken down Bendot changed everything. Even Jonas, the Di's sector, wasn't sure he could survive another round unscathed. As for Gon, there was no telling whether he'd be just as dangerous as Killua. No one wants to be next on the chopping block. They'd rather endure their lengthy prison sentences than volunteer for what felt like suicide. It was painfully obvious that none of them had any intention of dying today. Growing impatient with the prisoner's hesitation, Leorio finally snapped. Hey, what's with the stalling? If none of you step up, does that mean we win by default? Examiner, we need an answer. At Leorio's outburst, Lippo's voice rang out over the loudspeakers from the central monitoring room. Sidokan, you're up. The sound of metal clinking echoed through the arena as Sidokan's handcuffs fell to the ground. Resigned, the prisoner sighed, taking off his blue cloak with a flourish before stepping forward. In the trick tower, Lippo's word was law. The prisoners had no choice but to obey. Sidokan wasn't particularly imposing, short and lacking any visible muscle. His delicate features gave him an almost bat-like appearance. After removing his cloak, he dramatically ran his fingers through his long hair, giving a smirk. It was Sidokan, the candle man from the original version. Predictably, he produced 2 candles of different lengths and began explaining the rules of the game to Gon. The match proceeded as expected. Gon, ever the risk-taker, chose the longer candle. Little did he know, both the long and short candles had been rigged. Sidokan's tricks caused Gon's candle to burn far faster than normal. But, just as his own flame was about to go out, Gon blew out Sidokan's candle, securing a second victory for his team. The scoreboard on the wall flashed, 2-0. The 5-member team was now 1 game away from winning and advancing. Ronnel, it's your turn. Leorio punched the air in excitement. With your strength, we've got this in the bag. From Leorio's perspective, as long as Ronnel stepped into the ring, victory was a certainty. Kurapika nodded in agreement, offering a smile. Even Killua, though nonchalant, seemed eager to see the match end. Yeah, go get Ronnel. Gon added, his trust in Ronnel unwavering. With his friends cheering him on, Ronnel nodded. All right, I'll take the next round. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his eyes briefly lingering on Kurapika before walking towards the stone bridge. So, who will you send? In the monitoring room, Lippo's posture straightened as soon as Ron stepped up. His fingers flew across the keyboard, bringing up a 360-degree view of the arena. It's finally time for the champ to fight, he muttered, reaching for a bowl of snacks. Finger cakes, cookies, cream puffs all set. Is everything ready? Asked the second in command. Everything's good to go, sir, came the reply. With snacks laid out and eyes glued to the screen, Lippo and his men eagerly awaited the match. Who do you think the prisoners will send this time? It'll be someone who can stall. My guess? Lilut. As a psychiatrist, she's a master of psychological warfare. She'd be perfect for buying time, replied one of the guards. Yay, and Ronnel won't fall for that. He'll see right through her tricks and end it with one clean strike, just like in the Battle Olympia. Their conversation continued, with everyone speculating on who the next prisoner would be. Despite the light-hearted chatter, Lippo's curiosity grew. Facing Ronnel meant a certain loss for whoever was sent up, and Lippo had no intention of interfering. Back at the arena, the prisoners stood at the edge of the cliff, hesitating once more. No, I'm not going up there to die, one of them muttered. That guy doesn't look like someone to mess with. If I go up there, I'll probably get killed instantly. As a doctor, Lirut had seen many people, especially men. As a beautiful woman, she was particularly sensitive to the way men looked at her. From the moment she met Ronnel's gaze, she understood what was in his eyes. Calm. So calm, it was as if she didn't even exist. It was like he was looking at a few insignificant ants. Lirut thought she had come to terms with life and death, but meeting someone who completely disregarded life, that made her heart tremble. Whoever is thinking of love can go on ahead. The old lady isn't playing? I still haven't lived long enough? What are you talking about? He's quite handsome. He probably likes beautiful women. Seduce him, and you'll succeed for sure, prisoner called out from the side. He looks like a boy, and as they say, boys with innocent faces are never up to any good. Guys like that are the most likely to toy with you, added, laughing. Lirut shot a sharp look, deciding not to bother engaging with him anymore. You go. At that moment, the blue-eyed dissection expert Jonas, who had been silent all this time, looked up and spat out the word. You. I've had my prison sentence reduced, but it means nothing to me. What I really want is to feel the thrill of tearing through flesh and blood again. I don't want to get killed before I can enjoy that thrill, so you go. Jonas looked at Maktani with cold eyes. Jonas wanted to go up there, to start dissecting bodies, but he knew that whoever fought in the final match would face the strongest opponent. He had no chance against the silver-haired kid who had fought earlier, let alone whoever was stronger than him. To avoid being picked by Director Lieber, Jonas decided it was best to settle the matter internally. And since he couldn't go up himself, the logical choice was Maktani, the loudmouthed guy trying to bluff his way through everything. There was also the attractive doctor, who might distract people with her looks. It was pretty clear who would go up to die, wasn't it? Sometimes, appearance can really save a life. Maktani, wah. If you don't go, I'll have to take your flesh and blood instead, for my enjoyment. Maktani shuddered at Johnny's words and, swallowing hard, said, Fine, fine. The prison warden, unlock my cuffs. Catch check? Maktani rubbed his wrists, muttering under his breath as he walked to the stone bridge. When he arrived at the ring, he stopped in front of Ronnel and took off his cloak. His face was grotesque, eyes bulging and sunken at the same time, uneven teeth jutting out in all directions, and no sign of a nose. His appearance was more horrifying than a car wreck, resembling a zombie from Resident Evil. It was enough to make anyone feel uncomfortable just looking at him. On top of that, his muscles twitched all over, and his chest was adorned with heart shapes. The entire look was beyond disturbing. This guy looks hard to deal with. Good thing Ronnel's fighting. If it were me, I'd have a tough time, Leorio muttered, adjusting his round glasses with a sigh of relief. It seems like they know this is the deciding match, so they've sent their strongest guy, Leorio added. Strongest? Him. Killua, standing nearby, gave Leorio a sidelong glance. That guy looks weak. He's just pretending to be tough. I bet even landing a hit would be hard for him, let alone killing anyone. I don't feel anything strong from him, Gon added, tilting his head as he analyzed the opponent. Yeah, he doesn't seem like a fighter at all, Kurapika chimed in, nodding. Well, Leorio looked around, noticing that Killua was thinking the same thing. With a sigh, he leaned against the wall, feeling the rising tension in the air. Still just talking. Ronnel's lips curled into a smile. A real spider meeting a fake spider? What perfect timing. There was no need to wait for the phantom troop, this could be handled here and now. If it's him, I guess it's worth it. Once he shows that phantom troop tattoo, I wonder how Ronnel will react. Lippo mumbled, eating a sandwich while watching from the screen. On the ring, Maktani cracked his knuckles, staring at Ronnel, who looked no older than 18. His heart began to race. Both Jonas and Lirut said this guy is strong, so he must be. But maybe, just maybe, I can fool him like I did with the last guy, right? Maktani muttered to himself as he put on a sinister grin. I've killed 19 people so far, but the number 19 is unlucky. It makes me uncomfortable. Now, I'm excited the 20th person has finally come to die. Ronnel didn't respond. Arms crossed, he simply smiled, watching Maktani's performance with a calm demeanor. After all, this was Maktani's show. Why steal his spotlight, right? I live for the thrill of battle. I don't do harmless duels. I want blood, your organs, and the sight of your pain. The more Maktani talked, the more animated he became. His voice grew louder, and his face twisted into a grotesque grin, fists clenched and arms raised as if he was completely immersed in his role. So, is this still a death match to win? Ronnel asked, loosening his arms and cracking his neck, the bones making a satisfying pop. Seeing Ronnel's calm demeanor made Maktani's heart skip a beat. He was scared. Despite the turmoil inside me, I had to keep up the act, balancing laughter and tears as I pushed down the unease gnawing at my mind. Forcing myself to hold steady, I declared. That's right. Let's play a game where it only ends when one of us either dies or admits defeat. But I'll warn you, even if you surrender halfway, don't expect me to stop right away. I'll only ease up after I've claimed my victory. I struck the signature stance of the Shinjin-Ryu martial art, maintaining my intense focus. Chirping, clearly uneasy, felt a bead of sweat run down his face, though from his angle, I couldn't see it. I've got 2 secret weapons, he thought, his confidence wavering. One in my right hand and another on my back. But to use them effectively, I need to first hit him with my iron-loaded right fist, then make it seem like I'm exposing my back by accident. That's the only way to sell the deception. He glanced at me nervously, clearly weighing his options. But if this guy's even stronger than Jonas, I'm doomed the moment I try to get close. His hesitation was written all over his face. Seeing this, I couldn't help but chuckle. What's wrong? Are you coming over, or should I make the first move? It's do or die, chirping muttered under his breath. With a nervous grin, he shouted, don't get cocky. I was just planning how to take you down. Take this punch. With impressive agility, he leaped into the air, bringing his fist down hard in my direction. Boom! The floor cracked beneath the force of his punch, sending fragments of debris flying everywhere. However, I had anticipated his move. I knew he wouldn't have the courage to strike effectively, so I had already gauged the distance of his blow. He had no chance of hitting me. Still, to keep up appearances, I dodged theatrically, moving just enough to let the small stones fly past me. All right. Seeing that things were playing out just as he'd hoped, McTanny smiled triumphantly. Slowly, he turned around, revealing a massive tattoo on his back. A spider tattoo. Leorio's voice was filled with shock, cutting through the tension. Is that? What is it, Leorio? Gon asked, wide-eyed and confused. That's the mark of the Phantom Troop, a world-famous group of ruthless killers. Hearing the name, Kurapika's eyes flared red with rage. Phantom Troop. He growled under his breath, fists clenched, clearly fighting to hold back his emotions. He wanted nothing more than to charge forward and obliterate the enemy in front of him. Leorio glanced at him, concerned. Don't worry, Kurapika. If Ronnel's the one facing him, this guy doesn't stand a chance. Leorio's expression remained grave, focused not only on McTanny but also on Kurapika's mental state. The Phantom Troop. Killua murmured, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Leorio turned toward Ronnel, raising his voice to warn him. Ronnel, that guy over there is. Before he could finish, Kurapika placed a hand on Leorio's shoulder, stopping him. I'm fine, he whispered, though his blood-red eyes never left the spider tattoo. McTanny stood in the middle of the arena, laughing maniacally. I've reinforced my right hand with steel, making my fist strong enough to shatter rocks. And as for this tattoo, anyone who sees the mark of the Phantom Troop knows they don't stand a chance. He turned his back to me, clearly convinced that his display of power had left me trembling. His arrogance was palpable. You're scared stiff, aren't you? He taunted. I'm one of the Phantom Troop, and they call me the King of Destruction. Ha ha ha, that little punch earlier? Just a warm-up. But if you're ready to surrender now, I might spare you. What do you say? Kurapika, watching from the sidelines, clenched his fists but managed to keep his cool. His story has too many holes, he muttered. For one thing, the real Phantom Troop members have numbers on their spider tattoos, and they'd never waste time bragging about their kills. Everyone's eyes widened in realization. So, he's an imposter, Gon said. Kurapika nodded, his tone deadly serious. Just a fraud using the Phantom Troop's name. Leorio and Gon exchanged glances, relief washing over them, but they remained on edge. Even knowing the tattoo is fake, the sight of that spider almost made me lose it, Kurapika admitted, his voice low. It shows how deep my hatred runs. He lowered his head, covering his face with his hand, struggling to hold himself together. Better make sure Kurapika never sees a spider tattoo again, Killua whispered to himself, finally piecing everything together. Meanwhile, McTanny was still laughing. Kahaha, boy, you. Nice performance. My quiet voice cut through the arena, silencing McTanny's laughter instantly. With a mysterious grin on his face, Ronnel bent down to pick up a few of the small stones scattered across the shattered floor. But when you set out to deceive people, you'd better come prepared, both in knowledge and appearance, he remarked casually. Here we go. Lippo, who had been slouching in front of the screen, sat up straight, grabbing a handful of potato chips and stuffing them into his mouth. The two bumbling goons behind him crowded in closer, eager to watch Ronnel's performance and the inevitable dismantling of McTanny's ruse. First off, a person's voice gives away their physical condition. Yours is shaky and lacks the steadiness of someone powerful, let alone a member of the Phantom Troop. Ronnel paused, his eyes locking onto McTanny's arm. And then there's the clumsy, irregular twist of your muscles. Let me guess you're hiding iron plates or something similar under your skin to boost your strength. He tossed a pebble in the air, catching it as he continued. The strength behind those plates couldn't even crack the floor properly. If you were a real Phantom Troop member, even the weakest of them could do far more damage. The quiet arena echoed with Ronnel's calm but cutting words. McTanny started sweating profusely as Ronnel carried on. And that ridiculous tattoo? 19 kills? Are you kidding me? The Phantom Troop doesn't keep track of their kills like some street gang. Ronnel chuckled lightly, flicking another stone into the air. They have 13 members. I've never heard of any King of Destroyers title you're so proud of. What a joke. He shook his head, stepping forward as McTanny backed up instinctively. Your spider tattoo is fake, too. The real members have their numbers marked in the center of the spider. You, on the other hand, can only fool people who've never seen the real thing. The crowd watched in silence, the tension thick in the air. McTanny's bravado faded fast, his body trembling under the weight of Ronnel's words. I've never heard of a Phantom Troop member getting caught either, Ronnel continued, his voice steady. The only time new members join is when someone dies, not because they were captured. McTanny was drenched in sweat by now, unable to stop the trembling in his arm as Ronnel stepped closer. And one last thing, the Phantom Troop members are all decent looking, to say the least. Even the least attractive of them looks way better than you, with your botched face. At this, the arena went silent. Candyman Sudokan, lounging against a nearby wall, snorted in disdain. You thought you could pull this off with low-tier tricks? Even I can make better props than you. Lirut and Jonas exchanged quiet glances, while Sudokan's mocking laughter echoed in the background. This guy, he knows too much about the Phantom Troop, Lirut muttered, a frown creasing her brow. Maybe he's just someone hunter who's done his work, Lirut shrugged, brushing off her concern. Jonas, however, remained silent, though his fingers twitched with barely contained excitement. I hope I'm overthinking this, Lirut said quietly, her expression still uneasy. On the opposite cliff, Leorio couldn't help but nod in understanding. So that's how the Phantom Troop really operates, good to know for future reference. Gon, ever eager, also nodded in agreement, but Killua's sharp mind was already racing with curiosity. Even the weakest of them can do more than that. Killua mused, leaning back with his hands behind his head. Ronnel sure knows a lot about the Phantom Troop. Kurapika, who had remained silent, was fixated on Ronnel, his mind working overtime. Ronnel knows too much. When we get back, I need to talk to him. On the field, Mactani was now on the edge of panic. Who's to say what you're spouting is true? You've got no proof. Show me some evidence, you liar. His voice cracked, desperation creeping in as his proud facade crumbled. He sounded like a gambler on the verge of losing everything, grasping at straws. Evidence. Ronnel stopped, his gaze steady. I do have evidence. I've seen the Phantom Troop with my own eyes. The crowd was stunned. Gon, Leorio, and Lirut stared wide-eyed at the screen, unable to comprehend what they were hearing. Kurapika's fists clenched at his sides as his breath came in shallow gasps. Ronnel had seen the Phantom Troop? Don't worry, Kurapika. Once Ronnel comes back, we'll let him know about your situation. He'll definitely share any information he has about the Phantom Troop. Leorio spoke in a calm, reassuring tone. Although he was only 18, his mature face gave him the appearance of an older man, but his gentleness was unmistakable. That compassion was one of the reasons why he would eventually become a doctor. Leorio always put the safety of his companions above his own interests. In the original events, during the final match in the group arena, Leorio had advised Killua to forfeit rather than face Jonas. He was willing to forego his own chance at the hunter license just to protect someone he'd known for only 2 days. When Kurapika had a fever during the Yorno City incident, Leorio stayed by his side without complaint. Beneath his occasional irritation and youthful recklessness was a deep sense of care and tenderness that few could match. At the edge of the arena. Yes, evidence. If you really want us to believe you, show us the proof. Mactani's confidence grew when he saw Ronnel's hesitation, and he continued to shout. How embarrassing. Sudokan winced at Mactani's desperate display. However, it's not bad if it buys us some time. Lirut, standing beside him, frowned as a gnawing sense of dread grew within him. Why should I prove anything to you? Ronnel's voice was light, but it cut through the noise like a knife. You. Mactani stammered, the fight leaving him. Yes. Why did Ronnel have to prove himself to him? What did it even matter now? But just as Mactani's despair reached its peak, Ronnel smirked. Though, if you want proof, I don't mind showing you. But whatever happens next is on you. Lirut, standing by the prisoner's cliff, visibly shuddered. Those words were too similar to what the silver-haired kid had said just before killing Bendot. There was no doubt there would be consequences. And those consequences would definitely involve him. Panic welled up in Lirut's chest as he saw Ronnel make his move. Whiz. In the blink of an eye, multiple objects flew through the air. Before anyone could react. Boom. The sound of monitors shattering echoed through the arena, and Mactani froze in place. At the bottom of the trick tower. Crack. Lippo crushed the biscuit in his hand and jumped from his seat. What the hell? I was just getting to the best part. Snow covered the monitors in front of him, and his glasses, identical to Leorio's, slid down his nose in his frustration. He could barely contain himself. He was going to miss the climax? And for someone who loved TV as much as Lippo, that was unbearable. Prison warden, it seems that Ronnel smashed all the monitors in the arena, said one nearby, carefully. Lippo, his expression blank but clearly irritated, retorted, do you think I'm blind? Of course I saw it. Is there any way we can get the footage back? Prison warden, all the cameras were destroyed. We'll have to wait until they move to the next location before we can get any new feed, answered the other general, nervously glancing at his colleague. Lippo's face grew darker, but then his eyes lit up with a sudden idea. Use the backup monitors. Be backup? Prison warden, those are only for emergencies, like if prisoners escape from the trick tower. No buts? Get it ready now. Lippo cut him off with finality. The two guardians exchanged worried looks before bowing slightly and rushing to carry out the order. As they left, Lippo took a long gulp from his drink, muttering, no one's gonna stop me from watching my show. No one. Inside the trick tower, at the 5-person arena. All right, all the unnecessary people are gone now. Ronnel tossed the remaining stones in his hand aside, brushing off the dust. Why did Ronnel smash all the monitors and microphones? Gon asked, bewildered. Who knows? But Ronnel must have a reason, Leorio said, focusing on the match. Kurapika and Killua remained silent, but their eyes were glued to the arena. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of Ronnel clapping filled the air as he wiped the remaining stone dust from his hands. He placed his left hand on his right shoulder and smirked. This is the evidence. With a swift motion, he tore his shirt, revealing his broad shoulders for all to see. Turning slightly, so everyone including those at the cliffs could get a clear view, he addressed Maktani, who was frozen in shock. Now, do you understand what my evidence is? Kurapika's eyes widened as he stared at Ronnel's back, the red light flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the 5-person arena, Hisoka wandered down a long corridor, his lips curling into a sly smile. Bored by the mundane traps in the tower, he longed for something more interesting. A young man, his face marked by several scars, sat casually near the entrance to the next level. His fur vest swayed slightly as he blocked Hisoka's path, his gaze cold and unyielding. His voice, dark and chilling like a whisper from the depths of Meteor City, sent a shiver down one's spine. Huh? Who are you? Hisoka asked, his eyes scanning the surroundings, clearly puzzled. He didn't seem to recognize the man, though something about him felt vaguely familiar. In front of a large screen, Lippo, unable to view Ronnel and the others, focused on Hisoka's movements, trying to pass the time. So that's his plan, Lippo thought aloud, chuckling to himself. Trying to take revenge on a former examinee, huh? He even begged me to set this guy as a hurdle along the way. Such dedication. Lippo had heard stories about examines attacking the examiners the previous year. For someone who enjoyed a bit of chaotic entertainment, granting such a request came naturally. That's why he placed this scarred, wild-eyed man in Hisoka's path. It's not quite as thrilling as Ronnel's imminent peak performance, but it's a decent appetizer before the main event. Lippo smirked, turning his attention to the screen. Are the backup systems ready? Still debugging? Prison warden. The man with the animal skin vest tightened his grip on Hisoka, his voice rising in frustration. You don't remember me, do you? Hisoka glanced at him with mild amusement, but the man's glare only sharpened, burning with hatred. Since the last hunter exam, I've only had one goal, to kill you. With a swift motion, Toguri drew 2 curved blades from behind his back, spinning them menacingly in the air. I've trained for 6 months just for this moment, he snarled, his blades gaining speed, spinning like a deadly whirlwind. Oh. Hisoka's lips curled into a faint smile. The last hunter exam. Now he vaguely remembered this guy, but to Hisoka, the man was still weak. His aura hadn't grown much, nor had his abilities. I don't see any real improvement in you, Hisoka taunted. Shut up, the man shouted, fury in his eyes. The wounds you left on me, I'll repay them today. Take this, unlimited 4-blade style. With a flourish, the man whipped out 4 scimitars, juggling them in rapid succession. The display was wild, chaotic, almost amusing to anyone watching from the outside. It looked like he'd spent a year practicing circus tricks instead of honing his combat skills. Despite the spectacle, the technique had merit. The scimitars moved swiftly, their angles sharp, and the average non-user would have a tough time countering it. Even Hisoka wasn't entirely unscathed. One of the blades managed to nick his shoulder. But Hisoka was far from average. He watched the man's attack pattern with detached curiosity, analyzing the rhythm of the flying blades. Soon enough, Hisoka, with his usual sadistic flair, began to catch the scimitars midair using his bungee gum. He played with his opponent, pushing him further into desperation. No, impossible. The scarred man gasped, disbelief etched across his face. I've trained so hard, you're a monster. With a final, agonizing cry, his resolve crumbled completely. Hisoka's counterattack landed with precision, crushing both the man's body and spirit. Tears streamed from the scarred man's eyes as he collapsed to the ground, defeated, without even having the chance to curse Hisoka with his dying breath. Well, that was pointless, Hisoka murmured, casually wiping the small wound on his shoulder. The injury vanished almost instantly, as if it had never existed. The unsettling smile returned to his lips. A little amusing, I suppose. Ah, if only Gon were here. This reminds me of the first time we met. Hisoka's voice echoed in the empty corridor as he continued his slow, deliberate walk towards his next destination. Back in the ring, Ronnel's words hung in the air, casting a heavy silence over the crowd. Now, do you see the proof? All eyes were fixed on his right shoulder, where a vivid spider tattoo marked his skin. In the center of the spider was the number 8. Phantom Troop, member number 8. A murmur spread through the audience as they grasped the implications. Ronnel, a member of the Phantom Troop? At the cliff, Lirut's legs gave out. She collapsed to the ground, her body trembling with fear. Horror and despair filled her eyes. He's a member of the Phantom Troop, that murderous group. No wonder his eyes are so cold, so lifeless. No wonder he knows so much about them. No wonder he smashed all the monitors. The realization hit her all at once. Ronnel had been revealing his true nature all along, but only now did she understand the full extent of it. And then it dawned on her the real reason why Ronnel had destroyed the surveillance equipment. He intended to kill everyone present. He'd revealed his identity because no one here would be left alive to tell the tale. As the weight of this truth sank in, Lirut's despair deepened. She cursed the moment they had ever crossed paths with Ronnel, cursed her own foolishness. During Lirut's internal breakdown, the noise of her collapse stirred others from their shock, pulling them back to reality. How is this possible? Leorio's jaw dropped in disbelief. Ronnel, he's a member of the Phantom Troop. Gon stared at the vivid spider tattoo on Ronnel's right shoulder. It was far more detailed than the one on the fake troop member they had seen earlier. Even though Gon had never seen the real tattoo before, something about it told him this one was authentic. Oh. Killua let out a whistle, withdrawing his hands from his pockets and adopting a defensive stance, his sharp instincts already kicking in. He wasn't called a killer for nothing. His mind was as alert as ever. Thoughts of danger flickered in his head, similar to what Leorio might have been considering. Although the odds of them being able to take Ronnel down were slim, being cautious never hurt. Things are definitely getting more and more interesting, Killua mused. Despite the different thoughts racing through their minds, it was Kurapika's voice, low and full of hate, that grabbed everyone's attention. Spider. Kurapika's words were soft, but the venomous rage behind them was chilling. Everyone froze in place. The red light in Kurapika's eyes blazed even brighter than when he had spotted the fake troop member earlier, filled with unbridled hatred. The sheer intensity of his emotions made him even more terrifying and mesmerizing. The scarlet eyes of the Kurta clan, one of the world's 7 most beautiful things, indeed. There's no mistake. This is a real spider tattoo, a real phantom troop member. I've finally found one. Kurapika, are you okay? Leorio and Gon rushed forward, alarmed by Kurapika's intense reaction. Calm down, Kurapika. Just calm down. Leorio pleaded, trying to block his friend's view of the tattoo. How can I calm down? I've been waiting for this moment. I must avenge my clan. Kurapika's voice, which had started low, suddenly erupted into a roar. He swiftly unsheathed 2 wooden swords, his body tense and ready for battle. He was on the brink of losing control. Wait, Kurapika. Leorio said hurriedly. Isn't there a chance this is a misunderstanding? Ronnel doesn't seem like the kind of person who would slaughter an entire clan, does he? I agree. Gon added, nodding firmly. Ronnel doesn't feel like a bad guy to me. His killing intent isn't even close to mine, Killua pointed out casually. If he'd killed as many people as me, we would have felt it. Leorio placed a hand on Kurapika's shoulder. We've been through 3 rounds of the hunter exam together. We've seen Ronnel's actions with our own eyes. You should talk to him first, before jumping to conclusions. Leorio's tone was serious, his eyes full of concern. He didn't want his friend blinded by rage, making a terrible mistake in the heat of the moment. Leorio truly believed there had to be some misunderstanding. From what they'd seen over the past few days, Ronnel didn't seem like the type to be involved in the massacre of Kurapika's entire clan. Sure, Ronnel had his flaws, but he wasn't some bloodthirsty monster. Even Killua, who had more experience with killers, had said as much. If Ronnel had been involved in the massacre, he would have been drenched in the blood of the Kurta clan. The aura of someone responsible for such an atrocity would have been overwhelming, far beyond anything Ronnel had displayed so far. Besides, Leorio thought, even if Ronnel was a member of the Phantom Troop, there was still a chance he hadn't participated in the massacre. But even if, by some terrible twist of fate, Ronnel had been involved, Leorio tightened his grip on Kurapika's shoulder. He couldn't let his friend rush into a fight that would surely lead to his death. In the first phase of the exam, Ronnel had gone toe-to-toe with Hisoka. He had killed 7 wild pigs with a single blow. He had even sparred with Chairman Netero. With power like that, there was no way Leorio could let Kurapika throw his life away. None of them could beat Hisoka, and Ronnel was even stronger. The difference in their abilities was obvious. So, no matter what, Leorio needed to calm Kurapika down. Even if Ronnel turned out to be one of the worst members of the Phantom Troop, they would need to bide their time. They needed to pass the hunter exam, earn their licenses, and gain the ability to use Nen before they even thought about confronting him. Leorio threw his briefcase to the side, while Gon placed his fishing rod down. They both stood ready, prepared to hold Kurapika back if necessary. Let me go, I have to. Thwack. A sharp sound rang out as Killua delivered a swift chop to the back of Kurapika's head, sending him crumpling to the ground. Well, that made things easier, Killua said nonchalantly, shaking his hand. Gon and Leorio blinked in surprise before looking at each other. Then, with a sigh, they both turned their attention back to the situation unfolding in the arena. In the arena, Mactani stared at Ronnel's back, completely speechless. He had no doubt that the tattoo was real. He had seen it before with his own eyes. Back when his life had hit rock bottom, before he became a scam artist, he had crossed paths with the troop. At that time, with a face disfigured from failed plastic surgery and a soul full of bitterness, Mactani had decided to take his revenge on the world. He had bought a pack of powerful explosives, determined to go out with a bang in the biggest shopping mall in the Republic of Padokia. But before he could detonate the bomb, he had seen them, the Phantom Troop. The tattoo he saw now on Ronnel's back was exactly like the one he had seen on that day, the day that changed everything. It was a burly man, dressed in rugged animal skin pants and a vest he had grabbed from a mall. The dense muscle on his body looked like it could explode at any moment, and his wild, long silver hair was unforgettable. Then, the most shocking moment occurred. That man punched through multiple floors in a single blow, causing a massive uproar. At that time, Mactani had no intention of fighting and retreated in a panic, hearing snippets of conversation amidst the dust and smoke. Phrases like super destructive punches and damn it, again. The voices sounded like complaints. In his peripheral vision, Mactani spotted a spider-like tattoo on the back of the man's torn vest. His heart skipped a beat. It was later, watching the news, that he learned the man causing chaos in the mall was none other than a member of the notorious Phantom Troop. Hearing the name, Mactani became obsessed. First, he sold off his dynamite and had a spider tattoo inked on his back. The biggest distinguishing mark of the Phantom Troop was the spider tattoo. Though he lacked the strength and agility of that man, it was enough to fool people who had never seen a real troop member. Under the Phantom Troop's infamous name, Mactani began running scams. He even gave himself the moniker Destruction King, inspired by that man. The reputation of the troop helped him pull off a few con jobs. To sell the illusion further, he implanted a steel plate into his right hand, trying to mimic the strength behind the Big Bang Impact. T/N, Big Bang Impact is the Yuvajin's most powerful attack. He focuses all his aura into his fist, KO, and then uses Enhancement Nen to strengthen his KO, which he then punches his target. While he could never match the original, it was enough to scare the unworldly types. Thus, his cons became more convincing, and his fortune grew. But you can't avoid the consequences forever. Eventually, he was arrested and imprisoned. Then, fatefully, he encountered the real Phantom Troop members. The spider tattoo on the young man in front of him was identical to the one on the back of that strong man, and McTanny instantly knew who he was dealing with. A genuine troop member, possibly even stronger than the one he had copied. The realization hit McTanny like a death sentence. His throat tightened, leaving him speechless. Cold sweat broke out over his body, freezing him in place. All right, I've seen enough. Got anything else to say? Ronnel asked, tossing on a black trench coat he pulled from his space backpack and walking leisurely toward McTanny. Ho. McTanny could only wheeze in terror as Ronnel's steps grew closer. His breath became labored, and he struggled for air. Finally, the last sound he made was a barely audible squeak. Hi. Thud. McTanny collapsed to the ground, eyes rolled back, frothing at the mouth. Did you really just scare yourself to death? Ronnel was speechless as he sensed McTanny's vitals through his nen. A guy this spineless had been scamming people? Ronnel didn't hold contempt for McTanny, he saved that for the people who fell for his tricks. How dimwit do you have to be to fall for a scam like this? This one's done for. By the rules, that means we've won, Ronnel remarked casually, picking up a deception, intermediate skill book from McTanny's belongings before tossing it into his backpack without a second glance. Then, he picked up a handful of small stones, his gaze shifting to the prisoners on the cliff, Shizuku, Lirud, and the others. They seemed to sense what Ronnel was about to do. Panic was written all over their faces. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 stones whizzed through the air, each one finding its mark. Despair filled Lirud and the others' eyes, but it quickly turned to relief. After being imprisoned in this tower for over a century, death was no different from freedom. They were masters who had once fought to survive, but with sentences reduced by hunter exam participation, they had clung to the slimmest hope. Yet after nearly 200 years in this prison, no matter how much their sentences were reduced, escape was still impossible. They may have deluded themselves, hoping that over time, the sentences would disappear. But with Lieber's sadistic game design, that was never an option. He thrived on watching people's hopes crumble into despair. Letting prisoners escape wasn't part of his twisted plan. Perhaps the prisoners knew that, deep down. But they had buried their heads in the sand like ostriches, refusing to face reality. With Ronnel's stone, their illusions were shattered. Ronnel, you really wiped them all out, just like that? Leorio swallowed nervously, visibly unsettled by the carnage. They were criminals who had it coming. It's no big deal. Killua leaned back, looking entirely unfazed. Yeah, Leorio knew Killua was right. He wasn't one to feel sympathy for the wicked. In the past, when Killua had torn out Bendot's heart, Leorio had merely complimented his skill, surprised by Killua's strength. Killua was right again, those people deserved to die. Ronnel's actions were justified, but given the current situation, it felt heavier than usual. Leorio couldn't help overthinking it. That was just human nature. After Ronnel finished clearing out all the enemies, a small surveillance drone finally arrived. Is it over already? Lippo, watching the screen as it displayed the lifeless bodies of all the prisoners, dropped his bag of chips, spilling them everywhere. My god, it's done. Shaking with fear, the Guardian glanced at the scene, while Lippo, teeth clenched, announced. Gon and the others have passed the group arena. They can continue. The stone bridge connected to the cliff slowly rose, allowing Gon and the group to move forward. Leorio's feelings were conflicted as he looked at the bridge, then back at Ronnel, who stood calmly in the ring, Kurapika fainted on his shoulders. After the bridge was fully raised, Ronnel walked over to the prisoners' cliff and checked the bodies. From Bendot, he found intermediate strength talent and elementary combat skills. Shizuku had intermediate deception, similar to McTanny. Jonas dropped advanced dismemberment and intermediate strength talent. Lirud, however, offered up some real treasures. Comprehensive psychological knowledge, intermediate seduction techniques, encyclopedia of spiritual research, and intermediate human psychology. 4 light clusters? It made sense she was a psychiatrist, after all, with a wealth of knowledge and a sharp ability to read people. Feeling impressed, Ronnel absorbed all the skills and knowledge into himself. Then, he turned his attention to Leorio and the others, who were approaching. Ronnel. Leorio hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Whoosh! The sound of something cutting through the air made Leorio and the others tense up, instinctively going on guard. But the stone wasn't aimed at them. All right, now we can talk, Ronnel said, clapping his hands after smashing the spare drone with a rock. Again. Lippo watched from the control room, expressionless as the screen turned to static once more. Prison warden. The Guardians approached nervously. I know. I won't send any more backup drones. Anyway, we have other monitors in place. If it's something they don't want us to see, I won't bother. His reasoning was sound, but the 2 Guardians, who knew Lippo well, felt even more uneasy. They quickly found an excuse to leave. As they exited, the sound of something breaking echoed from inside the control room. Yep, same prison warden. The two exchanged a knowing glance before swiftly leaving the scene. Inside the tower, Ronnel, you said you're a member of the Phantom Troop. Is that true? Leorio was still unsure how to start, but Gon cut straight to the point. Leorio sighed with relief as Gon voiced the question he'd been struggling to ask. All three of them stared intently at Ronnel. Yeah, I am. I'm number 8, as you saw. The air grew heavier after Ronnel confirmed it. So, when did you join the Phantom Troop? Killua asked. 2 years ago. The leader approached me, and I didn't have any reason to refuse. Ronnel answered casually, though a mischievous glint danced in his eyes. Sooner or later, Kurapika and the others would find out about his involvement with the Phantom Troop when they reached Yorno City. That was why Ronnel had stuck with Gon and the others during this phase of the exam. He wanted to preempt the shock they would experience when his connection to the troop was exposed later on. Instead of waiting for it to happen in Yorno, where Pakunoda or the others might sense something from their memories, Ronnel thought it would be better to ease the group into it now. Though he wasn't afraid of Phaeton, Finks, or anyone in the troop confronting him, he preferred to avoid unnecessary conflicts. It was a hassle. In the original story, Hisoka had pretended not to know Gon and the others after being captured, all to smoothly progress toward his fight with Crollo. Even Gon knew, in the end, that it was better to play along. Though he almost slipped up by shouting Hisoka's name at the start, he quickly caught on. Ronnel's approach wasn't so different from Hisoka's. Hisoka wanted to fight and kill Crollo. Ronnel, on the other hand, wanted to collect the bodies of the troop members, the more, the better. Letting Hisoka take them down would save him time and effort. Why not? Huh. In a way, Hisoka and I might be kindred spirits. Ronnel smirked at the thought. After hearing his explanation, Leorio and Gon visibly relaxed, as if a weight had been lifted off their shoulders. On the way to Dull Harbor aboard the ship, Kurapika had shared how his people were massacred by the Phantom Troop 5 years ago, and how their scarlet eyes were stolen. Since Ronnel only joined the troop 2 years ago, he couldn't have been involved in the massacre. That was a relief. Leorio and Gon exchanged a glance, both of them smiling faintly. It seemed that Kurapika wouldn't be going on a rampage after all. Although they were all familiar with each other, no one questioned anyone's choice of future paths. Take their attitude towards Hisoka, for example. Hisoka had killed so many right under their noses, treating it like a game. He's a real sadist. Leorio and the others couldn't condone his actions, but they never said anything. In fact, Gon and Killua even invited Hisoka to team up to beat Greed Island. Killua, originally a trained assassin who thought nothing of human life, had become Gon's best friend. So when it came to Ronnel being a member of the Phantom Troop, Leorio and the others didn't feel particularly troubled. The only issue was Kurapika's connection with the troop, which left a heavy weight on all their minds. Otherwise, whether or not Ronnel was a member of the Phantom Troop wouldn't have been much of a concern for them. Well, as they talked, Kurapika slung over Leorio's shoulder began to stir, slowly waking up. The moment he opened his eyes and saw Ronnel standing before him. Spider? Phantom Troop. Kurapika's eyes lit up with a furious red glow, and he immediately started struggling. Calm down, Kurapika. Seeing Kurapika's violent reaction, Leorio rushed to hold him down. Listen to me first. Here's what happened. Fortunately, even though Kurapika was agitated, he still had some rationality left. He didn't plug his ears and refuse to listen. So, as Leorio and Gon explained the situation, the crimson glow in Kurapika's eyes gradually faded. Then, he looked up at Ronnel, who had been watching the whole scene with casual indifference. Sorry, Ronnel, I was too impulsive. Kurapika, regaining his composure, quickly apologized. However, Leorio and Gon exchanged uneasy glances. Kurapika's apology may have sounded polite, but the cold distance in his words was impossible to miss. Clearly, Kurapika hadn't fully come to terms with Ronnel's involvement with the Phantom Troop. Though he might need some time to truly understand the situation, for now, his heart remained unresolved. Even though Ronnel wasn't involved in the massacre of Kurapika's people, the fact that he carried the identity of a Phantom Troop member was something Kurapika couldn't overlook. As for Hisoka, he had never really considered himself a part of the troop, and the spider tattoo on his back was just a fake. Everyone understood this, and Ronnel had anticipated Kurapika's reaction from the beginning. But he didn't care. Ronnel had no desire to make amends with Kurapika. He simply waved a hand and turned away, walking down the road ahead. Ronnel. Kurapika's voice suddenly called out, halting him in his tracks. He didn't turn around, but he waited for Kurapika's next words. What will you do if I seek revenge on the Phantom Troop? Gon and Leorio held their breath, ready to step in if things escalated. Ronnel didn't look back. His voice remained calm, almost detached as it reached their ears. That question is pointless. With your current strength, any member of the troop could easily kill you. And even if, by some miracle, you manage to kill 1 or 2 of them, the entire troop will hunt you down for revenge. You won't be able to handle the consequences. And finally, if you start down that path of revenge, and I happen to run into you again, maybe I'll be the one to kill you. With those words, Ronnel continued walking, his figure growing smaller as he disappeared down the road, leaving Kurapika behind with clenched fists and Leorio and Gon with troubled expressions. As for Killua, he didn't care much about any of this. All Killua was thinking about now was passing the hunter exam, where the reward would be a hunter license and advanced nin training. With that power, he could take his siblings far away from their family's dark world. Lost in thought, Killua stuffed his hands into his pockets and followed after Ronnel. Leorio and Gon approached Kurapika's side. I'm fine, Kurapika said quietly, shaking his head. The crimson light in his eyes was gone, replaced by a steely determination. I will become a hunter and get my hunter license. Ronnel's words hadn't discouraged him. In fact, they had only strengthened Kurapika's resolve. With renewed determination, Kurapika strode forward, his steps filled with purpose. Leorio and Gon exchanged another glance, sighed, and followed. Even though the five of them had passed what should have been the toughest challenge together, the bond between them felt like a broken mirror, no longer as strong as it once was. In a way, it seemed that Lippo had gotten exactly what he wanted. In the dim corridor, only the sounds of ticking chains and mechanical noises echoed through the still air.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.